edge of our seats. 5 games down, and it's still anyone's match to claim control of. In Singapore, a city where cultures and ambitions collide, the tension is palpable. Will today's game break the deadlock, or will the drama carry on? The pieces are set. Let battle resume. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you might be watching in the world. Welcome to the Fide World Championship. My name is John Sargent, and I am joined today by 2 incredible grandmasters. First, a new face to the panel, chess prodigy, world championship challenger, and esteemed commentator. Please welcome Grandmaster Peter Lecko to the broadcast. Peter, good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, John. I'm super thrilled to be here covering the live action of game number 6. A super interesting match so far with a lot of ups and downs, but we'll be dealing with that a little later.
Exactly right, Peter. And dealing with some of these ups and downs, fantastic game analyses and summaries, as well as all of the cutting edge insight in between. Please welcome back Robert Hess. Good morning, Robert. How are we feeling today?
John, I'm feeling great. We have Peter joining us today. We'll miss Judith, but her replacement is no worse for the wear. Thank you so much, Peter. It's always a pleasure to commentate with you. So, John, I'm excited for this game 6. It's promising to be an excellent 6th game, as it's already been an excellent match.
We are fast approaching the halfway point of the World Championship match. But before we do, if you're joining us for the first time today, or maybe didn't get a chance to catch the action yesterday, let's go ahead and take a look at what happened in Game 5.
When Ding has the black pieces, it seems like we get those combative games. So once again, white pieces for Gukesh. You can't just assume that we will have a quiet affair.
We've got a French once again.
Judith, I don't even need to see you to probably guess that the exchange French defense was not going to be on your radar for today's match.
What is this? It is so much not Gukesh.
I'm also, Judith, trying to come up with an explanation, maybe unhappy memories of the first game's result. Ooh, and king takes e7. We are entering a queenless middle game. Gukesh said, let's get technical from the start. I'm so sorry, but I flicked on the engine, and g4 is actually one of the recommended moves for white. I can't believe that I'm saying that.
Oh my god, look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy. It's crazy.
G5 is played, and H6 G5, it is the only move for black, and if not for H6 G5, then black is in trouble. You have to take with the rook, because I would be afraid of taking with the pawn. Did he just take with the pawn?
Yes.
I was worried about knight D3 here.
Ooh, it's a cold shower for Gukesh, I believe.
We see the players operating on their color complex. Black has all the control of the light square, so white is actually up a pawn now. Judith, a draw is a fair result in this current position, but Ding clearly did not maximize. The players are just about to sign the score sheet. You see them looking at each other. Here's the handshake. Game 5 is in the books.
You won when he played e4 the first time, and then you lost when he played d4. So were you expecting him to go back to e4?
Yes, because he often switched from e4 to d4. And when he played against me, he never played the same opening at the same time.
Exactly. It's been fun to watch because we can't guess the openings each round. Is this championship more fun than the last championship? Last time you were, both challengers, and this time you're the champ. Are you enjoying this one more?
From the first 5 games, I remember last time maybe I already have 3 decisive games. But this time also 2, and yeah.
Do you like it to be a little bit more chill, like this time, more draws?
The result I prefer this time because now it's even, not like last time I'm -1 after 5 rounds.
At the end of the press conference, you were both asked to name each other's favorite game, and I can't believe he didn't pick your tiebreak win over Magnus Carlsen in the Singfield Cup, where you sacrificed your queen. Were you expecting him to pick that game?
He also picked a game which is very famous. That means he studied my game carefully, and I didn't study his game too much.
I noticed when you were asked to name your favorite game of his, you were laughing. Were you struggling to come up with a game?
Yeah, it occurred me the game in Olympiad he beat Karana. It's very important, but maybe not so beautiful. And come up with an answer. And I remember he beat Prague many times. It was so impressive to see.
I think you probably know a little more about his games than you're letting on. But anyway, thank you, Ding Li Zhen, for your time, and we'll let you go.
So heading into day number 6, some very interesting insights in Mike Klein's interviews as well as the press conferences recently, but the last 2 games have been draws. It's 2.5 all. Robert, I'm going to get your brief summary of what you feel about the match overall so far. It feels like a little bit of a different beast than World Championships we've seen in the past, maybe.
Well, definitely fewer decisive results than the last time Ding Liren was playing in the World Championship, his first, and the way he won the crown. But for Gukesh, I mean, he is trying different openings. He's the newcomer. He's the younger player. We'll see if he can really find his footing, because yesterday's opening decision, that was one that many were critical of, and it didn't feel like it was true to his style.
And Peter, we've had a couple of very interesting draws so far in games 2, 4, and 5. Some people might say there have been plenty of opportunities to try and press for an advantage during some of those draws, and the players haven't really dived headfirst into it. But at the same time, we're quite close to the start of the match. What's your take on that?
Well, my take is that it was quite shocking to see Ding Liren yesterday not making the most of his chances, because he got a risk-free advantage in the endgame. Yeah, that's kind of the dream scenario in all kind of combative matches, because you simply know that you cannot lose and you can squeeze your opponent. But for some reason, he completely missed this idea that after was pointed out with this bishop e6, rook c8, and then the king walk with king g8, king h7, king g6. Then Ding would have had excellent winning chances without any risk. So I have also seen the press conference, and I did see the disappointment in Ding when he realized that what a big chance he has really missed.
So, for what it's worth, it does sound like that in the press conference, Ding realized that he might have had that sort of chance, and maybe he simply didn't realize it over the board. If we get a similar chance today, I am sure we're going to see either player push given the opportunity. For now, though, we're going to go ahead and throw things live to Mike Klein this morning, because I heard he might not have enough SPF on. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, here we are before round 6, and the sun has come out again on the weekend. And you know, yesterday was Magnus Carlsen's 34th birthday. Remember that when he won his first World Championship in 2013, the first thing he did was he ran and jumped in the pool. And just in case Gukesh or Ding gets inspired to do the same, we have found the closest pool to the Aquarius Hotel. That would be quite a shot. But back to the game today, we are learning it is a marathon, not a sprint. Today was the Singapore Marathon. What do I mean by that? Both players seem to be pacing themselves, especially Ding. Recall that he didn't push a position in round 2 that Magnus Carlsen said he would have pushed, and then yesterday he took the shortest path to a draw with his bishop c6 move. So he seems to be waiting for the opportune moment to push for the win. This was one of Magnus Carlsen's criticisms of Ding's recent play going into the tournament. But we're all tied up. Will Ding play some Queen's Indian reversed b3, bishop a3 system? We have no idea. We've come to expect the unexpected, and I'm hoping the players go for a dip no matter who the winner is. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. Hopefully you can get toweled off and be back in the playing area before the match commences. Peter, I'm going to start with you here. I think Mike brings up an interesting point. Yes, there have been opportunities, including yesterday, where Ding could have pressed home an advantage and has chosen shorter routes to a draw. On the other hand, he demonstrated that peak Ding is back with game number 1 and that his mental state is a much better place now than it has been perhaps for a lot of the last year. And I guess the latter, in a long match, is still preferable to the former, so we're not too worried for him yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Ding has won a fantastic run game 1. But I also would like to talk about Gukesh, and in this regard, I still believe that he hasn't recovered from that shock that he encountered in the first game. He's relieved that he's back on the scoreboard, but his game has still been shaky. He has been giving Ding way too many chances, like yesterday's game. was a golden opportunity for Ding to try to get something going on with the black pieces. And once again, with the black pieces, what I'm missing so far in this match, that none of the players have really been able to pose problems, put pressure on the black playing side, because this is a very surprising situation. Maybe we're gonna see it exactly today.
That's a really good point about Gukesh, and momentum in chess, Robert, is a thing. It does make a boatload of difference in loads of scenarios. Are we worried that maybe if Ding doesn't strike again soon, Gukesh is going to become more confident, grow into himself, and just be more and more formidable as the match continues?
Well, we know that Gukesh is a super ambitious player, somebody who is always hungry to maximize the potential of his position. But frankly speaking, if we look at the games that have finished in draws, the three of them, it's been Ding who has been either slightly better or, as we saw yesterday, even much better at critical junctures of the game. So for Gukesh, it's not like he's had more opportunity to score points. It's actually Ding who has left some slight or even significant advantages on the table from the games that have been with a split point. So I think that we're not really in the place to talk about Gukesh and what he could do differently. It's actually been Ding who's been controlling quite a lot of this match, I'd say.
So the real question is, if Ding gets an advantage, to what extent later on in the match is he going to regret not pressing when he's been better with these kind of chances? Now, folks, whether you're on Team Gukesh or Team Ding, it's not just our opinions on this panel that matter to the broadcast. It is yours as well. You can go ahead and head over to chess.com/events and use the Vote Chess feature to let us know who you think is going to win today. Once you click on the title banner, hard to miss it, pretty big one, and you go to today's game, you should see somewhere in the top right-hand corner a tab called Social. It might be underneath our stream. That could be up there as well. And there you can vote for a win for white, a win for black, or a draw. And this is particularly important because it allows you to potentially win some pretty juicy prizes. Up to $400 in Chessable course vouchers are up for grabs. For anyone who chooses the correct result. It does have to be correct, admittedly, in today's Vote Chess feature. But it's not just a player who comes in first that's going to win everything. You can have up to 20 winners. So by all means, head over to chess.com/events now. Make your pick for who you think is going to win today's game. And then make sure you are locked in. 20 prizes to be won by the end of the stream today. So there we go, Battle of the Chairs. It's so amusing to see the size difference in them. The players did choose them themselves, and we are getting ready now. Dingley Wren with the more humble office chair, although I have to say it looks very, very comfortable. And then Gukesh picking the gaming chair. We love to see it with the black pieces today. Robert, we are about to get started. Do you have any opening predictions for today?
I think it would be silly to predict one because we have seen different openings throughout the match. Yesterday, we had a repeat of the first game, at least in terms of the start, the French defense, and then it quickly changed with an exchange. And so here we see Gukesh maybe rolling up the sleeves a little bit, getting set, locked in. He might not even know what first move that Ding is going to play. Let's not forget that Ding played this, knight f3, pawn to b3, put his bishop instead of fianchettoing all the way out on that short diagonal. So it's hard to predict things in a world championship match. So, John, I can't give you an answer to that question.
I'm going to poke the bear a little bit more anyway, Robert, and I'm going to throw this one to Peter, where I'm going to say, Peter, with the best rapport preparation in the world, what would be a dream funky opening you'd like to see on the chessboard for white today?
Well, first of all, we just have seen the handshake. The players are already seated. Well, what I'm missing so far is some information, because I would really believe that Ding should play something like d4 or c4 just to get a feeling what Gukesh has prepared. Because so far, what I'm not really able to understand that how do you prepare yourself when you don't know what to expect? And by jumping around with this knight fc b3, it's good, nice, but you don't get any information.
Right. Well, let's see if we can get a little bit more as the first moves are getting ready to be played. Over to Maurice Ashley to introduce today's game.
The two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, the challenger from India, Gukesh Damaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently tied at 2.5 points each. The players are giving it their all in incredible fighting chess for all the fans around the world. Before I introduce the gentleman who will be making the ceremonial first move, I'd like to talk a little bit about the sponsorship of this tournament by Google. Of course, chess has been seeing a great boom as of late after the Queen's Gambit. We saw the internet boom during COVID, and the fan base has tripled in many places, and websites around the world taking great advantage of this incredible interest in chess. And now we have, for the very first time, 2 Asian grandmasters competing for the title from 2 of the great chess superpowers, India and China. Naturally, Google took note of this and has brought their incredible, one of the most valuable brands in the world, that prestige to the championship. And of course, as chess fans, we're grateful, and we hope to see this continue in years to come. And now, for the first move, he is a great fan of the game. He spearheaded the effort at Google to sponsor this event. The president of the Asia Pacific region at Google, Scott Beaumont. Thank you, Scott. And with that, let the game begin.
There's the handshake. There's the start on the clock. And we have the first move on the chessboard. It's going to be 1d4 today for round number 6. Plenty to discuss as we get into the meat and potatoes of today's World Championship game. I leave you all in the capable hands of Grandmasters Robert Hess and Peter Lecco.
Thank you so much, John. And Peter, I was going to ask the question, but Ding answered it before the words could leave my mouth. Will we see a London system? Because that's what Ding trotted out in Game 6 of his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, a game he won to tie that match. He's already tied heading into Game 6 here with the white pieces. So, Peter, are you surprised that history repeated itself a little bit here?
Well, in this regard, yes. Yeah, that's exactly the very same opening in the 6th game, in the very same game. It's a surprise. D4 was expected for me, but still, again, Bishop F4 EC, the London system does not give you any information. It seems to me like Team Ding is not interested. I don't want to figure out Gukesh's opening choice because I don't want to fight against his extreme preparation. I believe that Gukesh in all the sharp lines will be superbly prepared. And we see this E6, C5 system. It's a very solid system, very reliable one. I think Gukesh has also played against Firouzja in the candidates.
Well, the jacket's coming off, Peter. We're in for a fight. And there is a big difference. The game I mentioned from the previous World Championship is Jan Nepomniachtchi's bishop did not sit behind the e6 pawn. In that game, he played an early c5 without playing e6, so that bishop was able to escape the structure. Instead, the bishop remained on c8, which actually is quite a safe approach. And now with Ding, he is settling into this game. He is spending a little bit of time perhaps wondering, what does Gukesh want from me? What may he be expecting? And how, in fact, should I continue? But as I say that, we see C3. So, Peter, all of our chess fans who may have started playing in the last few years, they often are London players. So the fans, the audience will be happy to see the triangle pawn structure where white is very safe and sturdy in the center.
Yes, white is very solid and safe. On the other hand, black also has no real problems, yeah, and this is kind of the issue with modern chess, however, that you don't know how to pose problems to your opponent, yeah, because if you play very principled chess, very aggressive chess, then the opponent will be move per move beautifully prepared. So there is this new kind of approach. Let's try not to confront the opponent right from the start. Let's play something slow, but also in modern chess, this slow kind of openings has been quite well analyzed, and many resources have been discovered. For example, the London system in the last 5-6 years had tremendous development, and bishop b5 check, there is the first check in the game.
Yeah, the first check, and I think we have to check our opening lines here, because the check comes out. In some positions, white tries to, put some pressure on that knight on c6. A move like queen to a4 would already pose an important question to black. How are you going to deal with this threat? And these types of positions, Peter, Magnus Carlsen, the birthday boy from yesterday, the former world champion, he's played the white side of these positions, throwing in that check, possibly taking on c6. And here it is. We see a capture on c6. So, Peter, this is one of those lessons for everyone at home that typically you don't just capture without first being provoked, being attacked, but here Ding is trying to take over some of the dark squares and saying that the knight on b1 that sits there for now, later in the game it could be more valuable than that bishop on c8.
Yes, white is playing for the structure, and we see the move queen a4 blitzed out as well. Obviously, white is trying some ideas like queen back to a3, pinning that pawn on c5 and the queen on d6, and then imagine some knight bd2, knight b3 idea, putting some more pressure on the c5 pawn, could potentially win that pawn and the game. So black has to be very careful in the next couple of moves.
Definitely. And this is one of these positions where off to the side of the board, the evaluation bar says both sides playing good, solid moves to start. There has not been any inaccuracies thus far, but it's about the structure, as you pointed out. And perhaps Ding has taken something from even yesterday's action, Peter, where it was a quiet affair to begin with, but then Gukesh, maybe he was lulled into the sense of complacency. He made a huge mistake capturing incorrectly on e5. That was maybe the moment where the evaluation bar swung. But even playing g4 and having to strike forward like that, it seemed like it was a shaky foundation. So, Peter, you played a world championship match. My question is for you. Do you think that Ding has maybe figured out something that he wants to exploit in Gukesh's game?
Well, I don't know exactly if it's exact strategy or it happened the way it happened. Yeah, because I would like to go back to this game one. You also told me that I played this World Championship match 20 years ago against Vladimir Kramnik, and I have also lost my very first game with the white pieces in that match, and it also had its effect on the match. I know exactly how it feels, and what I really felt from Gukesh's play in that first game, that he was way too aggressive. Yeah, he was way too aggressive, and it backfired. And ever since, we haven't seen that very aggressive Gukesh. Yeah, so this is a very interesting kind of situation. Like he finally managed to bounce back in game 3, and might feel like, you know what, I shouldn't be so aggressive. Yeah, that was kind of the message from the exchange French. Yeah, that's the only thing we can understand. And at the same time, you absolutely correctly highlighted that so far things have worked more in the way of Ding. But these matches are so long, and I'm loving the fact that we have 14 games. There is so much time for things to turn around, and Ding has missed so many opportunities so far, especially yesterday's. These kind of things will, if you don't use your chances, they will haunt you. Yeah, and also I believe that Gukesh can get quite a lot of confidence from yesterday's game that, wow, I got into trouble, but my opponent was not ready to to use the maximum out of those chances. That gives you confidence.
It can indeed give you confidence, and what else can give you confidence is when you play an opening and your opponent may not be expecting. I think this is a first critical moment to dive into some of the details because Peter, Magnus Carlsen has played these positions from the white side. They may not be completely unfamiliar to Gukesh, but there's a bit of a, I don't want to call it a trap, but a difficult decision to be made here because I think most players would prefer to play knight e4 at this moment, but in doing so you allow white to immediately approach that knight, and with this pin along the line here, I believe that the best move for white is knight f to d2. It's a very awkward looking move, but a major point is that it takes away options with c takes d4, which in other circumstances would be quite strong. And if I'm seeing this correctly here, knight to e4 has been played. And I'm curious how quick, immediately, Ding plays knight f3 to d2. So, Peter, this promises to be an exciting start to this game.
Absolutely, yeah. This is one of those big theoretical clashes. And we spoke about this, that the London system is modernized. Against the pawn on c5, and I believe in order to solve the problems, black actually has to go into the jungle. Yeah, you just can't play this safe, and we see the move played by Gukesh. Is it
e5?
e6, e5, exactly. Yeah, so you see now there are some crazy traits possible in the center. Black will be giving up a pawn, but white king is still stuck in the center. There we go, knight takes e4.
And Peter, this is going to test Gukesh right away because now after queen takes c5, white will temporarily be up a pawn, but it seems Gukesh knows what he's doing. He will swing his queen over to g6 to immediately apply pressure on the white king side over here, and things are getting messy. So the players are really just settling in to what is an important theoretical discussion in this London variation. The London's supposed to be quiet, Peter. Why have things already been so lively?
Well, because both players decided to play very principled. Okay, don't worry, it's not queen f6, it's queen g6. Exactly. I also believe that there had been some high-level games here. Knight d2 blitzed out. Yeah, white sacrificed the pawn on g2 in order to be able to castle long. Yeah, that king needs to evacuate from the center, and then we're gonna see a very double-edged pawn structure. Wasn't it Levon Aronyan against Dominguez that featured this exact variation? I'm somehow recalling it. It's a very sharp battle. Especially imagine that if white goes long castles, black takes on g2, then the g file opens up. This isn't the quiet London.
This is definitely not quiet at all. And I actually looked it up briefly, and Sam Sevian had a game against Wesley So back in the 2021 U.S. Championship in this exact position. And in that game, if we just want to talk about some of the details, black first took on d4, and white took back with the queen, just applying pressure on that e4 pawn in the center. So, as we talk about specific moves, I think first we can set the tone. We can kind of paint the picture of this position. And it looks like right now, Gukesh first took on g2. White immediately castles, and it's exactly what you said, Peter. The g2 pawn's captured. The g file is open. When you lose a pawn, you open a file for a rook. This could be really dangerous and much more dangerous for black, right? The risk is sort of on Gukesh to find every single accurate continuation, because if you don't, well, there could be dark square problems. There could be an attack against the black king. But if Gukesh knows what he's doing, Peter, then he should, and the key word being should, be okay.
Well, and he should know what he's doing, because otherwise you don't go for this line. Clearly, Ding is able to play the London system. He has already proven it in the previous World Championship match. And Rapport being in the team again. And of course, he's in the team. Yeah, it's absolutely, after winning that sensational match against Jan Jakomiachi, it's obvious that this is a very dangerous combo, rapport and ding. Queen takes f2 has been taken. The players are blitzing things out. One has the feeling that it's not even a classical game yet, it's a rapid. The players are playing so fast.
And I was mentioning that game of Sevian and So, and in that clash, the G2 pawn was not captured. Instead, Wesley played a more positional approach, and that's Wesley So's style. But Gukesh, we say he likes concrete positions. He clearly has studied this line. He gobbles up first G2, now F2, and if White isn't careful, E3 could be next. So I believe at this juncture, it's important for Ding to figure out which pawn to capture. The C6 pawn is loose, the E5 pawn is loose in two different ways. D takes E5 has the benefit of opening the queen back up to the pawn on E3. It does hurt your pawn structure, but it allows you to defend another one. And what do you make of this, Peter? So Ding chose what seems to be a very combative opening, but now he's paused a little bit here. Is he just trying to collect himself and recall all that he studied?
Yeah, for sure. I also, and there we go. He takes D takes E5. You mentioned the move D takes E5. And it's a very interesting move because it isolates the pawn on E4. Imagine White gets the chance to play knight takes E4. Then immediately we will be talking about winning advantage for White, because then this knight from D2 can be activated to D6. Or even somewhere some knight F6 check with sacrifices and checkmating ideas against Black's king. Black has to be super careful. And judging by the fact that Gukesh is playing so quickly, I believe that he knows what he is doing, and he better knows because it's a very dangerous position from the black side. Yeah, just one mistake, and you can really get into serious trouble.
This is a tricky position right now, and we're on move 16, so time pressure, at least at the moment, doesn't feel like it will be as big of an issue as in previous ones, and that's what happens when you study your openings. But I say that, and then I look at the nature of the position, wouldn't be surprised if Gukesh spends a lot of time on this current move, because, Peter, just to point out, the E4 pawn, you noted this, that's hanging. If White had a free turn, knight takes E4, thank you very much. And the typical way you defend this pawn, say a bishop f5, that will immediately lose material. The rook can slide in front of the queen, and then you would just drop this bishop here. So there are some big questions at this moment. How to defend this pawn, or if you can defend it at all. Where does this bishop on c8 belong? Because bishop g4 comes with tempo, but then maybe you're walking into some kind of knight takes e4, rook g1, sort of a direct approach against the black king. So for Gukesh, he needs to be careful on this very turn here, but it does seem like he's well aware of this opening, Peter, and that means he just should calm himself, just like Ding did, and sit here and try to figure out how to proceed.
Yeah, and he's looking on the side. Yeah, this is a typical pose when you are trying to recall that how were these lines going, because it's very risky. And I also would like to mention that I have seen quite some excitement in Ding's posture, the way he was sitting, the way he was looking. His shirt was also kind of opened, as if Ding feels that this is maybe a chance. Look at this, how determined, how concentrated, focused Ding is sitting. And I'm pretty sure that Rapport told him that this is a very dangerous, very promising position. Let's go for it.
It's a really good idea from Team Ding, and I agree with you. The way that he's sitting over this board, glancing up at Gukesh, it feels like a much different Ding than we've seen for much of the last year, where oftentimes he looks a bit dejected. We know he's really struggled with his mental health, and we all, the chess world, completely wishes him well. It's not rooting for him in any individual game. We don't pick sides, but it was a huge struggle for the world champion. And I actually noted that in his interview yesterday, Peter, where he was laughing a bit more. Yes, he was upset with himself, as any chess player is when you spoil an advantage without really making your opponent fight for that half point. But he does seem to be a different version than the Ding we've seen across the last year. So in this moment, I think it's actually important that perhaps you and I analyze a bit and try to get into the mind of Gukesh, because he's posed a difficult question at this moment. Is e4 dropping? Can I defend that pawn directly? Can I defend it tactically? Peter, what ideas come to your mind? Somebody who's played in a world championship match knows what that pressure is like. When you're faced with a massive decision like this, you're in your opponent's preparation, you know it, and you may or may not recall all the ins and outs. What's going through your mind if you're Gukesh?
Well, I think that if you don't recall, then you have to slow down. This is very critical moment. Yeah, you just can't be blitzing your moves unless you know exactly that that's the right decision. That's how the line goes. Otherwise, because this is now a very dangerous psychological situation that Ding has played fast. You know that the whole world is watching. People are expecting you to blitz out your perfect preparation, to recall every single detail in every single line. But if it's not the case, then you shouldn't be pretending that this is still my prep. This is classical chess. Ding knows the lines perfectly. One mistake can cost the game. And sometimes, now for example, if Gukesh is unsure, then he might have to simply spend 10, 15, 20 minutes and forget about what people are thinking. How does it look that I'm playing a sharp line and then suddenly I'm instead of blitzing out my prep, I'm really taking my time. But you have to, because the position is very dangerous.
And just to put a few moves on the board, it's something I mentioned, so I'll just show everybody. Bishop f5, defending the pawn. Typically, you want to defend loose pieces. It immediately loses to rook h to f1, and the bishop is lost. The queen can take a pawn, but you lose a more valuable piece at the end of the line. So bishop f5, easy to eliminate that option. Peter, how else can we defend this pawn on e4? Rook b8 comes to mind to defend it tactically, because if you're not awake yet and you take this pawn on e4, queen takes b2 is checkmate. So you can defend that pawn by creating a different threat. So those are two options that, we're just going to examine. What other move candidates and what other variations do you want to go down, Peter? We have some time. I think Gukesh is going to be thinking for a bit.
Yeah, rook b8 is kind of the dynamic move. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, but then you have to calculate what happens if white starts chasing that queen with rook df1, and then also rook h1 is coming. Somewhere some rook take g7 checkmating ideas will be threatening. So obviously black will have to activate that rook and develop the bishop. Normally that bishop on e6 would be probably a good piece, but we have to make sure that white won't be able to collect all the pawns. For example, okay, rook b8, rook df1. Where do we go with the queen?
I guess we have
e2,
to slide to e2. Yeah.
And we have a move.
We have rook to b8.
Yes, correct.
So we're analyzing the correct stuff at the moment. And I guess this queen to e2, I saw the evaluation bar jump, and I guess it's because this black queen can actually retreat to a very useful square, offering a queen trade, creating threats immediately against the white king. And let's not forget that there's a bad pawn structure here, so as the game continues, that could be an issue that white has to deal with.
Yes, so then what do we have? Yeah, knight c4 played. All right, so the knight is activated. However, in this case, we can forget about the hanging e4 pawn. It's already kind of a good news. Bishop e6 would be very tempting. Yeah, just get that bishop out, putting pressure on the knight on c4. The knight cannot move because it still needs to guard the b2 pawn. How does white react to bishop e6?
I guess rook d2 comes to mind, but then I'm noting you have queen f3 hitting the rook in the corner, and I'm not sure, because if the knight gets captured for that bishop, Peter, I'm a little at a loss to figure out how then white is going to create a serious initiative. I mean, a trade of these pieces seems to be in black's favor. But of course, Ding is playing instantly, so he's chosen this for a reason.
Yeah, somehow the feeling is that once the knight moved from d2 to c4, the position looks much less frightening for black. Now everything makes perfect sense. And we did see that Gukesh slowed down a bit, but it was really worth it. He recalled, I believe, his preparation with rook b8. And it might also be that the line is absolutely fine for black. Yeah, some key moves like rook b8 and maybe one more nice little move solves all the problems for black. Yeah, so I was a little bit over dramatic before because it looked really dangerous. But now that rook b8, knight c4 are on the board, I think that black should be kind of happy with the position.
You know, I'm actually gonna sort of back your first instinct, Peter, because yes, objectively, we see the bar off to the side. It says zeros. It's fine for black. But there may be a move, not just now, because bishop e6 looks very solid, but a few turns from now, where black may have to find an only move, and that's going to be the difficult choice. And that's the problem when you know that it's equal, but don't continue to study and go deep in the variations. I believe that Ding has studied this. We're move 17, maybe up to move 25. And that's what's really scary. And you know that extremely well, Peter. You've done some of the best chess games, played some of them that we've seen. And you know playing on the World Championship stage is not just about, oh, I'm equal now. How much deeper has my opponent gone? And if we can bring up an analysis board, I just want to highlight one position that I have in my head. And I'm curious for your take. So bishop e6 feels very natural. And I'm going to put some moves on the board. Rook d2 is a response. I know queen f3 is what we're going to advocate for because the rook is under attack. Let's say the rook slides to e1, and I was mentioning, at least from a distance, that this kind of trade is what black wants, but now that we have the position on the board rather than just in my head, this is the position I was worried about. e6 is a threat. Rook f1 could be an idea if you move that rook from f8. c6 is hanging. Like, I see that it objectively is okay for black, practically speaking, do you feel like this would be a difficult spot for Gukesh to be in? Because I do feel like Ding has more variations in store.
Yeah, that's the danger. Yeah, if you know that you are not only playing against Ding but against Rapport and his team and his supercomputers, that's kind of a really frightening scenario. And we also see now Ding in his resting room. I think it shows that he's confident, he's kind of happy with the situation, and he kind of gives us the message also that, okay, I created something, now it's my opponent's turn to solve his problems. Let me rest a bit, let me wait if he's able to handle the challenges. Well, looking at this position, yes, clearly that pawn on e5 will need to be eliminated. The move that comes to my mind is maybe rook b8 to e8. Can I try to just go after this pawn?
I'll put it on the analysis board. We have some time. Rook b to e8. I see you're going for my pawn. What if I get into this sort of position? Queen takes c6. If you take on e5, I was just looking at this and thinking, can I just go pawn hunting and claim that I have a material edge? And at least there's plenty of things to talk about in terms of imbalances.
Well, actually, I'm winning my a7 pawn. It's because you set up a double attack hitting the rook on e5 and the pawn on a7, and the pawn on h2 is beautifully protected by the rook on d2. The rook on e1 is passive, but it guards that super important e3 pawn, because the only dangerous pawn from black's perspective is that pawn on e4. But if the pawn on e3 blocks that, then this pawn doesn't go anywhere. And we see the evaluation bar also heavily invites favor. Yeah, so this is certainly not a good line for black. But then how do I play after queen takes c4? Yeah, that's the big question.
And this is really what I'm trying to get across to everybody watching, is that right now Gukesh probably knows, and at the very least feels, that bishop e6 is a good response. And even in the analysis board, we can see that it should be equal. But shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? You get into these moments where, yes, if you're backed by the engine, you're going to make a draw. That's how chess works. But when you're on your own, left to your own calculations, and walking into your opponent's preparation, you start looking at this position in your mind's eye, you're visualizing it, and you say, okay, this is a bit scary. e6. The c6 pawn's hanging. Rook f1, if I move my rook from f8, that could hit me at the wrong moment. The e4 pawn defended for now, but in certain endgames, if the queens get traded, that pawn could be in big trouble. There is a pawn majority on the queen side for white, 3-on-2 over here, and black has 4-on-3 over in the king side, right? An extra pawn on the G and H files compared to white. So then certain endgames, if black gets those pawns running, can be good. So I'm just trying to say, Peter, I don't fully know what the correct path forward would be, but what I do know is that Ding is chilling in his restroom over there, or the rest area. Restroom is different, obviously, but he is resting, he is hanging out, and Gukesh is the one sitting at the board, fully focused, trying to understand, what do I do at the moment?
Yeah, one suggestion could be maybe queen f5, but I'm not so much in love with. Anyway, I feel that you have a certain initiative. But I also would like to ask you, can you give my bishop back to c8? Because I get your point. Yeah, I'm suddenly not that happy with this position. Yeah, that can we maybe see an alternative like bishop g4 or some other active move for black? Is that an option?
I was thinking that for sure you could play on that side. Rook d2, I assumed, would be the response no matter what, and I guess you
and
have
queen
to.
h4. No, I wanted queen h4 so that I get the bishop to f3. I understand that it's a risky approach because I'm leaving some pawns behind, but I wanted to get some counterplay.
It looks really reasonable to me. I see that you're bringing your bishop in, your queen is a bit pesky on h4, and I'm just going to move forward with my knight, because if your bishop does go to f3, you have to be very careful for a timely knight f5. That's going to hurt, and I think just strategically speaking, this knight on d6, absolute monster.
Yes, exactly. It kind of cuts the board for black. The rooks are completely passive. Now we are with the queen on h4, not talking about any counterplay against the b2 pawn anymore, and this is maybe even just lost position. What did we do? I suggested two moves like let's try to be active with bishop g4, and it completely backfired. So yeah, bishop e6 and then taking that knight on c4 is probably the right way, but then you still have to be super precise to maintain the balance.
This is a really fun start to this sixth game, and I will say that for the audience, not so much for Gukesh at the moment, and we'll see what kind of understanding and preparation he still has here. Peter, am I right to conclude that Gukesh now is out of, at least from his memorization phase? Like, he may know that the position is level, but he doesn't have a string of 5-10 moves left in him.
Yes, exactly. But when I see Ding like this in the resting area, I feel that he really believes that there might be a chance here. Yeah, look at this. He is holding his head because he senses that this is a very critical, very interesting moment. He's recalling the analysis that, yes, there it continues, I can pose problems. I really feel in his body language that he's extremely determined today.
He chose an opening that ended up being quite sharp in nature. It started from a London system, and Gukesh is the one on the clock. So opening battle clearly won by Ding Liren. He is up about 20 minutes, and we'll see if Gukesh has a move in the near future. But this is not a comfortable position to be in. And Peter, I want to rely on some of your experience as a world championship challenger, somebody, as you said, lost the first game, was able to recover and even take the lead in that match. And I'll let history be history, because I know that was a huge occasion in your life, and the finish didn't go the way you wanted. But Peter, in your experience of being the challenger and trying to stabilize and withstand preparation and all of the above, how do you feel about Gukesh's chances right now? Are you concerned, or do you think that we are going to see a resilient Gukesh who is going to stave off this pressure?
Yes, I can really feel this moment, because Kramnik was posing me quite a lot of opening problems. I was working very hard over the board, and that famous Marshall, that I won. Was it, I think, game number 8, when I ran into his preparation. Yeah, he was blitzing his moves, and I spent 55 minutes at one moment in time, and I was more than 1 hour behind on the clock. Probably everybody thought that, okay, I'm gonna lose. That would have been the logical follow-up of what happened, but I went on to win one of my best games. So this kind of situations are always very tricky, that the player who is not thinking, who is really like Gukesh working, is going very deep. But on the other hand, if he will face more computers, it will be very unpleasant to defend.
Okay, well, it's great to hear, Peter, about your experience and some of the struggles you faced, but also some of the better moments as well. And so you know what it's like to be in Gukesh's shoes from your previous World Championship. And here you see him cracking his fingers. He is working hard at the board. So, John, this opening, it started off as what might have been a peaceful beginning, but here we are. The action is heating up. So, John, as we take you in and bring you back, what are you most excited for as you see this position unfold?
Exactly right, Robert. The London system is perhaps known for being solid and a bit peaceful, but Ding giving it a little bit of a new lease of life there, as we understand the pawn move, d takes e5, being a theoretical novelty. Very interesting to see how Gukesh chooses to respond to this. One thing I would point out, though, is that we have asymmetrical pawn structures. We have castling on opposite sides of the board. We have pawns being left out in the opening. Okay, that's still part of theory. But there are lots and lots of imbalances in this game, Peter, that maybe we haven't seen this sort of approach yet in this World Championship match. So today is almost like day one of seeing what the players are going to do when so many imbalances are thrown at them. And from that point of view, it's pretty exciting.
Absolutely, and it's also the very first game in the match where White is really fighting for the initiative, putting the opponent under pressure right from the start. I'm loving it. And this is exactly what makes the World Championship matches so thrilling. You have fascinating opening battles.
So as the players sit down, have a little bit of a deeper think on how they want to proceed from here, we are going to be taking a brief break. But just before we do, we want to remind you, don't forget, we are currently collaborating with ChessUp. And in fact, because it's Black Friday weekend, we've still got some deals going on for you as well. This is a revolutionary smart chessboard that's going to change how you learn and play the game. The pieces are touch sensitive, they light up the board, you've even got AI assistance should you choose to use it. ChessUp 2 will meet you at your skill level, and it supports training and growth, and it even allows you to play chess.com bots over the board. The Black Friday Savings Week is here with $70 off. If you want to grab one now, just head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in the chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. Folks, while we contemplate Gukesh's reply, we will be heading over to a break, and when we come back, the players are out of prep. Things are getting spicy in game number 6.
One of the big additions to this year's World Championship is that the presenting sponsor is one of the biggest companies in the world, Google. This is their corporate display, and over here we can see the derivation of DeepMind's
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is ChessUp 2. Take everything you love about playing on chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up, the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back to Game 6 of the Fide World Championship. The London system is on the board and there are fireworks. It's New Year's Eve across the Thames as far as the World Champs are concerned right here. And Gukesh is settling in for a fairly long think. Ding Liren still with nearly 2 hours on the clock. This is... Go on, Robert. Tell me if you disagree. I feel like this is the most comfortable I've seen Ding all match long so far. What would you say?
I completely agree. And you're usually quite comfortable when you've caught your opponent in some preparation. It's not like Gukesh's position with the black side is anywhere near that bad, but it's uncomfortable to play against somebody who is blitzing out their moves, and every decision for Gukesh is a challenge. So we'll see how resilient he is. We know what a strong player that Gukesh is already at just 18 years old. But for Ding, yeah, this is a moment where he's looking at this as a turning point. So it's a very scary position to be in for Gukesh.
And Peter, I'm going to throw what might be a very long question at you, but hopefully a very worthwhile one for people who are watching at home on the stream. In such an imbalanced position where we've got bishop versus knight, castling on opposite sides of the board, White getting his rooks connected, but we're still waiting to see exactly where they end up. Black trying to defend against some of these ideas. Can you help talk us through some of the main ideas for where to attack for White and maybe some of the counter-attacking chances for Black? Where are both Ding and Gukesh looking at the board at the moment?
Well, so far this is also the line that we discussed with Robert, and it was very natural. Yeah, we felt like it's kind of nice to eliminate that monster knight with bishop takes c4, but then we get a completely different dynamic. Yeah, then we eliminated that knight, but still all these e5, e6 ideas, opening up the position, Black's king, the pawn on c6 was vulnerable. I did try to go after the e5 pawn, but it turned out that it wasn't so simple. That's exactly the reason why we are really worried for Gukesh. Yeah, that if you haven't analyzed this position, it's very tricky. Now, I was using the break, and I felt like, okay, hang on, okay, I haven't been playing for 5 years. Yes, I now returned for the Chess Olympiad, so I did quite some rehearsing of my opening lines and so on. But this line was also something that I had in my mind 5 years ago. And I just opened my notes, and my notes were actually, if we can go back 2 moves, just after knight c4. And I want to highlight that instead of knight c4, the move in my file was clearly knight b3 as the main move. And then after knight b3, I had quite a lot of analysis, and Black was absolutely fine. And knight c4 was mentioned. However, after knight c4, the move which I couldn't recall at all, was queen g2. Queen g2 was written in my file, a move that if you don't remember, you will never ever play. It will simply not cross your mind. It certainly did not cross mine, and it was some line was going on, and it ended with equal. Well, those are the scary things. Yeah, that probably the computer was highlighting that this isn't such a critical position. And when you look at it with the computer, then everywhere you see all this 0-0 evaluation, and you think like, of course I have the B file, White also has weak pawns, I will develop that bishop somehow, and of course things will be fine. But when you go deeper into it, like Robert highlighted very quickly, that yes, 0-0, but maybe a couple of moves, and you have to play with computer precision in order to maintain the balance, and then it's already extremely scary.
I just want to talk about this queen g2 move. Sorry, John, I heard you there. I didn't mean to cut you off. You go first.
No, I was going to say I absolutely love that, how it's a completely equal evaluation, but the danger isn't now. The danger is in a couple of moves' time, and Gukesh has to tread very, very carefully, because if he picks a line where in 2 or 3 moves, he has to play with that computer precision that Peter just mentioned, and he has to do that for 4 or 5 really sharp moves in a row, that could really throw the fox amongst the pigeons, and unfortunately could land him in a lot of hot water. So to me, listening to that, it feels like the sharpest thing in this position is Peter's notebook. So with that, Robert, I will let you guys get back to analyzing the position. Take it away.
Well, that's a great line to end on. Thank you so much, John. And I mean, speaking of Peter's notebook, queen to g2. I mean, that kind of move is not something you just come up with. If we just go a half step back, in this position, why is queen g2 good? It doesn't actually make that much sense. The pawn on e4 isn't directly under attack. The queen already is putting pressure on b2. So putting your queen to g2 like this, walking into a rook g1, going after the black king, I understand, now that Peter's mentioned it, that queen g2, I think the purpose is to stop rook d2. But who knew that's what you needed to stop? So when you're on your own trying to figure out the exact correct computer line, good luck to you in a position like this. So Peter, thank you so much for sharing.
And I suggested bishop g4, the 2 developing moves. And if you would have told me that, Peter, queen g2 is the move, I would have told you, no way, that's ruled out. And that's exactly the reason why it's so tricky when you are following some computerized lines. And the line was going, I think, rook h g1, queen takes h2, pawn grabbing, again, something I would have discourage that. No, we are not going pawn hunting. The position is about dynamics, not counting pawns. But yeah, computer does not care. And then some with precise play, it says that actually white has nothing more than a draw. But it's so nice. And it should be more or less fine for black, but I'm with you that it's still
We can see Gukesh still deep in thought right now, Peter. So done. I don't think he did it 5 years ago. Young, 18 years old. I don't think at 13 he was coming up with the antidote to the London system. But look at Ding. I mean, he really is just hanging out in the lounge. He knows that he has caught Gukesh by surprise. He should be confident, and I can't tell if that's a banana peel next to him, but this isn't Mario Kart. He's not going to be slipping on that. In fact, he's satisfied with the opening and thanking his team for a job well done.
Absolutely. Also, one thing is very nice that when you play such a long opening preparation, then you can forget about the clock, yeah? So time travel won't be an issue. He also knows exactly, yeah, that if Gukesh makes a mistake, then he might get real chances. So he's already ready for that scenario. Yeah, we have talked about this the previous game, that he might have simply not believed, yeah, because it was such a dry kind of position, yeah, that okay, it's gonna be a draw no matter what, but in fact he had the chance and he let it slip. Well, now he is really very sharp. He knows exactly that he went for this very double-edged line. His team came up with a great idea. It was not d takes e5, but to understand that this knight d2 to c4 might be a very unpleasant move to face over the board. And here I believe that Richie is very much in the house, yeah, because these are those typical Rapport's ideas where he does not care about the engine evaluation. He senses that this position is, humanly speaking, dangerous for black, and let's try to test him. Let's try to test our opponent.
It's really true that Richard Rapport, full of opening shocks, and here it's working to perfection for Ding Liren. The game is ongoing. There is so much to be said about the next few moves, but we can see Ding. I mean, he is as relaxed as ever, considering this is a World Chess Championship match. And if we're trying to get into the head of Gukesh, his opponent, right, we see that the knight can be captured on c4, and there Ding is just playing around in the rest area. But Gukesh knows that he can take this knight, but likely thinking about the Are there alternative moves, that you can see, Peter, besides bishop takes knight? Because perhaps he's not so tunneled on that decision, and he needs to figure out the way forward all on his own right now.
Yes, he has to. Well, to me, bishop takes c4 is the most natural one. Well, there is also the other move order with rook b5 first, hitting the queen, but I think it does not really change anything because you can grab the pawn on c6. And after bishop takes c4, queen c4, rook takes e5, queen c7, we end up exactly in the same line that we already had on our boards 20 minutes ago.
Yes, so we'll analyze some of these lines just to show everybody what Peter is talking about. It just says transposition, funnily enough. Rook b5 hitting the queen, but once the knight is captured on c4, the queen takes back, and yes, e5 falls, but after rook takes e5, queen c7, that's a double attack, and at the very least, white can gobble up the a7 pawn. And I think I just want to finish one thing here, Peter, is rook back to e8, trying to play rook a8 in response. I don't think that works out because of back rank problems, and it's funny how chess can work like this. Queen e7, rook takes a2, and then in this position, rook d8 wins the game for white because the black king does not have luft. So yes, black gets the check in first, but the checks run out very quickly. King c2, you can even get another check on f2, the king escapes to b3, and that's that, Peter. Game over because the black king has nowhere to run.
It's a wonderful line, yeah, just to highlight that how sharp the position is, yeah. We have just played natural logical moves. It looked like both sides have their chances, and all of a sudden black has to resign. A very scary scenario. And hang on, after queen e7, I couldn't play rook f8, taking that queen away with the tempo. Because then you just play queen d7, right? Yeah.
This is a theme today, Peter. Bringing the queen to attack one of the rooks so the second rook isn't free to move up the board.
Yes, well, very unpleasant situation for Gukesh, because if the logical follow-up is not good enough, then he needs to find an alternative. Yeah, first of all, he has to understand that playing naturally leads into some trouble. This is the first step in order to try to understand what else should we do. So, okay, let's return to the starting position. You asked me to suggest different alternatives. Well, maybe I'm biased, but this knight on c4 scares me so much. And do you see some other alternative, Robert?
I think you and I are on the same page here, Peter, that knight d6 feels so worrisome that I'll make a random move like a6 or something like that. Like knight d6, this is not what you want to see from the black side, because you can't kick a knight off of a dark square, especially when it's defended by a pawn, a rook, and a queen, when you have a light square bishop. This is the downside of having a bishop compared to a knight. A knight jumps from color complex to color complex. The bishop only sits on the light squares in this game. So I was just trying to show the point. A6 is obviously not a very strong move from the black side, but still, that a knight landing on d6, that becomes a unicorn, and that's a mythical creature that nobody wants to face off against.
Yes, well, luckily there is this pawn on a2 hanging, yes? So can we actually now grab on a2? Is that a kind of an idea for black not to play a6, something else, but with the intention that against knight d6 we might be able to capture on a2? So this case then maybe some h6 or something would be more useful.
I was about to ask, so your question, bishop takes a2 here. Can you get away with it? At first, clearly you can. This objectively still is just fine for black. But what if I try to trap your bishop in here? Like, I don't take any material just yet. This bishop isn't participating in the game. And Peter, I know the type of player you are. I feel like I share some similarities with you. That knight on d6 is definitely worth a pawn.
Yes, certainly. Certainly.
I can hear it in your tone, Peter. You're just like, please, I never want to face a knight like that on d6.
Yeah, we are strategists. Yeah, we see all the potential in White's position. And for example, okay, I would give the argument that, okay, I can put the bishop on b3, and that bishop is also not bad on b3, creating some pressure against White's king. But certainly would love to be with the white side here.
Yeah, same here. And there still is attacking potential against the black king, and this knight on d6. The reason it's so frustrating is look at the squares it covers. It's not just attacking a pawn on e4. That's not really the critical point. Is no rook b7 if you want to defend the 7th rank. The knight covers b7. It also stops the rook from going c8 or e8, and it can drop back to f5 at the right moment to help with an attack. So there are problems in the heart of black's position here because of this knight on d6. And Peter, if we just throw in one more suggestion, because in this position, I don't like the h6 pawn. I'd rather my pawn be on g6. But then I'm thinking in my head, if we go back to the start, g6, let's say, knight d6 anyway, we get this type of position, and I shut the bishop out here. Now I'm worried about this f6 square, because if white is able to even make a move like queen d4, knight takes e4, then that knight gets into f6, so that's another dark square weakness, and it's a light square bishop that isn't even helping the black king defend itself.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm very happy that I see Gukesh capturing that monster knight with bishop takes c4. It had to be played. Queen takes c4 on the board. And now is the big question. How is Gukesh going to handle the position?
And Peter, oftentimes when someone spends a lot of time, they then follow it up quickly. But I actually think that first decision was very challenging, and it doesn't get easier. So just to determine, I need to get rid of that knight. Knight on d6 is too much to allow, but this is the big moment, and we had this on an analysis board a while ago. e6 is a threat. Queen takes c6 is directly winning a hanging pawn. So how do you stop all of these threats at once? Queen f5, I think you mentioned that move. It seems like a very fair response from black, but ultimately we are going to have a dynamic where white has more pawns on the queen side, black has more pawns on the king side, and especially if the queens come off the board, Peter, then we're talking about rook endgames, but not just a stale affair. We're talking about pawn races and which side can try to promote first.
Yeah, those are very dangerous scenarios. Yeah, I also feel like since the position is completely out of control, it's good that it's Gukesh who is sitting on the black side. I imagine myself, as I just want to highlight that because there are so many unbalances in the position. I think someone who is rusty, you put him on the black side and he will just collapse. Yeah, this is the way how I see it. I know exactly that Gukesh is super sharp. He can calculate lines incredibly well, and he needs all these skills to navigate this position because it's, practically speaking, over the board with all the pressure and all your opponent blitzing out his moves clearly in preparation. It's such an unpleasant scenario.
It is no fun to walk into your opponent's preparation and look at the clock. Ding has nearly as the amount of time he started with. He has spent not even 7 minutes, and part of that is probably walking back from the rest area. And Gukesh, he's spent over 50 minutes, and he is still thinking because the position remains sharp. And I agree with you, though, that it is good if you're looking at this thinking, who could handle this position from the black side? Gukesh is the type of player who can. But I also think this is a scenario where experience is so essential. This is not the type of game where calculation directly, at least in this current position, is going to solve all your problems. It's coming up with a strategy. Do I want to go to a pawn down with activity? Do the queens need to stay on the board, or if the queens come off the board, is black okay? Do I need to go after this e5 pawn, or should I try to protect my c6 pawn? These swirling questions, Peter, they're very difficult to answer, and you know that for Gukesh, he is working diligently to answer those questions right now, and for Ding, he may have those questions already answered because he's in his preparation.
Yes, well, my intuition somehow tells me that I have no time to protect my weaknesses. Yeah, that's my kind of feeling in this position. And Queen F5 on the board, okay, I'm happy because I felt like this is a solid move.
And I'm wondering here, Peter, how quickly will Ding play? Because if he continues to blitz out his moves, that is scary. But it does seem like he has paused for the first time, and Gukesh is able to stretch those weary legs. And chess can be so exhausting when you're sitting there calculating, burning energy. And here we see Ding has not responded just yet. So I feel like I can breathe. And for Ding, I'm wondering, does he still have 5 more moves in store for us, or is now he officially on his own?
Yeah, these are very interesting moments. Yeah, first of all about Gukesh, yeah, that he had to make very tough decisions. Finally, he felt like, okay, I have decided on bishop e6, bishop takes e4, queen f5 sequence of moves. And the tension that the players who are defending it, yeah, sitting there, they really feel like I want to get up and go to the bathroom, maybe wash my face, refresh, whatever. Also, just by walking around, it helps you calm your nerves, yeah, because certainly you feel like you're under pressure. And in Ding's case, the move queen f5, and we see the evaluation bar jumping in white's favor, not very much, but clearly queen f5 wasn't black's main move. Now, if you have only analyzed this with the computer, then you are assuming that your opponent knows everything. He will play first-line computer moves, and you know all those lines. And because who could have known that Gukesh will play exactly this line, yeah, against the London system? There are hundreds or thousands of different move orders, solid setups, so you cannot analyze everything till the very end. And by Ding slowing down, he knows that queen f5 was not the best move, so it should be somehow better for white, but it seems like he isn't in move preparation anymore.
That's right. I'm going to go a half step back because the bar did jump a little bit. I'm going to get the assistance of our Silicon friend. Ooh, the best move, apparently, the only move that kept the evaluation at nearly zeros rook b to d8, and that's not an easy move to play because at the very least you're offering a pawn if the rooks are swapped, but also rook d6 feels like one of those moves that you hate to see, a collinear move where if you ever take on d6, you're going to see a passed pawn that is very close to the other side. So that's not an easy move to make. Peter, in addition, just swapping rooks on d8 and playing e6, that looks scary as well in some lines for the black king. The white king is also open, so we should keep that honest. But this is not an easy position to figure out. I think queen f5, to me, Peter, it feels like a safer move, at least from an immediate perspective.
Yes, this rook bd8 move is one of those mysterious moves that when the computer highlights, then it makes perfect sense. Of course, yeah, we have to trade that powerful rook on d2. If we trade that rook, then we will get counterplay, we will get access to white's king. Then already somewhere some queen f2 ideas might appear, hitting the rook on e1, which protects the most important white pawn on e3. So it makes perfect sense, but it was so nice that we were able to think about the position without the engine, and rook bd8 wasn't the move that was smiling on me at all. I did not even really consider it. Yeah, maybe shame on me, but yeah, that's how I'm functioning.
Well, I'm going to be your partner on the commentary here because I didn't mention that move, didn't even think about it, and part of the reason why was these e6 ideas for white after a rook trade, but even this move rook d6, that would be frustrating because you're not going to take that rook on d6. Yes, queen f2 is here, but then this is the type of position, Peter, I was asking about in advance. Like, can you trade queens as black? What trades do you want? What trades do you want to avoid? And with white, the first to the active play in the position, I would not want to trade queens, so I'm just going to make a sort of retreating move again, queen to f5, and see how it reacts. Okay, a little bit improving for white, but maybe not the end of the world. I just see the open file, I see the activity, and that would definitely cause me concern, but maybe the engine knows best. I think that's not really an uncertainty, that's a for sure, but this is not an easy position to figure out, is my ultimate point.
Well, I think that if you know that rook bd8 is the right move, yes, somehow you can recollect that rook bd8 was important, it was in my file, and it was written that key move, yeah, because often such mysterious moves, I like to write their key move, yeah, because just whenever you repeat your file, then it's just not one of the 100 or 1,000 moves, but you see that this is something to try to remember, yeah, in the future. This is one of my tricks in order to help navigate all these millions of lines, yeah, line moves that you are actually creating as building your repertoire. And I feel like now here that white has stepped back with the queen to e2. I'm not that worried. So for example, after queen f5, rook ed1, can I just sidestep with rook d8? And then after rook takes c6, I'm hitting the pawn on e5. No, maybe I even take with the rook on e5. Maybe with the rook. And then I'm going to push a5 if I'm given a chance. I'm going to play h5, g6. At least I feel that this is a position where I can already play by hand. Yeah, the worst has passed for black.
You know, it's funny you say that because I simultaneously agree with you that there are a number of moves that come to mind for black, so that at least will make you breathe a little bit easier. But on the other hand, you're looking at this position and you see the imbalances. Now white has these C and B pawns. Then if the queens come off the board, how fast are they? Black's pawns seem a little bit slower out of the gates. So I'm totally with you that there's so many more ideas that come to mind for black, but I'm also looking at the position white's rooks are active. There could be some rooks landing on the 7th rank. And as we return to the game position and Ding still is thinking, I'm wondering, Peter, like if we take on c6 and take on e5, sort of a similar premise. Does white gain control of this fully open file? And does that leave black sort of gasping for air for a few moves, just trying to figure out what exactly do I do, because there is going to be mounting pressure against the black position?
Certainly, yeah, white has initiative. If I would not see the level bar, then I wouldn't be able to tell that white is better. I feel that white is fighting for advantage, but if white really has an advantage, I would not be able to tell. And from the body language, I think it's very important to talk about this, with that finally Gukesh has made his decision. he kind of feels that, okay, maybe I haven't found the perfect computer solution. Maybe I'm objectively slightly worse. On the other hand, I made sure that nothing really serious can happen to me. I'm in the game. He's leaning back on his chair, showing confidence. Ding is looking at him. And now Ding feels a bit disappointed. He feels like if I would have checked this move, Queen F5, and I would have been able to blitz out one more move and put one more pressure on Gukesh, that might have been super important. Yeah, this kind of small things can affect the game so much. I know it from myself, yeah, that when you are under pressure, you spend tons of time, you are still in opening preparation, then you finally make a move with which you kind of agree that, yes, I'm not neutralizing my opponent's preparation. I'm slightly worse, but I'm solid. And then suddenly my opponent slows down and pings. That's when I feel like, okay, I'm going to survive this game. I'm going to hold this. It's all okay. But if your opponent at this moment still blitzes out one more move and you feel like you are fighting against a computer, not against your opponent, then psychologically it can have an effect that you crack. And I feel that in this case, Gukesh is really relieved that he has the other scenario.
Yeah, and we both acknowledge rook b to d8. That move wasn't on our radar, but I like the way that Gukesh has handled this. And it's still not going to be easy unless Ding is not ambitious. And John, I know we've talked about this in previous days. You're here watching this game unfold. But I guess part of the equation is how ambitious will Ding be? His opening choice, clearly ambitious. But sometimes when he's had these little advantages, he allows the game to peter out sooner than many others would.
I love the way that Peter just summarized. An extra move blitzed out here might have had an important impact on the game. And I think that plays into what you're saying right now, Robert, about how ambitious is Ding being. Because an extra move blitzed out could have ended up in a situation where Gukesh is sweating that much more. But I'll also throw the flip side to you. What do you think, Robert, about if Gukesh sees that Ding is thinking, okay, I should be able to survive this. My position is solid. I think I can take the game and carry on from here. But he runs the risk of being a little bit complacent. He runs the risk of maybe missing something in a position that, quite frankly, is still full of imbalances and is still quite sharp. There's also that risk to mitigate, right?
Well, one of the joys of being a teenager, long past for the three of us here on the call, is that you have a sense of confidence, a sense of joy, just looking at these positions, and you feel very sharp and you're willing to battle. But on the other end of that is for Ding, he has vast experience. He's the world champion, and well before he was the world champion, he had a 100-game unbeaten streak. He's able to pressure even Magnus Carlsen, the #1 rated player on the planet. So I'm just trying to set the tone here that, yeah, Gukesh is playing really, really well, and I'm very impressed with the way he's handling himself. And Ding has not proven to press to the greatest degree, at least in some of the previous games, like yesterday. But Ding has a great experience, a wealth of it. And in an endgame, if the queens come off, then we could see, can a player like Ding, in better form, can he actually try to secure victory and use a nagging advantage? Or will Gukesh be solid like he has been and able to stave off the pressure?
So far, the story, at least where draws have been concerned in this World Championship match, has been Ding maybe not capitalizing as much as he could when he's had an advantage. Is that going to change today as he puts Gukesh under a tremendous amount of middle game pressure? The players are settling in for a big think as we come to you live from Singapore. Mind you guys, this is not the only event where you're going to be able to attend live in the month of December heading out of 2024. We've also got the Champions Chess Tour Finals, live and in person in Oslo, Norway. And why are we telling you this right now? Because some of the folks watching the game are in Singapore right now, and you can be in Oslo, invited into the room alongside 8 of chess's greatest titans, including Magnus, Ali Reza, and MVL. You'll get all of the high stakes and high caliber action, but tickets also include perks like hand and brain chess, simultaneous displays, photo opportunities with the players, and much more. Use !CCT finals in chat or visit go.chess.com/CCT finals 24 and secure your tickets now. We are back in the thick of things at Ding versus Gukesh, folks. Let's see what these players choose to do with their remaining time in the middle game. We'll be back after a couple of minutes to see if anything gets resolved.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
A lot of people would say Fischer, I guess. Not so sure about that. I think I will go with Capablanca, though. He's somebody who came out of nowhere and just played very sort of clear, simple, and yet brilliant chess, and that is something that I would characterize as genius-like. When it comes to entertaining, it starts and ends with Tal, and I don't really see any great competition there. So both really on and off the board. As a modern player, I will say that probably will have to say Garry Kasparov, because he really has influenced all the best players today. I think somebody who definitely stands out as extremely sane and level-headed and just a wonderful person to be around in every way is Anand. So.
We are back continuing our coverage with game number 6 in the Fide World Championship. The position is finally poised on the board at the moment, with Dingley Ren potentially having an opportunity to press in the middle game. It hasn't been smooth sailing for Ding up to this point though. The current world champion has had a turbulent 12 months, so to speak, and his challenger has seen a meteoric rise up through the ranks of the chess world. Let's remind ourselves what's gone on in the year heading up to the World Championship match. These events, of course, are particularly important if you're trying to study what sort of form people are on. As you can see, Dingley Ren's rating was above 2,800, has been on a downward trend for a little while. The Tata Steel Masters in 2013 in particular, he lost over 20 rating points and then did a similar thing in 2024 as well, losing another 17 before plummeting in Norway. So he hasn't had the greatest year, and Gukesh, in the meantime, has been absolutely blitzing his rating straight up to near 2,800. Going to be capped off really with that amazing performance in the 2024 Chess Olympiad. Now, it hasn't all been smooth sailing. There have been downward trends as well, but the general impression everybody in the world, I think, got heading into this match was Dingley Ren struggling to find his form a little bit, and Gukesh absolutely on the ascendancy, not only a star of tomorrow, but very much establishing himself as a star of today. But Peter, Ding shut a lot of the criticizers up with his victory in game number 1, and as the old adage in sports says, form is temporary, class is permanent, and we got peak Ding once again. The question for us now is whether he can keep it up over 14 rounds.
Well, I don't think that we have seen peak Ding yet, because peak Ding would have capitalized on those chances that we have seen, but certainly we have a very strong Ding in the match. First of all, matches are completely different than tournaments, because here you come very well prepared. You have a team behind you. Yeah, you get a lot of support. You know exactly that this is the match of your life. Yeah, this is where you have to deliver. And as you beautifully highlighted, yeah, Ding has the class on his side. Yeah, he's a tremendous player. And in tournament play, yeah, you are shaky. It's not going that well. You lose all your confidence. In modern chess, it's so easy to lose a lot of rating points. He has been struggling. But in this match, right from the beginning, he was able to show that he is very much in the game. He has nothing to fear. In the very first game, when Gukesh really challenged him and was way too aggressive, he punished him mercilessly. Yeah, just without any chances for Gukesh to come back in that game. And I believe after this, you can forget about the ratings. If you ask Gukesh right now that whose rating is higher, I think he will just tell you that it does not matter at all. I'm playing against a super strong opponent. And for the moment, also opening-wise, it feels like Ding is the one who is controlling the match.
I think you've summarized that really well, Peter. Win, lose, or draw, it does feel like Ding is the player in control if you had to pick one of the two in this match so far. And Robert arguably showing that it doesn't really matter what the trend line has suggested over the last year. We are in for an absolutely titanic battle. I'll hand it back over to you guys now for this next segment.
Thanks so much, John. And yeah, I think that it all comes down to match play. And for Ding, ever since he won the World Championship, his next big event was the upcoming World Championship. So it's one of those awkward positions to be in. And Peter, you have that experience firsthand. And Ding has been very vocal about some of the pressures he's faced, the struggles he's been going through. But also from a chess perspective, when you win a World Championship and you want to retain that title, sometimes you hold back a bit, don't you?
Well, you might hold back, but also if we go back in time, then we can recall Vishy's reign. Yeah, Vishy was extremely doing well in tournament play. Then suddenly he became the world champion. Yeah, and then all of a sudden he kept on winning his matches, but he started struggling in his tournaments. And Vishy was also saying that the kind of preparation that is required for match play is actually not beneficial really for tournament play, because in tournament play you want to be more aggressive, while for matches you build a very solid kind of repertoire. Yeah? And then at the moment when Vichy lost to Magnus in Chennai 2013, then many people have been saying, oh, it's time for Vichy to retire. What is Vichy doing? And what did Vichy do? He went on to crash the candidates 2014. Yeah, just that he got rid of this pressure of being the world champion. Now let's play chess. Clearly also the preparation helped him that was made for the match against Magnus Carlsen. But often these kind of things are also psychological. And then Vichy, even in this moment, whenever he plays, it's such a joy. I'm so happy to see him because he's like still one of the very best players in the world, showing again that class is class.
Class is definitely class, and when you talk about Vishwanathan Anand, there is no better word. He is an inspiration to the entire nation of India, and the players, the youngsters like Gukesh, like Arjun, who is officially over 2,800 as of the rating list that came out, and the many others like Nihal, who won a very important tournament, the President's Cup, and just all of them, Pragnananda. We can keep going, I think, for hours about the Indian prodigies, but what we're trying to get at here, Peter, is that the World Championship is different. It's different than your open tournaments, as you said, where you have to play very ambitiously to rack up the wins so that you can compete with other people who you're not directly facing. Here it's one-on-one. There is nobody else in the arena except for Ding and Gukesh. And Ding is now thinking for quite a while. So we were really impressed with the preparation in today's game. We thought he chose a quiet that turned sharp variation that put Gukesh on his back foot very early. And now Ding is having to think on his own. So he's using his brain rather than the silicon beast that was helping him, assisting in his preparation to get to this point. And now that we're here, Peter, my big question for you is, do you sense that Ding is quite ambitious today? Do you think that he will continue to try to press this position? Because even though he's been sitting and thinking for 25 minutes, he still is 20 plus minutes up on the clock. And I think with White's control over the open D file, he can sort of look at his pluses here and think about more than just, oh, my opponent's found a great defense, let's just call it a day. There is a rest day tomorrow after all.
Well, there is this, I believe, mixed feeling inside Ding, yeah, because on one hand he's very happy that his preparation worked. On the other hand, we talked about this or not, then I have to mention that Gukesh is already very much into the game, yeah, because the last 1 hour he had been very hard working, trying to understand what are all the finesses in the position, how to get the stability in Black's position, yeah, because the problem that Black really faced is that it's not really clear how do I stop White's initiative, how do I handle the situation. It seems like he found it, and in Ding's case, knowing that it was his preparation and he might feel like if I would have analyzed this Queen F5 move a little bit longer, and here comes the point, yeah, that nowadays in order to make great preparation you have to use the computer, yeah. There are hundreds of positions to be analyzed. You can't devote to each and every one. Yeah, but often, for example, now if we just take this position, imagine that old school players would have analyzed over the board and the player Dinglian would have asked his second that please make a move on your own. And then Black would have probably played bishop e6, bishop takes e4, and queen f5 in the analysis. And then you guys would be laughing and spending interesting time together that, yes, it's a very logical way of playing. How do I play? You start analyzing. You might not be able to find the way with White to pose problems. And then you tell to your second, okay, let's open computer. Let's try to understand what computer says. And then the computer tells you the exact right scenario that this is the way to go forward. And then everything clicks and you are super confident. This is the ideal kind of scenario, but it's clear that it did not happen. And this is what Dinglian is now regretting. And I think he's very upset in this regard that just very little, and it could have made his preparation fantastic. And without this one small detail, it might just be good, but might not be decisive factor.
And we have to wonder when the last time Ding looked at that preparation was. Did he prepare it this morning or yesterday in anticipation of today's game? Is this something that, like you, Peter, he prepared 5 years ago and is only now able to use while at the board? But while we're in this position and we're talking about chances between these players, Ding Liren wouldn't be world champion without a number of circumstances, but one of those was winning that last round game of the candidates against Hikaru Nakamura. And he had less of a promising position than he has right now. I mean, at some point it looked like that game Hikaru had equalized, and it was sort of just maneuvering pieces and trying to see who came up with a better strategy. And Ding, he proved to be too powerful in that game. So with this position, I'm just trying to reflect on some of the highlights in Ding's career and what kind of player he is, where he is able to put the squeeze on and come up with good strategy. So my big question, if we can just put a couple moves on the board here. White has one rook on d2. Usually we like doubling our rooks in the open file. My question is, if queen takes c6, queen takes e5, and say rook to d1, what plan are you thinking that Black wants to execute here? Because I see a lot of control on one open file, an active queen. Not that Black is in grave danger at the moment, but I guess what plan are you looking for from the Black side?
Well, honestly, I'm not really worried of the Black's position at all. I feel like I have g6, a very nice stabilizer, creating luft for my king. It's good in every sense. I will also have rook b6, opportunity kicking that queen away. The pawn on h2 is weak, yeah, so you can't really activate that rook from d2 because then the pawn on h2 is hanging. I just feel like, humanly speaking, and that's why I have this feeling that Ding is really regretting not knowing the computer's direction at least, because over the board, if I just look at it, I'm not frightened with Black. Yeah, it just looks like it's a double-edged position. White's king is also vulnerable. Now the queen on e5 sits very comfortably. You really have to use some tremendous computer precision, I believe, in order to pose Black problems.
I think if the queens came off, we'd be having a different discussion, because without queens, a lot of Black's activity is thrown out the window, and I'm just going to make probably a bad decision from the Black side of taking on d5, because, Peter, I think we can agree, and maybe not, but I think we can agree that White is clearly the side pressing without the queens on the board.
Yes and no, because I understand what you mean. Yeah, for example, with White, it's much easier now to imagine how you're gonna push your pawns and you have active rooks, but I always have this f5, g5, f4 counterplay. For example, let's just show something like f5, rook d7, and if I could sacrifice my pawn with rook f7, I would be trading the rooks. Yeah, takes, rook d7 check, I activate the king, and for example, you take on a7, I might play king f6, but okay, doesn't matter. I want to highlight that now I'm gonna go g5, I just sacrifice all my pawns. You take on h7, and I push f4. You are 2 pawns up, but suddenly I feel that maybe I'm better with Black.
And I agree. You've convinced me about this element here, and that's what happens when you don't have a symmetrical pawn structure. So you're totally on point here. You see that Black would be the side for choice in this endgame, despite being 2 pawns down. It's not about the quantity of pawns, it's about the quality, and Black's passed pawns rumble first. And I think that's a good lesson for everybody, and I'm going to just quickly backtrack to one moment in this variation, that instead of going pawn hunting and just being greedy, maybe White would be well advised to start pushing pawns like b4, get your king up, play c4 and c5, and then we have a true pawn race. And I just like the coordination of White's rooks on an open file, but as you pointed out, Black is going to play g5 and f4 and will have chances of his own. So Peter, I completely agree. This is not one-sided traffic, and it's going to be a struggle for Ding to try to increase the pressure, especially as he spends so much time. So while we're talking about struggles in the position, we could talk about struggles as a whole, and Ding Liren faced many obstacles on his way to the 2024 Fide World Championship. So let's dive in and see how the world champion has performed this year.
Ding Liren made history in 2023 when he became the 17th World Chess Champion. His journey to get there was nothing short of extraordinary. Ding's rise began early, becoming the youngest ever Chinese champion at 16. His breakthrough on the international stage came in 2015 when he finished second in the star-studded Tata Steel chess event, behind only Magnus Carlsen. From then on, the chess world knew that Ding was a force to watch. Ding wasn't done impressing, scoring one of the most remarkable achievements in chess history. The Chinese star went on an incredible 100-game undefeated streak between 2017 and 2018, the longest until Carlsen broke it in October 2019. During the time, he entered the world's top 5 chess players and broke the 2800 rating mark. Another impressive achievement came in 2019 when he won the Singfield Cup with an undefeated score, beating Carlsen in a blitz playoff. Ding was the first to beat Carlsen in a tiebreak in 12 years.
Oh my god, you just made him. I'm hyped. I'm on the Ding train.
In 2022, the 32-year-old finished second in the candidates tournament, falling just short of a chance to challenge for the title. However, the reigning champion Magnus Carlsen then stunned the chess world when he announced that he would not defend his title. As a result, Ding would face Jan Nepomniachtchi, the winner of the candidates, in a challenge for the throne. The 2023 World Chess Championship was a thrilling back-and-forth match where Ding only clinched the title after a dramatic rapid playoff, as the 14 classical games ended in a 7-7 tie. That secured him a place in history books as the first male Chinese player to become a World Chess Champion.
It's over! Ding Liren is the World Chess Champion! This has been a fight of courage, of grit and determination.
However, life hasn't been easy for the humble grandmaster since winning the title. Ding took a 9-month break from tournaments and later revealed that he had struggled with his mental health. Entering 2024, Ding's form has taken a deep dive. His performance in tournaments has consistently been below expectations, and for the first time in history, a reigning world champion has dropped out of the top 20 in the world rankings.
At some moment, he started bouncing up and down. He's shaking, literally shaking, and he definitely doesn't seem like the same person.
He just seems to be off.
Despite his challenges, Ding remains positive and determined.
When I first get the title, I'm very nervous and I have some problems psychological, but now I feel much better.
His journey continues in Singapore, and his fans will certainly be eager to see him recover his top form and show why he has become one of the greatest forces in the chess world.
Ding Liren had a long path to the World Championship title. He won that in 2023, and that's why he's our current champion. He had an unbelievable 100-game unbeaten streak from August 2017 through November 2018. Incredible to see that kind of play from the world champion. Not only is he great at chess, he's a law graduate, and he is a big football fan. He likes Juventus and Bayern Munich. Earlier in the competition, I raised the question as how can you be a fan of multiple teams? Because I know how diehard fans are in the football sphere. But Peter, what an impressive career from Ding Liren, and hopefully there's so many great games left to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually also have a history with Ding because I played in Nanjing in 2009, the Super Tournament, and at that point I believe it was Ding just 16 years old when he won the Chinese championship. Yeah, and I saw that, and I also saw that he is playing F3 Nimzos, he is playing some sharp King's Indians and so on. I was really impressed, and during one of the press conferences I told the organizers and all the media in China, the Chess Federation, that I believe that Ding Liren has some incredible potential. I think that you guys have a fantastic talent. And afterwards, I heard from Ding and from the Federation that based on my words, the Federation took it very seriously and started supporting Ding very much. And I'm very happy to hear that because I saw his games and I immediately sensed that this is some fantastic player. His rating was not yet over 2,500. And then he started climbing. And the best game, and we are talking about, I heard everyone speaking about this, that what is Ding's best game? The best game that I recall and comes immediately to my mind is his game against Duda from the Olympiad in Batumi 2018. That Vienna variation where he came up with this Queen D2, Queen F4. I think it's also an incredible illustration of what combines all his skills, yeah? That he goes for principal lines. He was not shying away for complicated battles. And it was one of these games in this 100 games undefeated series. Yeah, so he went 100 games undefeated, not by playing solid chess, by going for complicated lines, and that's what makes it all the more impressive.
Wow, what's very impressive to me is your recollection of all these events, not just your own experience with Ding, and you're a prophet because you knew or you foresaw what kind of talent he had, and his rating was not very high by the huge standards of today's youth, but still the way he has been able to shine in his career. And the game you mentioned against Duda, one of so many excellent games. I remember one against Levon Aronian, I want to say from 2013, the Alyakin Memorial. Just what a squeeze he put on Levon, who's obviously been one of the world's best for quite a long time now. But Peter, I mean, these past successes, they haven't exactly been replicated since the World Championship of 2023. Ding has struggled in this particular championship. He's had a great position throughout. I feel like he lost game 3. That was a huge blip for him. That was something that in the press conference afterwards, he was clearly very frustrated with. But the overall picture has been pretty good for Ding in this World Championship. I think he's had more advantageous positions than his opponent. And he's also done quite well in this game to seize a lead on the clock. But now that I say that and look, most of that time advantage has been burnt, and he is trying to deeply calculate what to do next here. So Peter, as we talk about Ding as a player, as we know his strengths and also some of his weaknesses, what is he aiming for in this position? Why is he spending so much time? Is it, and we hear a cough from him, so we hope that he's doing okay physically. But Peter, at this moment, what's going through your mind? How do you believe that Ding is processing this position?
Well, I think this coughing is absolutely correct in this situation, and it's I don't believe that it comes because of health issue. It's much more because of nervous issue. Yeah, that he senses, he knows that Queen F5 was not supposed to be the best move. I'm pretty sure that if Rook BD8, the objectively best move, would have been played by Gukesh, then Ding would have still kept on blitzing his lines. Yeah, Queen F5 is the first surprise. And you mentioned that game against Hikaru Nakamura in the Candidates Madrid 2022, a very important decisive game for Ding. He seemingly got absolutely nothing out of the opening, or at some point he had nothing. On the other hand, he was familiar with the position. He was familiar with the plans. And in this position, this is like you are thrown into the jungle. Yeah, that no real normal chess rules apply to this position, because this whole structure, this pawn structure, I don't think that anyone really have seen it before. So then how do you navigate? Now there is also this question that, do I trade on c6, or should I maybe push e5, e6 to destroy black's pawn structure first? Yeah, I think that we should also highlight and mention this line. For example, after e6, one of the problems that I see from White's perspective is that after queen takes e6, queen takes e6, f takes e6, rook d6, there is rook f2 counterplay immediately. That's the real problem. Just imagine white rook on e2, white would be very happy, because then suddenly white would get access to all the weaknesses, but rook f2 is just in time and black is better.
It's a very instructive line there, Peter, because e6, giving up a pawn on your own terms, even going down a pawn temporarily, can be beneficial if you seize control of the open board. But as you point out, unfortunately, the f8 rook becomes active there. So queen takes c6, that looks like the move at the moment. And I'm just so curious after queen takes e5, because we know that this is just the start of the many variations swirling through Ding's head, is what he intends to play if he gets here. Does he want to keep the queens on the board? Does he want to trade the queens? If he does want to trade queens, can you make a move like queen d6 or queen to d5? These little decisions, right? d6 or d5, what's the difference? Well, if you go to d6, the queen may be able to escape to a5. If you go to d5, the queen may go back to e7, and the game goes on. So I think that it's all about these little decisions and just one square difference here or there, but they actually are very consequential.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, let me just follow up on your line. Yeah, with queen d6. And we see queen takes c6 on the board. Okay, nice. We're gonna be seeing also queen takes e5 played out. Let's focus on Gukesh. Yeah, let's see how he reacts and how quickly he reacts.
I'm actually a bit surprised he hasn't already played queen takes e5, but Peter, sometimes when you have been waiting for your opponent to move for a long time, you just have to yeah, exactly. You have to allow yourself to settle back in. Queen takes e5 has been played.
Yes, so queen takes e5, and the big question now on Ding's mind that will he blitz out his next move like rook ed1 or queen d6, queen d5, or will he take again time? The line I wanted to highlight that, yeah, you mentioned the difference between queen d6, and let's just go one move further, queen a5, and if you still keep on chasing that queen with queen d5, then black has rook b5. Yeah, this is one of the problems, and all of a sudden black is the one who is getting the initiative because the pawn on a2 is hanging. Yeah, so just chasing this queen and trying to force the trade of queens is not so easy.
That's a good point. And that might mean that queen to d5 is better. And while the black queen can escape, I just want to continue to remind people that the queen trade can be played, but white, I believe, is having more fun just as long as you don't just get greedy and go pawn grabbing. White's pawns on the queen side, they actually are able to be pushed in short order, b4, king b2, king b3, and the white king helps out. And it takes just quite a bit of time for f5 and g5 and f4 because black's pawns will be hanging in some of these variations. So it's not quite as easy to get the pawns rolling. So Peter, it's a big question now from Ding. You wondered how quickly would he follow up queen takes c6. He spent 42 minutes, 42 seconds on the decision to capture on c6 in the first place. That was the longest think of this match so far. And now that those pawns have been traded, there is a bit of a shock to me that he hasn't actually played his next move, because he could easily visualize this position, Peter. He still seems uncertain, does Ding Liren.
Yes, well, we can see it on his body language, yeah, that he's nervous, he's unsure, because it's this mysterious type of position, yeah, that, for example, rook ed1, it doesn't do that much. Should you waste the tempo on this move, but then the opponent on e3 will be vulnerable in the future? Is this the direction, or should we, like you highlighted with queen d5 first, kick that queen away? One thing I would like to add, because I was the one who was advocating that, yeah, maybe queen trade is not that bad. And the lines that we illustrated, I think they beautifully illustrated that white should just keep both rooks on the board. There should be simply no rush from white side to trade any rooks. And your idea b4 and then king b2, king b3, push, yeah, for example, let's just make f5, b4, g6, and then king b2. And you are, or king c2, king b3, and I perfectly agree with you. The point is that with the all rooks, both pair of rooks on the board, if black plays g5, that runs also into some rook g1 idea immediately, and black's pawns are vulnerable, or rook f1, hitting that pawn, and then the g5 pawn will fall. This is one of the big problems for black.
It's that black's pawns are easier to attack, and the white king is more useful at the start of the position. And a reminder to everyone that when there are many heavy pieces on the board, like in the live position, you want to keep your king safe away from the enemy pieces. But when queens get traded and we enter a pure endgame, the king can be used as a weapon, and not just can be used, it should be used in these rook endgames to help allow your pawns to push forward. So this is a moment for Ding. He is not just thinking about this individual turn, but what's going to happen as a consequence of his move here. Another benefit, Peter, of playing queen to d5 is that f5 is harder to play, because that's one of the moves we keep discussing that black wants to push the pawns forward. But with a queen nicely centralized on d5, if the queens remain, then black does not have such an easy time pushing forward queen d5, rook d1, and with the exception of the e3 pawn, which is hard to attack from the black perspective, every other pawn would be defended. So I think that white's pieces are quite ideally placed. And one more question I'll leave you with, Peter, is that will there be a time, especially if, just to put a couple moves on queen d5, queen e7, would there be a time where potentially white would swing back over to the king side, whether it's the f file and the f7 pawn or the g file? Do you think that white sort of can operate in multiple directions.
Yeah, queen d5 on the board. I like this move. I think this is the professional move. But before getting into, because we're going to be talking about all these lines, I just want to quickly rush back to the moment that Gukesh was standing up. Queen e7 played. Yeah, this is the status quo. That's what we're going to be discussing. Just the psychological factor, yeah, that by spending 45 minutes from Ding's side, we change a shift in momentum, yeah, that Gukesh has suddenly built up quite some confidence. The way how he got up from his board, he was walking and standing next to his board. This is the typical way of when you feel like, okay, I have settled into the position, I'm kind of satisfied. And what a change compared to like 1 hour ago when he was thinking, we were unsure how he gonna handle the situation. The pressure was all on his side. Ding was just enjoying life in his resting room, resting area, looking forward to the game. And all of a sudden, Gukesh is the one who is calmer.
And Gukesh is also the one with the lead on the clock. That's not something that we thought just a few turns ago. So time is valuable, not just in your everyday life, but also in a game of chess. And I think that there could have been some pressure on the clock if Ding had played queen takes c6 and queen d5 sooner. But we're here. This is move 22, queen e7, the last move played. Plenty of time for both players to reach that critical move 40 as Ding approaches his board. He is coming to make his next turn. But Peter, white is the side for choice. Slightly better. Plans are a bit more difficult for black to execute. So I think that Ding should be happy overall with the position that he has. And I guess yesterday he didn't maximize. He actually allowed a very quick draw from a position of strength. Here I get the sense that he wants this game to continue because there's no doubt in his mind that he should be at least slightly better.
Well, he might sense that he's slightly better because he knew that my preparation was indicating a different move for black, yeah. I think that helps. On the other hand, that he spent like 45 minutes or already more than 45 minutes on this position indicates that he's unsure how to really continue. And if we see there are quite some imbalances, yeah, you highlighted that maybe white can also at some point shift towards the king side, some action on the g file, like with rook g1, yeah, hitting that g7 pawn. Clearly, black will push g6, g7, g6 at some point, and then also black will have the possibility to play rook b6. For example, this rook b8 to b6 will be beautifully protecting that g6 pawn if you ever try to double on the g5 with rook g1, rook dg2, and then try to take rook takes g6 check, for example. It would be a beautiful checkmating pattern thanks to the pin. Yeah, maybe let's just show this. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
I knew where you're going with that, so I'll do us all a favor and show what can happen. There you go. Peter's sacrifice, and the point, everyone, is the f7 pawn is pinned, so f takes g6 not legal, and once the king moves queen h5. So Peter, you know, I know you to be quite a strategic player, but you're getting very tactical today.
Well, no, but actually that's the point of being strategical, that you hinder all your opponent's ideas, all the threats, yeah? So in order to be a good strategist, you have to be also a good tactician. It's only that I find it always more easy to try to stabilize the position instead of creating my own ideas, yeah? Because I'm still laughing at my father that when he taught me to play chess, when I just turned, it was 1 week before I turned 7, and one of his advices was that, my son, always watch out what your opponent wants to do. And if I'm like a good boy, I have really followed my father's advice all throughout my career, because instead of thinking what I could do, I first automatically stop my opponent's play.
Well, prophylaxis is an important element of the game of chess, and taking your father's wisdom into account seems to have really helped your chess career, as you played a world championship match and still are one of the best players in the game, even though, as you said, you don't play as much anymore. But Peter, we see queen d6 has been played by Ding, and he is offering that queen trade. And if you were Gukesh, do you continue to avoid? Do you play this cat and mouse game and continue to run away from this white queen? is there a universe where you actually take this queen on d6, or are you just purely avoiding now?
Well, I guess that intuitively I would say yes, we're gonna move away. The big question is, do we have a good square to move away? Yeah, for something like queen h4, is that a good move? Hitting the rook on e1. Will white, for example, try to chase that queen with queen g3? How do the lines continue at all after queen h4?
Let's maybe dive in, because Gukesh, he will spend some time here. These are big decisions. Once you trade queens, you can't undo that. And if you play queen to h4, where does white place either the rook or the queen? Because as you said, queen g3, that looks like a very good option, because if the queens are traded, now black's passed pawns much more difficult to organize, because g5 and f5, that f4 square covered by 2 white pawns, so capturing towards the center is usually helpful for the side that is able to do so. So Peter, queen g3, I don't think black is going to trade on that square. It looks very promising for white in the endgame. So after queen g3, now where does that queen run to?
Yeah, maybe just queen e7 back or queen h5. Yeah, one of these moves. And I'm not exactly sure how strong is this queen on g3. Okay, this is one question. But I would like to give some alternatives. So after the move queen d6, there is also this kind of idea that what if I say that, you know what, with queen d6 you are trying to trade queens? All right, I don't mind if we trade on my own terms, and I'm going to go rook b8 to e8. Yeah, it's a cemento move. Yeah, I'm trying to basically set up this endgame that if you trade on e7, I take back with the rook. I'm covering the 7th rank, and then f5, g6, king g7, g5, f4 counterplay might come. We do see that devil bar aids this endgame, but humanly speaking, if you ever consider the endgame to be an option, then you might be thinking that this could be a possibility.
Yes, this is an improvement over some of the other variations that could be, with the rook on e7 behind a potential passer. I just still like white's control of the only fully open file, the d file here, and the white king. While it can help the pawns from b3, it can also quite quickly go towards black's attempts at passed pawns. So let's say I can play b4, as we're talking about other variation, but like if I play rook d4, king to d2, it still seems difficult, Peter, to organize this f5 and f4 from the black side, and now white can then play king d2, pawn c4, try to get b4 going. I just get the sense that in all of these endgames, at least for the most part, I should say all of them, that white will have an easier time pushing those pawns forward, because the c pawn is already directly passed, and black, it's going to take some time to get these pawns rolling, no matter which break you want to make.
Yes, exactly. And Gukesh decides to keep the queens on the board. Absolutely correct. He played the move queen g5. When I was highlighting queen h4, I felt like, yeah, queen g5, queen h4 are more or less same ideas. Queen g5 on the board. I think you hit perfectly the nail there in the endgame, that over the board during the game, you just think like, okay, with the queens on the board, I will always have counterplay. But and look at this queen d5, this is a signature that is thinking about repeating after queen e7.
Wow, it's a really critical moment in this game, because queen d5, that's where the queen was a turn ago, and a queen to e7, could we possibly see a repetition of moves? Peter, what do your instincts tell you? I think that Gukesh would be well advised to bring the queen back to e7. Do you actually think that Ding is trying to make a draw here, or is he doing that, as the saying goes, you repeat twice and then you play on?
Yeah, it's now a tricky spot, because he spent quite a lot of time. In practical terms, it would be quite nice to play 2 moves quickly to be more comfortable with potential time trouble, and then think again what you're gonna do. But I'm a little bit skeptical about this. Yeah, I do feel like we have seen Ding being quite nervous, unsure how to continue the game. I wouldn't be ruling out that he goes for a repetition. You know, that I'm not feeling that he is signaling this confidence that, you know what, I just gonna repeat, because first of all, black has also some other moves. Yeah, it's not even given that queen e7 is the only move. So I don't know. It feels like Ding does not believe. Yeah, at least there is this scenario that he does not believe that he's really better here.
I'll present an alternative explanation. What if he wants to sort of goad Gukesh into playing for more? As you said, Gukesh doesn't have to repeat with queen e7. There are other queen moves like queen g6 or queen h4, just to name two. And maybe he wants Gukesh to play on because the queen on d5 is nicely centralized. So if it's the black queen that decides to make a different move, then white's happy to keep the queen centralized. Still, the similar ideas are available with rook e to d1. So do you think that maybe it's Ding who is playing a bit of a psychological game?
Well, but on the other hand, from Gukesh's point of view, queen e7 is such a natural move, yeah? First of all, his queen was on e5, yeah, there he had to play the move queen e7, so that's the reason why he's not thinking about his options, but we did see him get up from the board and show confidence by standing next to his board, moving a little bit, relaxing there, at the same time being focused at the game. Queen e7, or is he thinking that after queen e7 I was not that happy and I'm a little bit surprised that my opponent is queen d5 and probably he does not want to repeat, and then let me maybe try to use my chance to improve my position. Yeah, there are all kinds of situations, but I really like that he's taking his time. Yeah, he's not rushing like, okay, I'm gonna play the move queen e7, signal to my opponent that, okay, do we repeat? Because maybe Ding does not have any intention of repeat.
Well, look at Ding right there. I mean, he doesn't look so confident, at least at the moment. Earlier in the game, he did seem like the player who was hungry for victory. He played this position that is quite rare at the highest levels, and it was a London that turned sharp. And now Ding is just staring at this board, and Gukesh, he is spending his time wisely, as you said. But Peter, the more time that Gukesh uses on this specific turn, perhaps that will encourage Ding to then play on, because if, say, Gukesh spends 10 minutes here, which I don't think he will, but if he did, then I feel like Ding's looking at the game, looking at the clock, and saying, I can keep this one going for a little bit longer.
Yes, this is a typical, very tense psychological moment in the game, yeah, because Gukesh feels like it would be nice to play the move queen 7 quickly so that the pressure is on Ding and he might repeat. Yeah, we have seen Ding not believing sometimes, like yesterday, in his chances. Then why should he believe here? After all, yesterday he had a much clearer advantage. Yeah, here, for example, if we remove the Evel bar, I would say that actually the repetition is very natural, because why is white better with the queen son? Yeah, I perfectly get it. Yeah, beautifully illustrated that any kind of endgames, especially with the all rooks on the board, is potentially very dangerous and risky for black. But with the queens on the board, white is not able to advance the pawns on the queen side. I also don't believe that you can really create mating threats against my king on g8. It's solid enough with the g6 rook b6 construction. And then where is my problem? Yeah, it's I would really be only afraid of playing this position against a computer. But humanly speaking, okay, maybe Magnus could really understand these finesses of a computer, but for normal human beings, it's very difficult to understand.
I completely agree with what you just said. Keeping the queens on the board, it poses challenges to Ding's setup, because you can't just push your pawns freestyle with queens on the board, because anytime you push a pawn in front of your king gets more exposed. So there's ideas in the endgame. If the queens come off, that pawn push to b4, never going to happen so long as a black queen is there. And we saw queen e7 just played by Gukesh. He kind of screwed the queen into e7 as he dragged it back, and now is the massive decision from Ding Liren. Does he play queen d6, offering a draw by repetition, or does he play on with a rook e to d1 move? And Peter, there's another queen trade that he can offer. I don't know if it's any good, but queen d7, that's a square he hasn't ventured to just yet. But if the queen's gonna trade on d7, that's the best square that white could trade the queens on.
Yeah, but after queen d7, really black goes queen h4, hitting that rook on e1 with a tempo, I believe, and this should be good enough as a counterplay. Also, this rook on e1 is kind of vital, yeah, because it's it's seemingly passive, but it protects the vulnerable E3 pawn. I like the way how Gukesh handled the scenario, that instead of blitzing out the move queen e7, he did spend some time, because he also signals to his opponent that if, for example, Ding is thinking about repetition, that maybe I'm not going to repeat, maybe I have something else, maybe I can play for an advantage. The players don't have the evaluation bar at disposal, so it's more about emotions, yeah? And finally, okay, Gukesh settles in that, no, I cannot really play for advantage. So, okay, I come back with the queen to e7. It's a very logical, normal square. So I would give at least 50-50 that the repetition could take place here.
I think it's quite likely. And I think that Gukesh was wise to spend some time, but not too much time. Because had he really dug deep there, and he probably wouldn't have played anything besides queen e7. They say long think, wrong think. That's often the case. So to play that move relatively quickly, and you see Ding looking up at Gukesh there, right? You just saw that, Peter. He may be asking, in a sense, are we just going to make this draw, head into the rest day 3-3? And given what Ding did yesterday, it wouldn't surprise me if he just settled here and now.
Yes, I think even the odds are not 50-50. It's maybe 70-30 or even maybe 80-20 that the repetition could take place. And in this regard, I would also like to highlight that the move queen d6, queen g5. Queen g5 is a superb move and way better than my suggestion with queen h4, because with queen g5, you hit the pawn on e3, but you also discourage white to go for any of these queen g3 ideas, because then black can immediately activate the queen to a5, for example, create counter threats against white's king. So queen g5 move is, practically speaking, much more unpleasant to face with white, and it kind of encourages white for the repetition. Yeah, it's a beautifully played sequence, queen e7, queen g5, and queen e7 by Gukesh.
It's a really good point. Instructive that the queen on g5 is more flexible, because the queen on h4, if that's where it decided to go, it's staring into its own pawn, so can't immediately reroute itself to the queen side, where it is the side that black wants to play on. So, Peter, the question I was asking, at least in our heads, was if queen to d7, I'm saying, please take my queen. Now my rook gets to the 7th rank with pressure against your queenside pawn over here. You're not going to trade queens. I know that. Where's your queen going to go to? Back to g5, up to h4? Where do you see this queen belonging?
Well, because actually queen takes a7 isn't really a threat because of rook a8 with the queen on g5. That's why even the move queen g5 maybe could be played. Or you are hitting me with, no, rook d5, I have queen g2. Okay, I can play queen g5.
I don't see anything more here than queen to d5. I would be nervous to play on as white. I know I've been suggesting some positions where a white can press, controlling the open file, but the white king is quite exposed. Open files for black's rooks are valuable with heavy pieces on the board, and especially if this queen can go back over to a square like a5 and you get some luft for your king, no back rank checkmates, it can turn. And we have seen that the move queen d6, queen g5 has been played. So here for Ding, does he repeat a third and final time, Peter? You might not have much time to answer the question. Do you think he's repeating right now?
Yes, he is. Yeah, and it's on the board, queen d5. And now Gukesh, if he plays, he plays on queen h4. Wow, what a surprise! A shocking decision made so quickly.
I am very surprised by that decision. You see the question mark appear on queen to h4. So objectively, this was not the best decision. He should have repeated. But Gukesh, we talk about this day after day, Peter. He is an ambitious player. He's a hungry player. But sometimes our blessing is our curse. I'm not suggesting that he's going to lose this game. It's still so much ahead in this complicated battle. Oh, he could have made a draw with the black pieces. Isn't that what you're taught at the highest level in match play to do?
Well, especially if you face some very strong preparation, yeah? And it's clearly based on the fact we have been also talking about that the sense is that Ding is extremely nervous, yeah? That Ding felt he had a chance, he knew that he should be better, but was unable, despite spending 45-50 minutes to figure out the way how to pose problems. And all of a sudden, he's forced to play. And after queen h4, we get exactly this type of positions that we felt like with the queen on the h4 square and with the center queen on d5, maybe white could try to go for something. For example, your move your idea rook g1, eventually, no, he goes rook ed1. Okay, also nice. Why? But okay, I'm completely shocked. Why on earth did not Gukesh repeat with queen e7? He could have just stopped the clock, write down on the score sheet the move queen g5 to e7, and claim a threefold repetition. If I'm not mistaken, this is a huge mistake, especially by deciding so impulsively. Yeah, he has a lot of time on the clock. Why do you take this decision in 10 seconds?
I am floored. Queen to h4, it's if it works out and Gukesh, say, wins this game, we'll be applauding his bravery. If he goes on to lose this game, every critic in the world will circle that move and say, what was that? But I do think, Peter, we're not trying to make more of it than it is. I do think, objectively speaking, this was a questionable decision because look at White's coordination. The queen on g5, we were highlighting why that was so valuable for black to swing to the queen side. The queen on h4 is quite a passive piece. It defends e4, that's true, but it's not active. And the question I'm going to ask is, hey, can white throw the c-pawn forward? c4, c5, rook to c2 to get behind your passed pawn. I mean, that pawn can actually start running towards the other side if black's not careful.
Well, the good news is that whenever you move that rook from d2, I will have rook d8 hitting the queen, yeah, thanks to the queen h4, rook f8 construction. But I'm absolutely with you, yeah, that, okay, black will play something like g6 at some point. Clearly, he needs to create luft. But now white gets some clear-cut direction. Yeah, the c4. Does white have time to play even some b3, king b2? Yeah, c4, b3, king b2, just activating that king, making it more comfortable, because the long diagonal is always closed with queen d4, yeah, so I'm not really worried of black queen switching back to f6.
Same page. This is such a surprise. I think that Ding himself was surprised. He was willing to make a draw. He probably felt like he should be maybe slightly better, at least theoretically speaking, practically hard to prove. And now Gukesh gets back into his chair. And how quickly will he play here? Because he is the one who decided how the trajectory of this game would continue. And now for Gukesh, if he sits in for, say, a 10-minute think here, trying to figure out where do his rooks belong, should he play g6, should he push his h-pawn, Peter, that would be a very bad sign in my opinion.
Absolutely. I think that g6 will be played pretty fast. It's the move that begging to be played, a professional move. You feel like this pawn belongs there. You have to create luft for your king. Eventually, potentially somewhere, for example, this rook d8, queen takes d8, the queen versus two rooks kind of crazy position can also appear. But this kind of questions can only appear after black has played the move g6.
But that's also something you have to think about in advance, right? And g6 hasn't played quite quickly. To play rook d8, it's not a decision you take lightly, because the two rooks against the queen, it's usually the better side is determined who has the safer king. Without the black two rooks and without the white queen, I don't think either king is unsafe. But white has passed pawns that can start pushing. I mean, I'm just going to put that on the board if we can, very, very quickly. And I mean, this has to be shown, because let's say white makes some, I don't know, c4 is what we've been talking about, but we get this position with the queen traded for the rooks. This looks really scary to me, Peter, because I'm going to get a rook back to the c2 square if I want to. I can probably even play c5 right away and say, I fear not for your queen, because my pawn is going to rumble forward. But I don't believe in the queen against the rooks here. I believe in the passed pawn and maybe a new queen appearing for white.
Yes, I understand, but I have this trick, yeah, that after c5, queen g5 is like a double attack on the e3 pawn. I want to get your e3 pawn, and if I get e3 pawn, then suddenly I will have this very dangerous passer myself. Could be extremely sharp.
It promises to be sharp from here. It started as a quiet game It was heating up thanks to Ding Liren's preparation. Then Gukesh, it felt like he was stabilizing, but he did not just want to draw. So John, what a bold decision from the player vying to be the youngest unified world champion in history.
I absolutely love the psychology in this position, Robert, Peter. I cannot hide my excitement right now with Ding offering the draw and Gukesh saying, yeah, you know what, maybe not today. There are going to be some very big implications as a result of that move. Even if this game does end up in a draw, there's so much to talk about. Let's settle in for a think after G6, folks, and round 6 of the Fide World Championship continues after this.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. And at number 1 is a huge game from the candidates. This is round 8. Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces against Gukesh Domaraju. Now Gukesh has just lost round 7, the only loss that he had in the candidates against Ali Reza. And this is how the 17-year-old bounced back right after. Playing with black, it has been a model game against the Italian. A brilliant one. In case you missed it, I highly recommend you take a check on it because the whole strategy was around Gukesh infiltrating from the queen side, one side of the board, and then eventually ending the game with a checkmate on the other side of the board. He's kept the pressure on Vidit for pretty much the entire game, and here, Vidit made the move, G-pawn, moving 2 steps forward, clearing the way for the white rook to attack the queen and hitting the black knight at the same time. 2 pieces hanging. And this is the moment I want you to pause. I want you to channel your inner Gukesh. I want you to channel your Puzzle Rush God mode. Black to play. One of the wackiest positions from the candidates and one of the most beautiful moves of the candidate. Here, Gukesh played the stunning rook takes knight. Black has got 3 pieces hanging. White has got 4 different captures, where all roads lead to Rome, and Rome is checkmate on with its king on h4. Let's take a look at all the different captures. If white picks up the knight at the edge of the board, rook takes pawn is game over. Instead, if you capture the rook with the g-pawn, queen to g3 is checkmate. And after rook takes knight, my favorite, the most beautiful, if you capture the black queen, who needs a queen when you can get to the king? G5, a small pawn move with big effects. That's checkmate on the board. Take a look at this. Let this position just sink in. Absolutely crazy stuff. G5 would have been game over. Nothing can be picked up. Instead, after rook takes knight, Vidit captured the rook with the e-pawn. This only delays the inevitable. A check on the board. The king forced to move forward. And now, after the knight retreats to h7, giving another check, Vidit resigns, as the only move is picking up the knight, and queen takes pawn would have been checkmate.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back to round number 6 of the Fide World Championship. Oh, you thought this was going to be a draw? Absolutely not. We suddenly have a lot more to talk about. And Robert, let's start with I'm floored, because I think we all are at this point, but for great reasons. This is a really interesting psychological blow. Gukesh saw Ding's offer of a repetition, thought he was going to take it, and then he went, you know what? Not today. He's probing Ding here. He's made the decision not to go for the draw with the black pieces, and I am here for it. Forget about lines on the board. Psychologically, what's going on?
I'm still speechless. I really am. I mean, this was such a bold decision from Gukesh. And sometimes these decisions, they pay off. Other times they completely backfire. And you're asking me to talk about, the psychology. I'm very impressed with Gukesh. Even if it doesn't work out for him, I think that it's impressive to be on this stage in the first place. But then once you're there, to sort of neglect or say, I don't necessarily care about the common wisdom of, I have to make a draw with black. That's necessarily a good result. If he senses that his opponent has played a bit timidly in previous games and he feels that there are enough imbalances that benefit him, I guess for Gukesh, he's thinking, I can actually get this one to work. I do think, objectively speaking, I've been sort of singing the praises of White's potential in this position. I'm worried for him, but I have to say it's a brave decision, and sometimes fortune favors the bold.
Well, Peter, let's lean into your World Championship experience. You've been in similar situations to this before. Maybe Gukesh is thinking, Ding actually hasn't really probed me, hasn't really shown that he's able to hold on to an advantage under pressure. Maybe Gukesh is thinking, Ding's not only going to let me equalize, but he could make a mistake here. Let's explore a little bit.
I think it's connected with yesterday's game. Yeah, if in yesterday's game, Ding would have been more ambitious and force Gukesh to defend for a long time, and then, for example, he escapes with a draw, then he would have definitely taken this draw immediately today. Yeah, so in match situations, I think that it's kind of a chain reaction. Every single small detail is connected to each other, and Gukesh wants to signal that, if whenever I will get a chance in this match, I'm gonna go for the maximum. But here there is a very special moment, and the reason why I felt like repeating was the right choice psychologically, because Ding knew that he's better. Yeah, he knew exactly, because he was in his preparation, that after the move Queen F5, the computer indicates that White should be better. Otherwise, they would have been analyzing this move. Yeah, so he was for like 50 minutes fighting with himself. That how do I play for a win? I know that the position should be better for me, but I cannot find the way. So finally, he gives in and he says, "Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, let me repeat." And at that moment, Gukesh plays the move Queen H4, and I do remember Robert asking me the question when the repetition first appeared, that could it be that Ding is actually luring Gukesh into continuing the game, and then he will be much more comfortable with the situation. And this is exactly what I feel that happened now, because ever since this Queen H4 business, Ding has played Rook ED1, and after G6 also Queen E5 quite quickly, and he shows confidence and he's ready to continue the game.
That is, I mean, there are two different, equally amazing outcomes there, right? On the one hand, Gukesh might be thinking, well, hang on a second. Ding spent so long thinking, and now he's offered to repeat moves. Maybe he's a little bit lost at sea. I'm going to push this boat out a little bit further and see what I can grind out of this position. On the other hand, Robert, I love the fact that you guys have discussed that, and it's possible that Ding is luring Gukesh in. Maybe that 42-minute, 42-second think is preparation to win on move 42. Who knows? Back over to you guys for this bit of the broadcast.
Thank you so much, John. And Peter, I think I'm most familiar with trying to lure someone into a repetition is when someone has a half-point lead in the tournament, right? When one person needs to win, the other person wants to draw, you just kind of hang that over them, saying, are you really going to make this repetition? or you're going to play an objectively suboptimal move to play on. But I like what you said about the chain reaction, because in a way, yesterday, Ding played subjectively rather than objectively. He made a draw instead of trying to press forward. He had to know he was better. How much better is a different question, but he was in no danger of losing that position. It was playing for 2 results. So the fact that Ding said, I'm just going to make a draw there, maybe that has encouraged Gukesh to play a bit subjectively and say, I don't want to make a draw against this guy. I'm going to play on because maybe in the future, Ding will try to repeat moves, and then at the wrong moment he will do that, and Gukesh can gain the upper hand. But I mean, look at the last move just played here. We see rook b to e8. Whatever aggressive intentions that black may hope for with the queens on the board, black is now operating in the center and over on the king side, and white still has this upper hand on the queen side. The c pawn, keep an eye out for it. Right now, Peter, the queen is under attack. I like the move queen c5, keeping the e3 pawn defended, attacking a7 over here. I just feel like this is a game that the balance could get out of hand in a few moves if neither side is finding every single right choice.
Yeah. Also in my mind, the rook b8 to e8 was one of the main candidates. I felt like this queen should be kicked away from e5. But, and you remember also in the endgame I was highlighting that black's rook on e7 could prove quite handy. However, yeah, for example, after your line queen c5, there is one problem that I see in the position, yeah, that if black plays the move rook e8 to e7, protecting the pawn on a7, then he has to kind of watch out for the move rook d8. And I'm not exactly sure. One really has to calculate a lot in order to understand how all these complications work out. Maybe black does not need to worry about it, but certainly requires a lot of calculation.
And all of white's pawns are protected, except for a2, right? But that pawn is hard to get to. e3 defended by the queen on c5. The rook on d2 not only controls an open line, but protects h2. And black's pawns are also defended. So to be clear, it's not like white is about to win material. But I'm starting to wonder, can white start throwing pawns forward? Is that an opportunity now? In an earlier position, we said it's too soon, the queens are on the board. But a move like a4, a5, can I just start pushing my pawns? Maybe we get a b4, king b2. I know it looks risky, Peter, but I just don't quite see how black would be able to take advantage of pawn pushes, which usually weaken your king side.
Yeah, exactly. If for example, b4, king b2 can be played and it goes unpunished, then white makes huge improvement to his position. Yeah, this king on b2 will feel very secure. One factor that is very important, that the vulnerable pawn on c3 only matters if black is able to double on the c file or get his queen back to f6. But none of these issues really work, because queen f6 can always be met by rook d6. Also, queen can get back to d4 whenever it's needed. So there is no problem in this. I don't know if b4 immediately or a4, but I'm absolutely with you. And also this rook on e7 is loose. Yeah, black can never really fight for the c file. I'm really surprised. Gukesh played the move rook b8 quite quickly. I want to see how he reacts to queen c5.
And because Gukesh decided to play on, in a way, I'm wondering if he really is trying to play for a win, because if the outcome of his decision to play on is to be in a worse rook endgame, well then of course that was an incorrect decision, because if you're just trying to make a draw from there, you could have already made that draw. So we'll see how ambitious Gukesh really is, if he was just testing his opponent. But I think step one here for me is queen c5. Queen g3, of course, we analyze positions like that, and you can offer a queen trade. That's not going to be a bad move at all. But yeah, Gukesh is playing in the center and on the king side. So Peter, he is testing Ding, but sometimes you offer a test and your opponent aces it.
Yes, and also we haven't reflected on their teams. Yeah, for example, imagine Rapport and Nihua and all his team. Yeah, I think it's also not fair just to mention Rapport. It's clear that there are many other people behind. And we don't know whose idea was it. Yeah, so it's team Ding came up with this idea. The team at home was very happy, euphoric that yes, finally our preparation worked. We got the upper hand and everything. We are up on the clock. Then suddenly Ding spends a lot of time, then offers the repetition of moves. At that moment, probably some incredible disappointment in Team's Ding spirit that we had this golden opportunity and he lets it slip so easily. Oh no, this is unlucky. And then suddenly Queen H4 happens. And then the team probably jumps from joy that, wow, but now Ding will be forced to play the position where he's probably better. And we get a chance again. And then if you compare that to, for example, the team of Gukesh, who was really under pressure and they felt like, maybe we should have definitely analyzed this position deeper. Maybe it was analyzed, Gukesh could not remember, we don't know exactly. I'm just speculating, but at that point when suddenly Ding starts to think and Gukesh gets the confidence back and then he's given the chance to repeat, then the team is euphoric that, okay, we survived this game, great, now we will cover for the next game this line, that won't be a problem anymore. And then into this celebration suddenly comes Gukesh's Queen H4 move. How do you feel as Team Gukesh? Yeah, it's so so fascinating, all these kind of match stories, and that's why it's not only just move per move over the board what we are seeing, but also what's going on behind the curtains.
And as you're very wisely pointing out, that this is a team effort, right? This isn't just one player against one player. At the board it is that, but in advance there's preparation with openings, there's preparation with mindset. We've heard a lot about how Gukesh works with a coach for his mental state, for his performances and that competitive drive. And so I guess, Peter, I have a question for you as somebody who has played a world championship match, and maybe not just in that match, but in your career working with a team, working with seconds, is how often would you say that you kind of ignored the advice of your team where they would say, I think, Peter, it's best you just play solidly and make a draw. In a moment where you can play on, do you feel like there were times where you just said, you know what, I feel like in the moment, this is the right thing to do. I don't need to just make that half point. I feel encouraged to go forward.
Well, normally I think my team always encouraged me to be more ambitious, yeah, because one of my big weaknesses was throughout my career that I was kind of too cautious, yeah, always looking at my opponent's chances than my own chances, yeah, and this is then also not objective. So my team usually always told me that, okay, believe in yourself and of course listen to your intuition, yeah, that's kind of very important. But everyone is individual. I think also one of the beautiful things in this World Championships that the team spirit among the team members, all the helpers. Yeah, for example, in Gukesh's case, we know that it's Gaevsky who is leading the team. We have absolutely no clue, just not even any goal ship. Who else could be in the team? In Ding's case, we know Rapport and Nihua because we have seen them. Otherwise, we are also completely in the dark. Who else is involved? But one thing is for sure, and we have seen that between Rapport and Nihua when they both came to the game, that there was some great spirit. Yeah, this always is the most important thing also for the player. He wants to have a very nice atmosphere in his team because it's not about chess moves, it's about, like you said, it's a team effort. And in order to be as successful as possible as a team, you really have to support each other. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even just a team effort, but it's a country effort. The Indian nation, they are watching this and they have seen Gukesh play on. So our very own Rakesh Kulkarni captured the moment when Gukesh decided not to make a repetition and instead played on. Let's have a look at that clip.
What else? Oh, he has played it.
He's played it, and now if Gukesh goes, he can actually claim.
My God, Gukesh makes a move which is slightly inferior than Queen E7 just to play get some No one in the world expected this. No one in the world.
That's a live crowd watching the commentary from Chess-Based India stream in Mumbai. So Peter, we know that chess is booming all across the world and especially in the country of India, where Gukesh He has already made them very proud. He looks to make them even prouder by becoming the 18th world champion. But it's awesome to see that fans are watching this very intently, and they were roaring when Gukesh decided to continue this game.
Yes, it was very interesting. Yeah, that the audience loved it. Yeah, they were like, wow, fantastic applause and everything. And the commentators were kind of shocked. Oh no, I mean, let's just finish this game. Let's survive this. It was hilarious, fantastic scene.
Yeah, for Sagar Shah and the crew there, I think Tanya and Samaya as well, they're just in disbelief that you're supposed to make a draw with black. That's what everyone tells you at this high level. But Gukesh, he has been able to be at a record pace. It's a historic rise for him. And of course, there's Arjun Erigaisi, Pragnananda. There's such a strong contingent of young talent from India. And we've talked about Vishwanathan Anand earlier. I think it's the right time to mention him again. He truly inspired this nation. He continues to do that. He's been an amazing ambassador for the game. And we have seen an absolute rise from India.
Absolutely. And not only that, he was like a model. Vishy was like a model. Yeah. And okay, fantastic player. But after he finished his career, okay, not even finished, because whenever he still plays, this 1 or 2 tournaments per year, he still plays like a top player, just absolutely sensational stuff. But he created this chess academy, yeah, where Gukesh was supported right from the beginning. And I think that the sponsor that it's written on his shirt or also on his jacket, it's exactly the sponsor that sponsored the whole chess academy. So incredible efforts done by Vishy to make sure that the young generation, these extremely fantastic talents, can improve and really show their maximum potential. And here is the result. It's so nice to see it. It's just fantastic. I mean, I have been always a very big fan and a very good friend of Vishy. But when you see this, then you just have even more. I did not even think that it's possible to have even more appreciation for him, but it's just without words to describe.
He is an inspiration, a role model, a hero in India. But for Ding Liren right now, he doesn't want to make those Indian fans happy. He wants to dig deep, find the accurate reply to the latest move, rook to e8. And Ding, he comes from China, which has so many great chess players, a history of success, but maybe not always the same fan atmosphere where there is going to be live streams with all the people. But I think in recent years that has picked up, which is great. They have Zhu Wenjun as well, the women's world champion, before her Hou Yifan, and many other strong players, including former world champions, women's world champions, that is, from China. But Peter, I mean, right now, I think that neither player, they are thinking about all those fans, everybody else. They are just trying to find the best moves. And Ding has been sitting here for quite a while now, 12 plus minutes, not sure where to move his queen. A queen c5 was just what I threw out because it keeps everything defended. What else do you believe Ding is considering here?
Well, queen g3 and queen c5, yeah, these two moves look the most natural. Let's just also highlight that, okay, why we don't mention the move queen f4, because clearly queen f4, queen takes f4, e takes f4, that's, I believe, a rook endgame that even you dislike, because black will immediately get counterplay with his e-pawn.
I think you are spot on there, Peter. There's no universe where I'd recommend white trading a blockader on e3 to allow black a protected pass pawn in the center with a rook behind it.
Yes, that's what I guessed. So the move queen c5, hitting the pawn, and queen g3 on the board. Okay, it's the more professional move. However, a more passive move. Yeah, that's why I'm not liking the move queen g3 so much, because it feels like it does not put black under pressure. Yeah, it's and also the evil bar. Look at this, kind of shows that the position is leveled.
But Peter, let me throw that back to you for a second. Is there psychological pressure now on Gukesh, because the best move here might be queen takes queen, but we've already seen that Gukesh doesn't really want to necessarily trade queens, at least earlier, and if he really wants to play on for more than a half point, wouldn't you want to keep the queens on the board? And if that's the case, then perhaps Ding is making a smart psychological decision?
Yeah, well, queen g3 is definitely a professional move, because we kind of assume that black does not want to trade queens, and you highlighted this already, that with h takes g3, white even gets a better control of the f4 square, yeah, which we are talking about, that after queen trade, black will try to push f5, g5, f4, and then this pawn on g3 comes very handily. Maybe now some completely different ideas are there, but I don't see Gukesh trading queens. However, where do you retreat? Yeah, queen e7 runs into rook d7. This is the benefit that white has already doubled his rooks on the d file. We certainly don't want to run into this tempo, and if we retreat the queen to f6, then rook d6 comes, chasing the queen, but then we can play rook e6. I feel like this is kind of but queen h5, okay, that was the other alternative, but a little bit strange, stepping into rook d5. Okay, what is your take, Robert?
I'm just trying to wrap my head around all these decisions. I guess the black queen can sneak in. Even queen f3 is tempting in some positions because it's not that easy for white to take that queen on f3. But we saw the evaluation bar creep up. I'm going to take us back one move there before queen to h5 because I want to keep everyone updated. The bar crept up a little bit. So the best move, according to the engine, was queen takes queen. So if Ding figured that out on his own, where he was like, I'm assessing the position, queen takes is right, he probably figured that there wasn't a way that Gukesh would go for this, given he was the one who decided to play on, and white definitely looks better to my eyes still with b4, these f4 pawn breaks not available. And I'm just going to continue, I'm being honest, looking at what the engine says. Rook e5, and after rook d5, it's recommending a trade and pawn to f5. But Peter, from a distance, this looks really scary for black, because without that pair of rooks, white's pawns look even easier to push.
Yeah, no way that anyone can go for this over the board. Yeah, it's very scary. You understand exactly that if something goes wrong for black, black can lose this. And maybe if everything goes well, then black can save it. But it's certainly not a practical decision. Wow, in this regard then, after queen g3, queen h5, I'm not really liking this queen h5 direction. Because if you look at this position and somebody tells you that just 2 moves ago or 3 moves ago, black had the chance to stop the clock, call the arbiter and say that with queen e7 I claim 3-fold repetition, then you say no way, because only white can be better. I mean, where are black's winning chances? Black is trying to save this position.
I don't fully grasp all the ins and outs here, and I mean, Ding, we just heard that cough there on the stream, but it might be release of some nervous energy, and now it's for Ding coming up with a plan. Does he have small or big improvements that he can make? I know we talked about earlier about b4 and king to b2. These type of ideas still in my mind. Also, you can play b3 if you want to keep pawns a little bit closer to you, with the same idea of king b2 and later rook to d4. I do feel like white has his bases covered. So I don't see how black is at least immediately going to wreak havoc in the position and cause some serious damage to white. And if that's the case, Peter, then b3 or b4 is a move. Are there other improving moves that you see? And where would your mind take you if you were sitting at the board in Ding Liren's shoes?
Well, I would exactly think like Ding is thinking, because I'm looking at him and I cannot even look at the board. He's extremely tense. He kind of senses that, okay, but I'm given a golden opportunity. I was ready to call it a day. And what is my opponent doing? And he also looked at Gukesh like, okay, I can only win this. Yeah, white is not risking anything. Black is the one risking. I believe already Gukesh, if he has calmed down, he certainly understands what he has done, because and look at this again. Yeah, Ding looked at him. He just cannot believe I'm better. I have all the opportunities. I don't know yet how I'm going to continue, but I'm enjoying my situation now.
He should be. And that, I think, is the sign of a more confident Ding. I do think, didn't believe that he had much of an advantage. And objectively speaking, even at this moment, it's slightly better for white, but maybe not the biggest advantage that you could hope for. But I do think that it's a sizable one, and one where Ding can press, and he is trying to find the accurate continuation in this moment. So if we speak in move candidates for the white side, I mentioned b3. I think b4 is just a riskier approach. I don't really think Ding is going to do that, and it might objectively be bad. But Peter, I'm looking at b3, and I'm kind of tunneling there. So I'm wondering if, in addition to that, you have something else that catches your eye more?
Well, for the moment, B3, if you can't get the queen to the long diagonal, and it seems like with queen on G3, queen H5, you are covering the E5 square. Yeah, so this is not an issue, then okay, B3, king B2. The big question, do we worry about some A5, A4 counterplay? Is that an issue or not? Because if not, then B3, king B2 would be kind of tempting. And we have to highlight that after rook D5, black is always relying on this queen E2 kind of counterplay.
That's right. The queen gets active there. And I just want to note that if we go forward with a pretty natural sequence of moves, that this rook, not now, can go to C2 because the rook on D1 is loose. So, you have to time these things well. But in many positions, the rook can just get behind on C2. And maybe the second rook can go up to D4 because the queen on G3 does defend the E3 and H2 pawns. So maybe the rooks can be put to better use.
Wow, but we have a move. And the move is queen F4, a move that I haven't seen coming at all. What is the idea of this queen F4? Just stabilizing or improving the queen's position?
I have to say, Peter, clearly wasn't on my radar, didn't mention it. I like that move a lot, and I'm going to give it a voluntary exclamation point. A little one here, because he's not creating new weaknesses in his position, and he's kind of throwing the ball back to Gukesh and saying, what's your plan going to be?
Yeah, but now I'm given a chance to maybe go queen A5 with a tempo, hitting on the A2 pawn, and then maybe try to get rook to E5. Is that an idea, or then you hit me with some tactics? I don't know.
I guess A3 just to keep the pawns safe and sound. And you said rook E5.
Yeah, and then rook E5, yeah.
I was looking at queen F6, but I guess you're just going to chase my queen out of there very quickly, so I don't actually get to go and checkmate you. That was the plan. I'm being transparent here. I still think queen F6 is a reasonable move.
Okay, rook E6, kicking you away.
Yeah, and I guess if I go to D4, I'm just getting in my rook's way here. I still think you can't really complain from the white side, but maybe it's not optimizing your chances.
Yeah, but in any of these lines, we see that white is very happy. Yeah, white has control, and I'm thinking with black that, okay, how do I defend this position? Yeah, it's I absolutely have zero ideas for grabbing the initiative here.
The more we look, Peter, the more skeptical I am about this decision to play on from Gukesh, because if you're going to play on, you typically are looking for something more than just eventually trying to make a draw. So I wonder what he saw in his mind that made him believe that this was a good decision, because I think if I'm understanding you correctly, you're questioning it, and you don't see why black would ever be better unless white makes some big mistake.
Yes, and the reason why I'm questioning it, that it was taken in like 5 or 10 seconds, yeah, this decision. And if, for example, he would have calmly calculated the position, yeah, really spending 15 minutes and knowing that with queen e7 he can stop the clock and call the arbiter, so clock is not an issue. And then for some reason, after calculating, thinking, he sees like, all right, but actually I can play on because my position gives me the chance to play on. Then I would say that yes, wow, bravo, brilliant, courage and everything. But it feels to me like it was a very impulsive decision, and that's why I think that this rook ed1 that was played by Ding, and then this queen g3 signals to Gukesh that what I have done, yeah, now it's very important also for him not kicking himself, because if he starts kicking himself, questioning his decision, that will only hurt him, yeah, then it takes away way too much focus, attention and nerves. He has to try to forget about it, but it's much easier said than done. We have all been there. You start regretting, you start kicking yourself that how much of an idiot I was for continuing. I understand that the public wants to see fighting chess, everything, but at the same time, you also have the responsibility for the match, for yourself, for your country and everything. Yes, so this is a very tricky spot. I think Gukesh is regretting it now.
And objectively, white is better. We see that. It's easier to play from the white side. And I guess a big picture question for you, Peter. I really am interested in your take on this one. What trades benefit white the most? Does white want a queen endgame, a single rook endgame, a double rook endgame, just a king and pawn endgame? What transformations would you say are beneficial to Ding Liren and his winning chances?
Well, actually, the point is that it looks like almost all trades are favorable for white, but no trades are also good. Yeah, so that's kind of the most worrisome for black. Yeah, that I don't really see the scenario, and I recall this fantastic movie, The Magnificent Seven. Right, there was this moment when. There was this storyline when somebody was telling the story that, someone got naked and jumped into a cactus, and then they asked him, but why did you do that? Well, before I did it, it sounded like a cool idea. And I very much feel the same way, and Gukesh is thinking like, okay, did I really continue this game? I mean, white has the open file. White has the more mobile pawn structure. Black has played the maximum with g6. One could argue that, king g7 could maybe improve black's position, but we only see problems for black. I really do hope for Gukesh that he survived this game, because otherwise it will be very, very tough to have equalized the scores after this terrible first game, which was a total nightmare. Then you fight back with this devilish trap, because people have been talking about Ding blundering something there in game three. That's why Gukesh won. In my opinion, it was a completely different one, because it was so difficult to see that, or it was so easy to miss, depending on which angle you look at. This knight c3 to e2 from a distance, and that was fantastic calculation by Gukesh, who had foreseen that devilish trap like 5-6 moves in advance. So that was a huge victory, and if he loses this game like this, that he had the chance to stop the clock and claim a draw, I don't know, it will be very tough to recover.
Yeah, this is not a game that you never want to lose any game in a world championship, but this would be of his own doing, because the draw was guaranteed had he dropped his queen back instead of marching it forward. And in this position, I have the rooks in green. You said that pretty much every trade and also no trades seem to be good for white. And I'm on the same page as you. I don't actually see a plan, and individual moves right now aren't so simple. One big theme that you mentioned is that if this rook on e8 were to go up somewhere, there could be a rook d8, and then we're talking about some checkmating nets that black will have to be careful to avoid. And you do not want to allow all of this activity, which for the moment is just potential energy, to become very kinetic, and just all of a sudden the black king will be in the line of fire. So Gukesh spending his time here, I think he needs to. We mentioned ideas with the queen moving over to this side of the board, a5 or b5, one of those squares. I just don't know what plan black will have.
Knight Ding, who is leaning backward and is being happy. Okay, queen a5 is on the board. There was nothing else.
And how quickly, Peter, that's a question now. How quickly will Ding respond with either pawn to a3 or king to b1? Those are the only two options that protect that pawn. I like a3 a little bit more, but we'll see what Ding decides to play.
I also feel that a3 is more natural, because the king is on the board already.
Peter, I don't like to predict the future, because mainly I can't do that. I'm very worried for Gukesh right now. I don't see an exact plan for him. I really like how white has played these last few turns. He offered the queen trade. Again, anything that resembled a liquidation or a potential draw, that was decided against by Gukesh. And then queen f4. I think that was a really nice move, just taking away some squares from black's pieces and continuing to improve the harmony in white's camp.
Yes, I believe that already if Gukesh has played my suggestion with queen a5, I believe that he will also follow it up with rook e5. That's somehow the feeling, like you want to close that queen out of the game. However, you immediately use the chance to activate it with queen f6. But queen f6, rook e6, queen d4, then feeling-wise, it gives me the feeling like I achieved something with black. I agree that my position is still worse, but at least I feel that I made some progress, but I'm not enjoying the position.
I'm going to ask you a difficult question. After rook e5, if I gave you a free turn as black, what would your follow-up be?
King g7, immediately.
And then if I gave you another free turn?
Well, I'm already satisfied then, yeah? I want to make... Yes, I understand your point. Yeah, that basically there is not so much that black can do, because whenever that rook f8 moves, then white will go rook d7. Yeah, that's your idea, hitting the f7 pawn.
That's exactly right. So essentially what I'm trying to help our audience with is we see one move for black, a bunch of options, but I'm really trying to come up with a plan for black. So if we have the analysis board, thank you so much. Rook e5, let's say go rook d7, just to freeze your rook on f8 and ask you that question. If you move your rook to f5, I can grab your e4 pawn, for example. Rook d8 is what I want to achieve if I get my queen to f6, and I'm also threatening in some positions a rook takes a7, not right away, but maybe if I bring this rook up from d1 or get the e3 pawn defended, I guess to show, Peter, king g7, rook takes a7, looks like a nice one.
Yes, yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, so rook e5 is met by rook d7 nicely. Yeah, rook d7 is very nice. You don't give me chance to activate because actually one could argue that if you don't go rook d7, maybe I have this idea of going rook c8 and rook takes c3 check. Yeah, this is one tactic in the position that black can try to play for. I don't know, maybe it does not work at this moment, but something to keep in mind. But after rook d7, you make sure that no tactics. Black simply cannot activate his pieces.
And I don't see moves. I'm truly struggling to come up with like an exact plan for black, because king g7 no longer works, and that's why I asked you what your plan was going to be. Yeah. I really don't know what black does now, and I see the evaluation bar has been creeping up steadily to where it believes that white is like over a pawn better, and I think most importantly, practically, this is so easy to play for white, and where are the strategies from black?
Yes, so let's go back to the current position after queen a5, a3, so rook e5 had not been played yet. But then also, what exactly black is doing? What options do we have?
I was hoping that was rhetorical, because I'm not sure. And
rook e7, yeah, is rook e7 a move? But I'm also not feeling that this really helps me. You can maybe even go rook d7 if you want.
Yep.
And then rook f8. Okay, so no, rook f8, you take, and queen f6. Yeah, that's horrible.
Just the squeeze is fully on here. It's one of those positions, Peter, where I think we're thinking the same way. If we didn't have the evaluation bar off to the left, and actually even if we do have the evaluation bar off to the left, I still think that white wins this position a very healthy percentage of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very scary. And also, in order to understand that maybe this is not deadly, you have to spend awful amount of time, yeah, because the intuition tells you that no, you just can't play like this. And every single decision for black, it's so difficult. He might also end up in really big time trouble, because there are no moves that you can simply play from your intuition, from your chess understanding, because according to chess understanding, now white has really established a safe and stable advantage.
This is problematic for Gukesh. He is going to have to burn time on each and every move. Reminder, at move 40, they gain additional time, but we are on move 31, and there's 32 minutes left for each side. So, John, this is a moment for Gukesh where he may be regretting his previous decisions, but he has to throw all that away, throw it aside, and then figure out what to do from here, because this looks so much more fun to play from Ding Liren's perspective.
It absolutely does, Robert. Although I'm going to throw a controversial opinion into the mix, I'm going to suggest that this is what Gukesh signed up for. At the end of the day, choosing not to take the repetition, choosing to keep the queens on the board, Gukesh knew this was a possibility, and he's trying to test Ding Liren right now. He's saying, I know my position is worse, but I think I can outmaneuver you in the long run anyway. And so far, it's not like Ding Liren now still enjoys a 50-minute advantage on the clock. They're both on 31-32 minutes, and both players are going to have to throw their intuition to one side and calculate every move, just like you guys said. So I'm keen to see how this plays out. It could still end in a draw, but it absolutely is going to be a slugfest. Really keen for that. I've also just seen a couple of subscribers come in on Twitch. Huge thank you for that, by the way. Please go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you have the ability to do so. Subscribing to the Chess24 channel unlocks brand new emotes for every single event, and you get exclusive break time content during the show. It's your subs that make events like this possible, so use !subscribe in chat now to level up. Also worth mentioning, use the hashtag DingGukesh on social media. I am monitoring questions that might be coming in there. Please continue with your questions for Grandmasters Robert Hess and Peter Lecko. We're going to go to a quick break now, and when we come back, will Gukesh figure out a path to regaining some sort of attacking chance in this game, or will Ding continue to tighten the screws? See you in a bit.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just going to ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
In 2022, Gukesh was on your team that won bronze at the Olympiad, and I know he mostly did his own studying and preparation, although he was obviously a valuable team member. I want you to compare your assessment of him then with now, because you gave an interview to chess.com 2 years ago, and this is what you said about Gukesh. Not even sure if you remember. You said, he's self-confident, he has daring play, a risky approach, a narrow opening repertoire, he defends well in tough positions, and you called his time management interesting. Now, how many of those are still the case, and how many of those has he improved?
I think my views stand as such in all the aspects.
Okay.
So I still feel his time management could be better, and his opening repertoire could be broader, but he's getting there. Now, compared to 2022 Chess Olympiad, and now he's playing more openings, so he's gradually broadening his repertoire. That's very good sign. And he's not rushing it. So he is confident that he doesn't have to expand too fast and not have a deep understanding of the openings he plays. So he's taking it gradually, which is a mature thing to do. So I'm happy that he's handling these issues. But when you're taking it gradually, it takes longer time to achieve the objective. But my view on how this stands as such.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Welcome back to game number 6 of the Fide World Championship match. I'm John Sargent, joined by grandmasters Peter Lecco and grandmasters Robert Hess. Absolutely fantastic stuff today so far, and a huge battle from a psychological perspective. Peter, maybe summarizing a little bit for viewers that have tuned in more recently. An opportunity to repeat. Gukesh said no, and he then said no a second time as well. We really are turning the screw.
Yeah, it was a shocking moment because Ding had wonderful preparation. He put the pressure on. He had the advantage. Gukesh was defending very nicely. It seemed like he was driving Ding completely crazy, and Ding was ready to repeat. And then instead of repeating for the third time, then he took this impulsive decision going out from the repetition. And ever since, now Ding is in his comfort zone. He's very happy. He's putting the pressure. And one thing that comes to my mind, that didn't we hear from Gukesh during the press conference yesterday or the day before, that I don't believe in psychology, I believe in good moves. And in this regard, I feel like he fooled himself because he didn't stay true to himself. He should have repeated that was the best move in the position instead of playing some psychological games.
Oh, that Kasparov versus Fischer quote might come back to him in the press conference today, Robert. I think that's a fantastic observation from Peter there. What's your take on where Gukesh's head is at right now?
I'm with Peter there. I think that Gukesh, usually very stoic, very objective, calculating with the best of them. But that decision to play on was not one that he should have gone for. And I wonder if he did believe truly that he was playing objectively the best move, or if he was relying on some of Ding's question marks. The fact that Ding was less ambitious than he could have been a day ago, didn't quite realize the proper assessment of the position, or just didn't feel like he could press for more, and so he didn't try. But right now, Ding is looking at this position and looking at the clock, and he is a very happy camper.
So let's see what he is going to be able to do to just keep the pressure up at the moment. The position, of course, is better for Ding Liren. It is not a crushing win waiting to happen or anything like that, at least not yet, but he may be able to tempt Gukesh into another mistake. Back over to you folks, Grandmaster Hess and Lecco. Let's have some fun.
Thanks so much, John. And Peter, we've been talking about many things here, and I think that you referencing that press conference where Gukesh was saying he believed in good moves, and he made a psychological play that is probably one he's regretting. And you also said that each and every decision that Black is about to make will cost him some time, and he is burning his clock right now trying to come up with a move in this position. So Peter, Ding, he looks quite relaxed at the moment. He's got his head on his fist, and he's just looking at the position without stressing too much, it would seem. Do you feel like Gukesh is going to find something that will help him reach the time control and have a good fighting chance?
Well, honestly, I'm extremely worried for Gukesh right now. I just feel like what can go through his mind. We know exactly that he is capable of eliminating every kind of thoughts, but this is really huge. Yeah, it's so tough. He survived this game. He defended extremely well. He reacted well to Ding's fantastic preparation, and then voluntarily creating yourself the problem. And the problem is not just that this is a worse position. The problem is that it is so easy for White to suggest the moves that we're going to go rook d5, we're going to go h4, h5. I mean, we have so many possibilities to improve our position and create real threats to Black's position. And you asked me the question that what do I want to do with Black? I suggested rook e5, but then you came up with this rook d7, which even stopped my king g7 prophylactics because of rook takes a7 tactics, just showing that it's not only dangerous position, but there are also tactical move per move issues. And then how do you play this? Clock is ticking down. White is enjoying waiting for Black to finally make his move. And it will be so easy to put the pressure on Black, whatever he does.
And Gukesh didn't want to trade queens. Not only did he avoid a repetition of moves. When the queen went back to g3 and there was a queen capture available on g3, he did not take that, and I think that would have been a really challenging endgame for him. But rook d7 followed by queen c7. I mean, how are you going to avoid all the queen trades in the future? And you mentioned an idea with trying to sacrifice on c3. If you ever move your rook to c8, you've left the e4 pawn hanging. I'm not even sure if white wants to take that pawn just yet, because there may be a sacrifice on c3. It just is something you need to calculate. But the point is that rook was doing an important defensive task, covering the e4 pawn. But honestly, Peter, I think black wants to get rid of that pawn because at least it gives him something to attack the e3 pawn in response, just to put that on the board, that if you get something like this, okay, went to zeros, which means I know rook takes c3 check works. I didn't actually figure it out. I don't have to because the engine suggests that this is fine. But there is going to be, at minimum, a draw by repetition for black. For instance, if you drop the queen back, then you go queen a1. This is now a forcing sequence. And rook c2, it looks like you get out of all the checks. But I guess queen takes e3 here. If the king tries to run away, there's always a rook b8 check. And if you block, we get this draw because you can't run away with your king. So I think, Peter, maybe Gukesh will rely on rook takes c3 ideas, but Ding isn't just going to take the e4 pawn. I know he wasn't ambitious yesterday, but he must be ambitious right now.
Absolutely, because now he knows that he's clearly better. That the chance came maybe surprisingly to him. Yeah, he already kind of thought like, okay, it's a logical game. It ends in a draw, and he did not readjust or adjust himself to the new situation. But here after rook c8, there is also the idea of just playing queen to f6. Yeah, this queen on f6 then beautifully protects, guards the c3 pawn, and we still have all these rook d8 ideas if black moves that rook from c8 with mating ideas. And Gukesh made a move.
And it was queen b5, second queen move in a row. That is objectively a strong decision by Gukesh. He's just bringing his queen to a slightly better square. So, Peter, 19 minutes left for Gukesh. He finds the best move on this turn, but he doesn't have all that much time considering how complex the position remains.
Yes, on the other hand, I'm really loving this decision, because with queen b5 at least he hints at some ideas like queen b3, queen a2, yeah, that the queen can sneak in. One could say, all right, okay, this is childish because white can always play the move king b1. But if white plays king b1, then suddenly black switches back with the rook from e8 to b8. And suddenly, due to the pin, the c3 and a3 pawns will be hanging. And at least there is some play. Yeah, at least there is some direction. The same applies with queen c4, queen a2. Yeah, so the same ideas can happen in different scenarios. And it also puts little pressure on white, yeah? So all the things that we talked about, that white has a free hand, and white can play rook d5, h4, and so on. Rook d5 can be met by queen b3, and we are creating some threats.
Yeah, that queen infiltration seems to be a problem. And for white right now, this rook is free to go, because the second rook can replace the first on d2. And that allows at least the lead rook to get active. So, Peter, moves that come to mind, rook d7, as in the previous position. That still looks quite appealing to me, because if you get this rook up here, you freeze the rook on f8, the a7 pawn is hanging, and I know rook b8 and queen b3 is what we've been talking about, but this defensive posturing does look like it is sufficient. The queen desperately needs to get in for black, and maybe that's the way that you'd want to go, but I do think it's a little bit slow now with the e4 pawn loose.
I think, like you already highlighted, just don't touch this e4 pawn. Forget about this e4 pawn. It's good that this e4 pawn is there because black is lacking counterplay. But Gukesh, no, I think Ding has made a move and he opted for rook d4. Yeah, he just in case gets rook b4 idea also in. The pawn on e4 is vulnerable. And this shows that he has a lot of confidence in his position because he played rook d4 quite quickly.
I'm giving him a gold star for rook d4. That's a really nice move. I was thinking offensively, let's get that rook forward to d7. But Peter, these types of moves are often what win you games. It's not just about the immediate threats, but how to actually prevent your opponent from organizing their pieces. Rook b8, no longer a thing. Rook to b4, and black drops material or goes into a bad endgame like we've been talking about. Actually, I'm going to show that real quick. That rook b8, it threatens an attack down here on b2, but after rook b4, you have to go queen e8, the only way not to lose material. And then not only is rook takes e4 with tempo, let's get us into this endgame. This is like the worst possible rook endgame from all the endgames we've seen for black, because white gets to d7, the king comes up, the pawns go forward, and I think that white's already winning. I see the evaluation, but maybe it's a depth issue. This looks terrible for black.
Yes, it looks terrible. You could have even started with b4. You could start pushing the pawns immediately. I'm absolutely with you that this is horrible for black. But then what does black do? Yes, and he plays a move. He moves with the queen to e2. Okay, at least he signals that, you know what, you move the rook from d2, and he's only dreaming about some repetition like rook d2, queen b5, but he knows exactly that this will never happen here.
Right, because the second rook, or I can say the first one here, rook 1 to d2, queen e1 is just a single check, and I don't think that Ding should fear that check. His king will be safe and sound on c2. He is not going to fall into a mating net. So these are big decisions still for Ding Liren. He could repeat the moves at least once if he so chooses. Rook 1 to d2 looks pretty good. And, you know, Ding is, I think, coming into his own right now. I think with yesterday's game, he didn't press as much as he could have, but it was a nice recovery considering he lost in game 3. He's been able to stabilize himself, and not just stabilize, but play for more. So while Ding, he's sitting, he's calculating. He talked with Mike Klein, and it was Mike Klein's with one of the world's biggest YouTube and Twitch chess streamers in Singapore. So let's take a look at that conversation.
We are on the hunt for one of the world's largest chess streamers, and I think we have found him. We're going to move over here behind the camera, and what do we have? We have Mr. Eric Rosen. Welcome to the World Championship. This is some interesting prep for the World Rapid and Blitz you have going on here. We're going to bug you during the game because anybody can play chess. Okay. And your opponent's in favor.
Moves here,
okay.
so...
Yeah. All right, so we're going to ask you some random trivia questions while you play the game. Okay. How many members of the cast of Friends can you name?
0.
Okay, I'm also 0, so thank you for not naming them. How does it feel to have your rent paid for by the Stafford Gambit?
Oh man, it feels good, but it requires a continual stream of Stafford Gambit content.
Can we expect more Stafford Gambit content? Is there more that you're holding out on that you haven't released yet?
I mean, it's difficult when my opponent plays knight c3 on move 3 and doesn't go into a Stafford. It kind of breaks my heart. But
I think he's trying to win and not go viral. I actually have some students that play the Stafford, and I want to punch them, except I remember you're a nice guy, so I don't do that, actually.
I try and avoid punching people, too. I've never gone into boxing or chess boxing.
Okay, I'm running out of questions. Let's get one from the crowd. Who's got a trivia question for Eric to bug him during his game? Anything. Okay, we're going to let you get back to it, but let me ask you, what else are you going to be doing besides streaming while you're here?
Eating a lot of food. I'm so excited because one of my favorite cuisines is Asian food.
Yeah, but that's kind of a broad. That's a continent. Can you isolate it a little bit more for us?
I mean, Thai, Japanese, Chinese, but like here it's just food, like noodles and soup and dumplings and.
Yeah, it's awesome. But let me get you out of here with a real chess question. You got a wild card for the World Rapid and Blitz. You're playing. Who do you want to play the most?
Magnus, Hikaru, or Fabiano, or Ali Reza, probably. Yeah, I need to start training, so...
Now, if you play Hikaru, are you both going to be streaming the game on your own phones?
I'm not allowed to bring in any electronic devices or stream.
Boo.
I might try and get someone to do it for me. Okay. Maybe you're a good connection for the chess.com people there.
I have no power with Fide. All right, well, there you go. Eric Rosen, he's playing here, he's streaming here, and he's also playing the World Rapid and Blitz. This is some interesting prep, but Eric, we wish you well.
Thanks so much, Mike.
Back to you guys.
Always good to see Eric Rosen, a friendly face. he's there on the ground in Singapore, enjoying himself some noodles and a World Chess Championship match. So, Peter, we are back into the action here. Again, thanks to all the subscribers to the channel. We appreciate you. And right now, Ding Liren appreciating his position, but after queen to e2, Peter, he's paused. So he's not sure how to combat this queen venturing into his position.
Yes, I think that this queen b5, queen e2 idea was a fantastic way of creating some kind of pressure on Ding, because we talked about it, that it looked like it's completely risk-free position. But with this queen entering and offering you so many different ideas, for example, you did mention that you don't really care about this queen entering, so you are not afraid of going rook 1 to d2. And while you were talking, I thought like, okay, let me try to punish you for all your words by going queen e1 check, king c2, and then maybe a5. Yeah, if we can show the, yeah, exactly, look, queen e1, king c2, a5, and then setting up some rook b8, rook takes b2 ideas with queen b1 checkmate at the end. And then I realized that even this does not work, because when I sacrifice the rook once and then bring the other rook, then the queen from f4 is actually covering the b8 square. So just to show that actually this queen on f4 is doing a fantastic job.
I'm just going to show that because it could be such a fun variation. I'm just making sort of random moves. I know that queen a1 here would be very strong, but your point, Peter, that normally, you know, without the queen on f4, rook b8 check would be the follow-up going after the white king, but the queen on f4 is optimally placed to prevent just that. So,
but thanks to the Everall bar, there was this queen a1 possibility. Yeah, so in fact, this a5 rook b8 queen e1 check threatens queen a1. That's actually beautiful.
Yes. So white doesn't have all the time in the world, you know, just play h4 and h5. It's a bit slow. And then it begs the question is, what is the proper response here? Because you stopped rook b4. That was a big reason you played a5 to try to control the b file from black side. And I can always chase your queen away if I'm thinking about this from Ding's point of view, because after queen e2, I can bring my second rook back. But I'm with you. I feel like black is able to better coordinate, or at least hint at an attack, if this queen can continue to just pester the white king and rooks.
Yes, and actually Ding has played the move rook 1 to d2. It's on the board. So we might be seeing this type of direction. But I also feel that for Gukesh, knowing that he's in a passive position, he's desperately looking for counterplay. It's very tempting to give this check on e1 and then try to go with a5 for counterplay.
Well, I'm wondering if white can play queen f2 here, because there's still the a1 square. I see the evaluation plummet. I forgot about that square. I thought I was forcing the queens off, but after queen a1, rook to d1, the queen gets out via a2, and then we see why black is in charge, because the king on c2 doesn't feel safe and sound anymore. So an oversight there by me, but one that Ding will not miss. Queen to a1 as a concept, that's not something that you want to see appear, because then you go from better to perhaps immediately lost.
Yes, and now it's the big question, that, okay, Ding played the move rook 1 to d2 because he knows exactly that after queen e1 check, he can still play rook d1 and then think again. And maybe he also, by signaling that he's not afraid of queen e1 check, forces Gukesh to retreat with the queen. But I don't think that black can afford to retreat. If black simply retreats, then white got everything what he wanted. Then this b4, king b2, and everything that you highlighted before, also this rook d5 ideas, just everything works perfectly. So I think black has to go for, and look at this, the shoe. Look at the shoe of Gukesh. It's moving. Yeah, this is the typical sign where you are showing some nervousness, but at the same time also because you think like, aha, maybe I have a counterplay. Maybe I have a chance for counterplay with queen e1, followed by this a5, queen a1 at some point.
And these two players, they're alone in that hall. It's a box. There are spectators that are on the other side. They can neither see nor hear them. So they're kind of alone in the world with their thoughts, with their calculations. And that's the point of view of the many fans that are in attendance. You see that big image of Ding Liren there on the wall. It's him in a pensive pose. But as we zoom in, we see those two players in that glass box in the arena where it's 1 versus 1. And They have to figure out what to do in complex territory. So Gukesh still thinking here, Peter. He's down to 13 minutes, 20 seconds, and that was White's 33rd move played. So he's got about, let's call it 2 minutes per move, but we know that this is a difficult position for Gukesh because, say, he has to trade queens. He now may be in an even worse endgame than before, and he wants to avoid that, but how to do that without actually making more concessions?
Well, go for this queen e1 check. I think it will be played because the other option of going queen f3 is there, but I'm worried of these endgames. Yeah? The queen f3 is a possibility, but I'm not really believing in it.
There are several replies possible. Rook f2 if you want to take back on f4 with a rook. After queen f3, there's also queen h6 maybe, or queen g5, just keeping those queens on the board for a little bit longer. So queen f3, you raise a good point that instead of just bringing your queen to e1, there's also this square. But I guess, as we say, we really don't want to allow a capture on f4 that gives black a protected passed pawn here. So I would move the queen maybe even back to g3 and say, okay, now what, Gukesh? What's your follow-up here?
Yes, it's possible. Okay, one has the feeling that I improved the position a little bit with this queen on f3. On the other hand, what do I do next? It's a fair question. I just want to highlight one more small detail, yeah, that after queen f3, if you play the move rook f2, then queen h1 check would actually be a terrible mistake because rook d1 traps the queen. Just to highlight this beautiful small idea. But I think that if you play rook f2, I can trade on f4. Maybe after rook f2, I can trade on f4, because after rook f4, f5, suddenly your rook on f4 is misplaced. And this is counterplay.
This is serious counterplay, and it's still going to be a long battle ahead because white does have the c-pawn, but black's pawns are pushing up the board much more quickly than in some of the other variations. Queen f3, that move has been played. Gukesh down to 11 minutes, 45 seconds. He will have 7 more turns to make. And after queen f3, we don't like the capture on f3. I'm just going to put that on the board to show you why. That this rook on e8 stares down to e3, and now that becomes a weak point in white's camp. When there's a pawn on e4, that pawn was safe and sound. As soon as that capture happens, e3 is a weakness and a target. And so here, Peter, queen to g3 is one move I mentioned. The queen can escape elsewhere. If you choose to go to g3, g5, h6, all of these moves to keep the e3 pawn protected. And what will black's follow-up be if the queen trade, if it is offered, will be on white's terms?
Well, actually, queen g3 is a very nice move. When you mentioned it, immediately I sensed it that, wow, this is super high class. Because you remember there was a moment when computer claimed that queen take g3, h take g3, is kind of okay for black, but we said that we don't believe that it's okay for black. It looks bad, and this is certainly not an improved version for white, so we don't have to worry about this. But otherwise, I can't really improve the position. I cannot play the move rook e5 because the queen from g3 is still covering the e5 square. It's a nice little touch, this queen g3, and also so frustrating if your opponent plays a move like this, and you wanted to dislocate that queen from f4 because the queen on f4 was so irritating, and suddenly the queen on g3 is just as effective.
Yes, and the queen trades will favor white, and in this particular position, not just psychologically, but also in terms of the objective evaluation, white will be pressing for a win. And so queen g3, it's what's coming to my mind. I could see a more aggressive approach being taken here. It was right on by you that rook f2, it's not the best decision for Ding, and that means that a queen move looks to be stronger, and it's not easy to choose which square that is, and that's why Ding is investing some of his time, but he has a healthy lead on the clock as we approach move 40.
Yeah, time trouble will be crucial, but still for Ding, I think time trouble isn't an issue because his moves comes naturally. It's much more of black's problem here, yeah, because to find counterplay it's so difficult. I have to give a lot of credit to Gukesh. Yeah, there was this moment when he played the move queen a5 ac, and he was thinking again. We were really worried, like, hey, how are you going to defend this? And he understood that the rook on e8 has to stay. This is kind of a stronghold, and he find this queen b5, queen e2, queen f3, creating some practical problems. Yeah, this is the way how you have to play. You have to defend tough positions, giving your opponent also choice, but also giving the impression that actually, yes, my position might be objectively worse, but I'm playing very well.
Yeah, Gukesh is doing the best that he can to hang on here, but the storyline, the dominating one, is that he could have already finished this game, made a draw, entered his rest day with a 3-3 tie where he'll get the white pieces 2 days from now. But right now, he has played queen f3, a very strong reply. And you see Ding, he keeps looking across at his opponent, and he's studying the board, glancing over at Gukesh. He is undoubtedly surprised that the game continued and that he was able to obtain this position. And now it's about maximizing your chances. So, Peter, as we talk about specifics, I know I mentioned queen h6. I'm actually going to throw that one away because I don't like the queen being so offside. It looks aggressive. It looks like you might set up a checkmating net, but I feel like the queen needs to be a bit closer to the action. So I don't love that suggestion I made so much. And by process of elimination, it leaves us with queen g5, which I like. And I think my sort of calm, cautious approach is to play queen g3.
Yes, queen g3 was your original idea. I'm here. I can confirm, all our viewers can confirm that it was the first move that you mentioned. As a good commentator, you also had to highlight aggressive intentions like with queen h6. I'm absolutely with you. I wanted to say that I'm not afraid of queen h6. Please play the move queen h6. I don't care about it. I'm much more worried of queen g3 because this small little move and you have the positional advantage. You don't need to create anything. You should just make sure that black is unable to create counterplay.
And so queen g3 keeps everything protected in the best possible way. The queen is defended, everyone, but you do not want to get rid of this e3 pawn. Black would be happy about that because e4 then becomes a strong point rather than the liability that it currently is. And e4 is weak because the rook is needed to protect it. If you ever play f5, especially with the queens on the board, and the rook slams down on d7, the black king is the one that's exposed. So individual choices here, they are going to be of the utmost importance. Ding, he is spending some of that lead on the clock. I think he's doing the right thing right now. And for Gukesh, he is trying to calculate on his opponent's time. Peter, that's very important.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so what are the options? Yeah, queen g3 we are afraid of, but we have to find an idea. Is it that then suddenly black might again switch to this queen f1 check idea, trying to hope for eventual queen a1 at some point? Or if you think like with queen g3 you want to anyway just block everything, then after queen f1 check, rook d1 would be the most logical. Then I play queen e2 and wait for Ding to show how he gonna try to kick that queen away from e2, because that queen on e2 was irritating as well.
Yeah, we sort of have a dance going on where the position slightly changes, but the same themes arise. And here you can bring your rook back from d4, but then we're really back to where we started when the queen goes back to b5. And not easy to figure out where the pieces belong. So, Peter, I'm going to just sit on the live board for a second here and ask you, where do you feel that each piece belongs from the white side? Like, if you could pick up a rook or a queen and place it anywhere you want, like, what are your dream moves?
Well, okay, I would like to enjoy my position, yeah, but I think black has to keep on asking some concrete questions, yeah, like now what Gukesh is doing with queen on f3 is challenging the queen on f4. Also, it's not logical, yeah, that before white was always happy with the trade of queens. Now black is the one who is offering the queen trade. I think this is kind of the new element, and Ding is about to make a move. I think he will play queen g3. It's very much his style.
Yeah, just a cautious approach where he is not taking any of the risk, but no, he's actually back to calculating. And while he does that and he looks across at his opponent, who may be regretting that decision to decline a 3-time repetition, let's not forget that Gukesh is a star, and it's his fighting spirit that brought him to the World Championship stage. So without further ado, let's have a look at how Gukesh became the 2024 World Championship Challenger.
At just 18 years old, Gukesh is within reach of history as he challenges Ding Liren for the title of World Chess Champion. Born in Chennai, India, Gukesh is one of the most impressive prodigies the chess world has ever seen. He became a grandmaster at the young age of 12 years and 7 months. Had broken the 2700 barrier by the age of 16, he became the youngest ever to break 2750. His rapid rise toward the top has been nothing short of incredible.
An impressive performance that Gukesh is pulling out, beating one of the strongest players in the world.
At the 2024 Candidates Tournament in Toronto, Gukesh entered as an underdog, but soon he proved to be a real contender. After suffering a setback and losing from an excellent position to Fruja in round 7, the young Indian came back strong in the second half of the event by winning 3 games.
What a moment! There it is. Wow. Gukesh Damaraju, the 17-year-old, he is doing unheard of things.
While leading by half a point ahead of the final round, the job wasn't done. Facing pre-tournament favorite Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces, he needed to at least draw to secure a playoff, while a win would secure a victory. In the end, Gukesh easily held the draw, and when Caruana couldn't convert a winning position against Nepomniachtchi, the Indian super talent prevailed.
Official congratulations to Gukesh, the youngest player to win the candidates and to compete for a world championship title.
Since winning the candidates, the Indian teenager has continued to impress, climbing to the top 5 in the world rankings. Now, with the chess world watching, Gukesh stands on the brink of history. If he wins, he will make history as the youngest ever undisputed world chess champion and inspire a whole new generation of chess enthusiasts.
I'm very excited to play the World Championship and really looking forward to all the preparations and being there.
Gukesh Damaraju, a name that has blossomed in the chess world, a name that you will be hearing for many, many years to come. Whether that name will be attached to the World Championship crown, that's a big question. And Ding, he does not want to allow that. Right now, Gukesh, he's been on the defensive. It was his own doing as he declined a 3-time repetition and a draw. So Peter, Ding is still calculating here. He's down to 14 minutes himself. We have played 33 moves of Game 6 of this match. Do you think that Ding is concerned about something, or he's just trying to execute with pinpoint precision?
Well, I think that queen e2, queen f, this queen b5, queen e2, queen f3 maneuver is having an impact on him, yeah, because it looked like he has everything under control. Black has 0 counterplay. There are no questions for white to be answered. Just enjoy and improve the position. And all of a sudden, Gukesh created this chance, showing his fantastic ability of fighting back from any situations. Yeah, clearly he was very upset with himself, but it did not stop him from finding resources. And now he's back to playing best moves with queen b5, queen e2, queen f3. King c2 played by Ding, allowing the trade on f4. I can't believe what we are seeing here.
This might be a test. This is a huge moment where Ding plays king to c2, and it was something I was actually about to bring up, not this specific move, but the king felt unsafe. And if I'm just going to pick up a piece because I can drag it to a2, if the king were on a2, that's good when queens are on the board, but bad when the queens get traded because the king should be close to the center. And Peter, no player in the world can calculate so far ahead to determine with absolute certainty that queen takes f4 is okay for black. I see the evaluation bar, it went closer to the center. Queen takes f4 is best. But if we're being realistic, Peter, a really difficult move to play, even if you want to, because you're not 100% sold that the ensuing endgame will be good enough, as the king and the c-pawn and the b-pawn, they're all coming to approach the black side.
Yes, absolutely true. On the other hand, I was also very happy and relieved from black side that, wow, I get a chance of trading on f4 and then we'll have a passer, e-passer, but I get your point because white has everything under control. Black will probably trade and have to play rook e7 and rook f8 and then king g7. That's kind of the best setup, and he trades the queens.
And the immediate reply, of course, is to capture back. And with Gukesh about to dip to 10 minutes. That was the 35th move played by Ding. So that means that Gukesh, he needs to play 6 moves in 10 minutes. So we're getting to that territory, Peter, where we're almost there, but not quite,
F5.
to get additional time. And F5 played.
F5 played, yes, because actually I immediately understood that clearly Black will try to hit White with G6, G5 idea, with this potential pawn sacrifice at the right circumstance. Yeah, at the moment G5 can maybe be answered by Rook G2, feeding that pawn and provoking it all the way up to G4, and then you don't get these breaking possibilities, but it will be in the possession, and White is not just able to enjoy. Clearly, okay, you're gonna push C4, B4, King C3. You have to watch out always for counterplay. King G7, King F6, supporting G5. It can get very messy.
Black could even win this game. So we've been talking about one-way traffic for Ding Liren. Now with that G5 idea, and Peter, you mentioned this many moons ago, that you could sacrifice 1, maybe even 2 pawns to get some passers. You have a rook on E8 behind a protected pass pawn on E4. I think we have to just quickly bring up a board and show a couple lines, because if White is careless here, let's say you just say, I'm going to play B4 because Robert's been talking about that for a while, and we get G5, and you in fact take on G5, look at this, game over. Black would win because there's E3 and F4 and F3, and the rooks are perfectly placed behind those passed pawns, so White's ahead material, but is definitely going to lose that game.
Yes, I feel that from White's perspective, H4 is the move that you really want to play on the board, I believe. Yes, of course, H4, just making sure that you control G5 in all circumstances.
The problem with making a move like H4, while it takes away G5, you're putting your pawns closer to your enemy pieces. So in certain endgames, King G7, instead of going to F6, which isn't going to have the same threat, King H6, King H5, the H4 pawn and the G4 square. I mean, that's a long ways away, but that's just what I'm trying to anticipate. So suddenly, Peter, it was clear plus for Ding. Nothing could really go wrong. He allows the capture on F4, which you did not like. I mean, I could read that in your face immediately, and in your words, that this seems like it's heading in Gukesh's direction a little bit.
Absolutely, I was shocked, yeah, that, okay, because we kind of assume that White has everything under control, so what we don't want to do, to give any kind of counterplay for our opponent. And look at this, Gukesh immediately, also the body language now, he's shaking his chair, he understands that time trouble is approaching, and then getting the counter chance possibility. This is practically so important, yeah, that he sees that he has this King G7, King H6 idea. You can even close your eyes and go, and you might even have winning chances. It's a very messy endgame. Now Ding has to watch out in time trouble not to completely lose control of this endgame.
And we saw that Gukesh was shaking, and Ding, we see the feature shot, maybe he isn't so confident either. And King G7, not always the easiest move to play, because a check on the 7th rank, is the A pawn loose? Can that be captured? Is there enough time? C4, C5, B4. We know that the Black King is trying to walk forward. I mean, both sides have passed pawns here, Peter. It is an absolute race. Neither player can see all of the options, and they are in some serious time trouble, not to lose on time, but to possibly make an inaccurate decision that could completely tilt the balance of the game.
Yes, well, just I can highlight some idea like King G7, Rook D7 check. I say ignore it, King H6. I'm continuing. And for example, after Rook takes A7, I'm going to push E3. And after Rook E2, I'm going to go King H5. I also sacrifice the H7 pawn with check. And then King G4. And then King F3, I get to your Rook on E2. And my E pawn might decide the game. It's just razor sharp endgame.
I'm showing this exact continuation. You raised such a good point. E3, you stop the passer. King H5, take another pawn with check, and King to G4. And we see that Black is winning in this particular endgame. It's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of the pawns that you have remaining in this E3 pawn. I mean, that's just worth way more than 1 point. Ignore the values. That is too strong, and I think White will have to sacrifice a rook for that pawn just to survive. But in the game, right now, Gukesh on the clock. He is under 7 minutes. A move like King G7, well, is White just going to start pressing these pawns, pushing them forward here. And this is what is really difficult about chess, Peter, is that unless you're playing daily chess or if you're playing correspondence chess, when you say you don't have to make a move for a year, it's all good. You have to make the move within the time limit, and you may make a very rushed decision, say pawn to e3, which you should always be tempted by. My coach called the 20% rule. When you could go up to the 6th rank, your opponent's 3rd rank or further, you always have to consider the move, and about 20% of the time it will be the best choice. I think that's actually a very bad decision, because instead of having a protected pass pawn by another pawn, you're extending it too far, it becomes a quick liability.
Yes, then white blockades it with rook e2, king d3, beautifully highlighting with arrows. No, just don't push the the e pawn to e3. King g7, it's very much in the blitz spirit as well. Yeah, you see that, for example, you start pushing c4, b4, c5, but I'm going to go king g7, king h6, king h5, king g4. And it's going to be hell of a race. I would be more scared actually from the white side, because this king on g4 can then hit on f4. You can even somewhere sacrifice that rook, like in the dragon. Yeah, sometimes you see those positions, we know those endgames, yeah, that black plays a rook down endgame, but the pawns are compensating very sharp.
And one downside of playing, even if you could bring your king to h5 right now, if you could teleport, rook g2 does annoy me, because the king is really caught offside. You don't necessarily want to take on h4. You could walk into a ladder checkmate. And so, Peter, from a distance at least, king g7, king h6, king h5, you see c4, c5, and I'm never going to allow your king into g4. I'm going to shut the door on you with rook to g2. So I'm not saying that this is a bad decision from Gukesh, but we see I think he made a different move over there. Wait, he played e3. That was a move that we both were suggesting could backfire.
Yes, it doesn't feel right, but on the other hand, maybe it has a very concrete idea. He might want to lure that rook to e2, and he says that, you know what, I'm going to defend with rook e7, rook e7, king d3, rook fe8, and he will insist on going h6, g5 later on by bringing his king to f6, or even just by sacrificing the pawn. So, okay, computer also confirms that e3, it's not a blunder, it's an absolute normal move we were unsure of, but it's a normal move.
Huge decision there from Gukesh, and objectively, a fine one. And he has 5 minutes left. 36 moves have been played. They need to get to move 40. And rook e2, a quick reply. Which square does the black rook go to? It looks like he's already chosen the e7 square. And now, Peter, you're right. King d3, rook d8. Oh, question mark given to rook e7. That feels harsh. If we can, I'm just going to go a half step back and look what the better move was. It says rook f6? It wants some weird way of doubling the rook. So somehow rook e6 instead of rook e7 was better. And maybe, Peter, if I am reading this correctly, it's really hard to parse all the details, is that the c-pawn can get more advanced with the rook on e7. You may have to spend an extra tempo to stop it. I don't know with certainty. I'm not pretending to. But perhaps that's why the engine doesn't love it.
Well, or in the other line, when we talked about that, when you double the rooks on the e-file and protect the e3 pawn, then king g7, king f6, you cover the 6th rank from checks. I'm just trying to make sense of it. Definitely in a blitz game, rook e7 was the most natural move. In a correspondence game, rook f6 might appear as the objectively best move, but with few minutes on the clock, without any increment, you just blitz out the move rook e7.
I don't understand why it's deserving of a question mark. That feels harsh, but maybe it does give white some chances here. And I think you have to throw the pawns forward. King d3, rook e8, c4, maybe works out just fine. But is king d3 actually beneficial to you, or should you just start the pawn pushing immediately? It's a difficult question to answer. But I guess one question I have back for you, Peter, is there a universe where black may play rook e4 that feels very slow? I know you want to get after these kingside pawns, but I don't think you have time.
Yes, I also feel like you just don't have time because, for example, king d3, rook e8, white already pushes something like b4 or c4, and after rook e4, you are just wasting way too much time. Yeah. Finally, we trade the e3 pawn for the f4 pawn. You still have to move that rook from f4 by taking the h4 pawn. How many tempis do you give? You can't afford that.
It looks like king d3, rook e8 on the board, so that is the 38th move. Give it an exclamation point, but it was the only move here. I think that's generous, but it's indicating the only move because otherwise black was in trouble. So, Peter, big moment still for Ding. Which pawn do you push? Is it b4? Is it c4? Does it matter? Does it just transpose to the sort of same continuation? These are not easy questions to solve, not when you have 8 minutes left and not even if you had 8 hours.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, intuitively, probably it does not really matter. Yeah, it feels like, okay, I can push either c4 or b4, but exactly that's why you don't know what to decide on, because both moves seems equally possible. And this is also kind of a slightly nightmarish scenario, yeah, that you would prefer that one move is clearly stronger than the other, obviously, and then you can make this move a tempo.
You know, Peter, I just had a thought here while I'm looking at this position, looking at Ding. One reason why king d3, and we see objectively it was fine, but one reason we don't love the location of the king is in some positions you'd want on e1 to be in front of the pawn. The rook on e2 is stuck right now. It's immobilized because with these rooks on the e file doubled, if this rook were to ever move, say right now, e2 would then win the game. But if the king had gone back to d1 in some parallel universe, then e2 wasn't so threatening because the king could sit in front of the passer. So I'm wondering if maybe king d3 was premature. The evaluation has remained the same, but it may prevent certain options from being played because the rook is stuck there on e2.
On the other hand, I don't really see any real scenario when white would have allowed that pawn to advance anyway, and with going king d1, it's a little bit too passive. As well, I'm worried anyway that black will eventually go h6, g5 at some point, creating another passer. I feel like king d3 is fine. I also would like to add one little remark to rook f8, given an exclamation mark by the computer. Just feel like because the computer was harsh with rook e7, it felt like it needs to balance it out, yeah, just to compensate. Yes, I'm correcting my mistake. These two moves were absolutely fine.
Yeah, I'm going to remove that for the moment. You all can see it, but now it's gone. It's the only move in the position, which is why it was given the exclamation point. And I think it's good to find those chances while they exist. But here, Gukesh was never going to miss that. But Peter, I guess I would love to get my rook behind a passed pawn. And that's why I still in the back of my head, I'm a little nervous about this king being on d3. Because if the king could step in front of it, this rook would be free to move. And wow, he played a pawn push that I wasn't expecting. I was so focused on the queen side. He plays h5 here.
Yes. Well, it's certainly a move I did not see coming. Is this an attacking or a defensive move? This is what I'm trying to understand. I'm not sure what to make of it.
I think defensive, because now these king marches won't come at the cost of a potential pawn here. But he is also maybe giving himself an opportunity to trade on g6 and play a rook d6 and maybe hit at that pawn, because there might be some positions, Peter, where you allow the black pawn to push forward, but you get enough checks with your rooks, and that way you are not as frozen. But I don't pretend to foresee what's going to happen, and I would have been focused on the other side.
Yes, exactly, because somehow the feeling was that black anyway wants to activate the king. The king would love to go to f6, and okay, rook d6 check will always be there, I understand, but yeah, and g takes h5. Wow, so he wants to push h4, h3, h2, because rook takes h2 is always met by e2.
That is a big decision here, Peter, because black's pawn structure is now ruined. So if white is able to quickly grab this f5 pawn, then black seems to be in some big trouble. So do you have enough time to throw this h-pawn forward? How does that work out?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Intuitively, I'm not liking it, but I also see the level bar in front of me, and it says it's all fine. It was probably the best move. Wow.
Rook d5 played. What's the major idea here? I'm certainly confused by what's happening because black's pawn structure seems so weak.
Yes, we have also seen Dingley ran, yeah, he made time control. Yeah, he ran to the bathroom, refreshes himself, and gets ready for the second part. But Gukesh still has to make a very tough decision. And G takes h5 was move 39. Wow, what a committal decision, but probably he has calculated, has foreseen the follow-up.
He is yet to make his move. It is the final move approaching time control. So as soon as Gukesh plays his 40th turn, he gets 30 minutes. He has played h4. The evaluation has not changed. He's just making sure, and that's something that the players are definitely going to make sure that they hit that 40th move. He looks at Ding's score sheet just to double check, to verify. And wow, Peter, we have a total transformation here where Black's pawns, they look quite poorly placed in many regards because they are doubled and isolated in the h-file. The f5 pawn can be picked off, but Gukesh is relying on his passers, not just one anymore, but a second to help him maybe not even just hold the balance, but if Ding isn't careful, may allow Gukesh to even play for more.
Wow, really impressive decision by Gukesh, sensing that he can take G takes h5. I'm still kind of puzzled why Ding pushed h5, because it looked absolutely unnecessary. Your suggestion of advancing the queenside pawns was much more natural. And then also Gukesh's reaction of taking G takes h5 quite quickly, as if he has sensed that h5 might be a move. Now we are seeing lines that, yeah, Black is giving up the f5 pawn, but when White takes on f5, then Black will give a check. I don't know if Rook d7 check or Rook d8 check. Probably does not really matter, but one of the checks will appear on the board so that the White king will have to retreat from d3, from the ideal d3 square, and then Black might use the Rook on the g file also to activate itself. Wow, what an endgame.
There is so much to dissect from these last few moves. h4 is Black's 40th. Gukesh, just like Ding, can now walk around, try to stretch those weary legs, and try to just concentrate on what's to come. John, what a turn of events we've had here as we bring back the Sergeant. And, you know, it's just incredible to see the decision-making with just a few minutes on the clock to take that pawn on h5. First to offer it, then for Black to take it and ruin his pawn structure.
I can't make heads nor tails of what's going on at the moment, Robert, if I'm honest with you. I was surprised by the queen trade after we went to such lengths to avoid it before. And that's me thinking, okay, maybe there's not much left to try here. And then, of course, completely wrong. h5 coming in. We now have the Black pawn structure in tatters, but with the rook significantly better connected than they were before. It's very clear that there's still quite a lot to, like you said, dissect in this position, to analyze. Peter, how much of this is the development on the psychological play we saw earlier where we were trying to dodge the queen trade? Are Ding and is Gukesh in a different frame of mind now than we were back then? Are they still just fighting tooth and nail? What's going on?
I think that Gukesh is very relieved. He's very happy that he got this double-edged rook endgame, because it's certainly a big improvement compared to what happened after he refused the repetition. And I believe also, if we can speak in the name of the chess world, everybody roots for Gukesh to survive this game, yeah, right? Because he avoided the repetition. He is delivering this incredible battle that we are witnessing. Probably Ding's fans disagree because Ding had the chance maybe to get more out of it. But I think the whole chess world would be quite satisfied with a very hard-fought draw.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. At the end of the day, no matter which camp you're supporting, Gukesh chose to decline the repetition and is the one trying to find extra nuances in the position to potentially convert. So very, very exciting stuff here as we close out the weekend. It's Black Friday weekend as well, of course, which means it's going to be your final opportunity to hook yourselves up with 50% off premium memberships after a 7-day free trial. So that's half off, unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, ad-free gameplay, and a whole bunch more. The players have now reached the time control, so you have a little bit of time to go to go.chess.com/Black Friday 24 or use !Black Friday in chat to cash in. We're going for a quick break, folks, and when we come back, the players have made the time control. Let's see how this rook ending will unfold.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Your challenge is to guess the accuracy level.
Okay.
Yep. So you won with the black pieces against Prague.
Yeah, let me first see the... So I guess till E6, it's everything is perfect. Because I knew this theory and F5 was already not great. 92, 93.
89.6.
Ah, so it's actually...
But still a very good game. Game number 2.
This one must be quite high, yeah, because this was quite a good game. Thing was like Nijat was very solid with white and I played a risky opening and I was very deeply prepared, but yeah, I was pretty much playing all the perfect moves in the position. And even if the position was equal, I thought both of our accuracies was very high at some point, and then he played this rook d3, rook f3, which gave me good chances. And then also I think my technique was pretty much close to perfect. I would say like 95, 96.
Very good, spot on. It's 95-2. Yes, very, very good, impressive. And then the final game.
Oh, I've seen this game. I've surely seen this game, but I can't recall who played it. Is it Magnus?
Yes, it's Magnus when he became grandmaster in 2004.
In the Dubai Open?
Correct, yeah.
Dubai Open. Trying to think who he fought. Dipan, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. And now the accuracy score of this game.
For sure, a very beautiful game, but I can't see any clear mistakes. So let's say 97, 90.
Yes, it was actually 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, 100% accuracy from Magnus in that game.
Yeah, seems like a perfect game.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Welcome back to game number 6 of the Fide World Championship. The players have reached the time control. They each receive an additional half an hour on the clock. That said, the longest think of the World Championship was 42 minutes earlier on, so maybe that half an hour is going to slip by real quick. Gukesh at the board now, Dingley Ren In the player's resting area, there you see the beautiful centralized banana peel. Very important to centralize all of your pieces in the openings, folks. And really enjoying this battle of wits so far. Robert, over to you first. Every single time I've thought, oh, this is going to be a simplification of the position, therefore we're edging closer to a draw. The players have surprised us. There's always been something else to try.
Well, Gukesh, he's the one who really dictated the course of the action because he rejected an implicit draw for a 3-time repetition. When the same position occurs 3 separate times, the game concludes as a draw. But Gukesh right now, he may be determined, but he's also shaky. Look at the chair behind him, John. He has been kicking his legs, and there's been a nervous stretch to even reach the time control. And Ding, on the other hand, he's just eating. He's having a nice snack. He seems quite relaxed.
Are those banana chips? So he's done with the banana peel, and he's going for banana chips. Am I reading the packaging correctly? It's going to be like, how many different types of banana are actually in that room? I've got questions here for the organizers. Maybe Mike Klein will be able to get us some inside scoops on that. Jokes aside, though, Peter, both players have an extra half an hour, and we're on increment now as well, right? So an extra 30 seconds per move. There's a good chance, though, that time management still plays a critical part in this game because half an hour, as we've seen, might not be that long in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely, and this look end game is extremely sharp. Yeah, for example, if someone just looks like, it's endgame, the evil bar says it's equal, then they miss out on the overall picture that actually it's still a very dangerous position because white is blocking this e3 pawn nicely with the rook on e2. The king on d3 is nicely supporting that rook. That's why it was tempting for black to give a check. We don't know exactly rook d7 check or rook d8 check, just to kick that wonderful king away. But white is having this set of going rook h5, rook takes h4, just collecting the pawn. And there we go, yeah, rook d7 check on the board. Robert, what is your take? Are you sure that black is safe here, or black needs some very special moves to claim draw here?
I'm definitely not sure, and I've felt unsure of pretty much everything that we've seen thus far. Ding Liren, he exits stage right, or really he enters the new stage because he's going to get back to his chair momentarily, and there he is. He is walking back, and it's interesting to see, Peter, that in this game there have been some huge moments, some swings, and currently the evaluation bar is hovering towards the middle, as if this game, of course, it's just zeros. But look at the pawn structure, right? I think the possibility of mistake, and this move gets an exclamation point, another generous exclamation point given. It was the only move, otherwise rook d2 would have been played by black. But Peter, I think what I'm getting at here is I feel like there's much more of a burden on black in many regards because the pawn structure is so ruined that if a series of trades go by and white can just throw connected passed pawns up the board, those feel a little bit harder to stop long term, whereas in the short term, we have these two annoying passers to deal with, and the rook on e2 is frozen in place. It has to situate itself in front of the e3 pawn because if it ever moves, then e2 comes, the rook on e8 is perfectly located back there.
Yes, exactly. This is a very sharp position. I'm trying to understand that is something like rook g7 a good idea, yeah? That now that we kick the king away, to try to activate the rook, and then if rook h5, then we always have rook g4, protecting the h4 pawn and counter-attacking the f4 pawn. And one very important detail that if white then trades with rook g5, yeah, because one could argue that then the e3 pawn will fall, but then thanks to the h3 pawn, yeah, so we take king g7, for example, king d3, h3, white is unable to capture any of the pawns because then the h pawn wins. And now we are, yes, just to highlight, suddenly this g takes h5 pawn wins the game, and otherwise we are just coming with the king g6, king take g5, and we might win the game. So this puts also some pressure on white, and if white feels like, okay, there is too much pressure, I cannot play for a win, then he can always play king d3, provoke rook d7, check king c2, and we might be seeing a different type of repetition. Of course, then white has to do it earlier, not here. What is your take, Robert? Am I talking total nonsense or does it make sense?
It makes perfect sense. And I'm wondering now who wants to play on, because in one of the variations here, let's say after king c2, rook g7, rook h5, very natural move, rook g4. What about king d3 here? I mean, this e3 pawn's under attack. You can get f4, but after rook takes e3, aren't the potential of white's passers more threatening than black's double isolated pawns?
Yes, but do I have maybe rook d8 check then? Try to harass your king, or I can't do that?
Rook f4, you're saying rook e3
Yes.
and rook d8 check. The king doesn't get to hide as much as it would like. Can't. King
king
c2, you're going
e2.
to keep giving checks, right?
Then
This
I
is your
give you
plan?
check, yeah, exactly.
Okay, and then you're going to go rook to b8. If king goes out to b3, that feels frustrating. So you're saying king e2, and then?
Yes, but then I feel like I should also get counterplay. I don't know if rook g4, rook g2 idea or something. It feels that it should be enough for a draw, but I understand that white is risking absolutely nothing.
And even here, rook e7, I can give up b2 and start going on the offensive. And this is how games turn very quickly. The evaluation, it remains level. So to be very clear to everybody, that if both players play the best move at every turn, the game, just like the start of chess, should end in a draw. But this is so complex. And you see Gukesh, by the way, down to 21 minutes. Yes, 30 seconds added with every turn played after move 40. He already received his extra time. No more coming his way except for that increment. So, Peter, I do feel nervous about this kind of endgame because you want that off-ramp. You often want to say, okay, I know I can force a draw if I need to. I don't see that here.
Yes, that was my feeling, that black still has to show some very big precision. And I came off with rook g7, rook g4 idea slightly out of desperation, yeah, because I just see that white wants to go rook h5. And how do we stop this idea? And this rook g7, rook g4, I think that Gukesh is absolutely doing the right thing. Also, after this time control, yeah, you have to slow down. And that's why I feel that this is the so-called Fide time control, yeah, that the old classical time control would give the players 1 hour each after move 40. Yeah, that's the real time classical time control for the next 20 moves, and then 15 minutes after move 60, and only then with increment. Yeah, but Fide is shortening the time control. This is also another first World Championship match, I believe, using this shortened classical time control. And so far, till move 40, we haven't really seen any real differences that, okay, yes, you can lose on time or not, but white has the 2 hours, the normal classical 2 hours for 40 moves. And the match has never really reached move 40 with tension. Yeah, this is the very first time in this match that we see that this new time control can in fact influence things.
And you can see that there is tension here. And Gukesh, he's trying to will his way, I think, back towards a half point. He was ambitious. He declined an immediate draw when he could have had one. He played on. The queens were dancing about the board, avoiding each other, then in contact with one another. Ding, he exchanged queens probably at the wrong time, at least on the wrong square, giving black the pass pawn that we still see on e3. But then right before the time control, Peter, this h5, we already weren't sure about that, but the evaluation didn't change. And then pawn takes h5. I do want to just dial back a few turns because I think it's an important moment to revisit where this was not forced. He did not have to take this pawn on h5. And it's another one of those moments where I'll ask you, do you think Gukesh, he's been just playing for a win? And not this whole time. He's, of course, trying to find the best moves. But do you still feel like he's been playing for a win? And that comes with significant risk.
Well, I would love to get into the details, but I believe that Gukesh has just made his choice and he played the move king g7. So let's go back to the current position. We don't have now time to talk about. And the computer confirms. So bravo. What does it tells us? That after rook h5, he is willingly giving up the h4 pawn, saying that this pawn is not that important. How exactly?
Is he bringing his king up? Just like in one of the earlier positions where if you take king f5, that this king is trying to enter.
Wow, this is beautiful. Yeah, this is beautiful. And look at this. I always like to look at the players, how they behave. He made his move, and look at this. He's walking behind his chair, signaling that I have figured it out. I know exactly what's going on. I have nothing to worry about. And probably then white will have nothing better than to settle on a draw.
Wow. I think part of it is a stylistic clash. Like there are many decisions made by Gukesh that I wouldn't dream of playing, but these are the types of moves that have helped him become the star he is today. And rook g2 check, okay, king h8, it has the blue arrow. It's the only move that is acceptable here. If you go up to h6, you get immediately checkmated. There was rook f6 and rook to g5, and oh, we might just see an immediate draw here because king g7, rook g2 check, we might get a repetition of moves. So a really well-played game. Risks have been taken, but Peter, this might be the time where the game is coming to a natural conclusion.
Yes, I was immediately very impressed by king g7. And then when I also saw that how Gukesh is standing up and walking behind his chair, it was obvious for me. Yeah, this is, you do this when you feel like, yeah, everything is under control now. And king g7 on the board. Dink has also kind of anticipated the move king g7, otherwise you don't blitz out rook g2. But please, you highlighted already, told about this checkmate. Please put it on the board after rook g2 check, king h6. I think our viewers would really like to see that, why you cannot get active with the king.
I'm showing it right now on the board. This has not happened, but I'm just trying to show you why the king can't go forward as you might want to, because rook f6 check, and then rook g5 checkmate. So this is not the live position. Of course, there's not going to be a walk into checkmate, but that's why the king is forced back to the corner. So as we do look at this moment here, Peter, white can force this draw, rook g2 check, rook back to e2, but is there a possibility that it's now Ding who says no 3-time repetition for you? Can he push his c-pawn and start trying to use that as a weapon?
Well, but then you give up the chance of going for the repetition, and the big question is that, for example, you push c4, I go king g6, I force you to give rook g5 check, I'm gonna go king f6, and then I'm gonna kick you with h6, rook h5, I'm gonna go king g6, rook takes h4, king f5, and again go for the same idea with activating the king, this king e4, king f3, as you highlighted. And in this race, I feel like this c-pawn is still far away, it does not really influence the outcome.
I'm just going to put all that you've been saying up here. So you're saying if c4, king g6, check, king to f6, and if you're trying to continue pushing forward with the pawn here, you thought that the rook would get kicked out and the black king is trying to go forward. So, I mean, h6 definitely comes to mind. And this...
Yes, I just wanted to illustrate, yeah, h6, rook h5, king g6, yeah, just to show the idea. Yeah, rook takes h4, king f5, and again, thanks to this active king, maybe black can even play better, but this comes to mind because we are comparing the lines that we talked before.
Giving up multiple pawns, but just saying, my king is so active that it's full compensation for the sacrifice material. This is the nature of this endgame, and we just saw some moves.
Forget about all this. Rook g2 check has been played, king h8, rook e2. It's gonna be 3-4 repetition. What a game it was.
Wow, so many twists and turns. One declined repetition, but here it looks like it's being accepted. Ding just looking at his fingers. There we go. The handshake is in. The game is drawn. 6 games officially in the books at the Fide World Championship in Singapore in the year 2024. But Peter, nothing separates these two heading into the second rest day.
Wow, what a game it has been. What a dramatic game it has been. What a draw it has been. Wow, I'm so happy that Gukesh was finally rewarded and not punished. Okay, fantastic stuff.
And John, we see the players resetting the board here. And as Peter said, Gukesh rewarded, but the reward is the same as it would have been if he decided to make a draw hours ago.
You know what, though? I have a feeling we'll be talking about the psychological impact of today's game for quite some time. Yes, Gukesh could have agreed to make a draw a very long time ago. He went out of his way not to do that and continued fighting on. Peter, even if the result is the same, that in itself speaks volumes.
Absolutely. Yeah, the chess world loves it. This is why we are also so thrilled. Yeah, imagine that the repetition would have taken place 2 hours ago. Then we say, yes, okay, missed the opportunity by Ding. Gukesh defended well, and nothing much really happened. But we had drama thanks to Gukesh's brave decision of going Queen H2. It was an impulsive decision. I think it was the wrong decision. But finally, chess world really benefited from it because we have witnessed an incredible fight. And this Queen B5, Queen E2, Queen F3 fighting back was truly impressive.
So let's go ahead and take a look now at that game that was just played, especially if you haven't been here for the whole thing. We've got Grandmaster Robert Hess to break it down. And Robert, there were quite a few critical positions for us to take a look at today.
Well, let's hop on that roller coaster ride because it was an exciting game. Just because the result is a draw doesn't mean that the game did not have tons of life. So let's dive right into the specifics. It was a London system, a reprisal of Game 6 against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So as we move forward, we see that the London system was played, and I'm going to actually breeze past the start of the game because at this moment, Bishop B5 check, Knight C6. Here I would say was our theory. We could dive so much longer into those details, but we're going to get into the meat of this game. E5 played, giving up a pawn on C5, but this has been played before, and Gukesh knew what to do. Queen G6, Knight D2. The pawn is captured. The blue arrow, the only choice for white is the castle long, and that's where you want to go. The king is safer over here. Rook G1 is going to happen in many different positions, going after the black king. So another pawn was grabbed on F2, and after D takes E5, the dust hasn't completely settled. Material is equal, but we see double isolated pawns for white. A pawn in enemy territory on E4, a C6 pawn that is hanging, and some open lines in front of enemy kings. The B file for black, the G file for white. As with the F file, things are super messy. So as the game went on, rook to B8 saying your knight can't take on E4. That would be checkmate in 1. Don't blunder that, everyone at home. We saw the knight come to C4 instead, protecting B2. After bishop E6, rook D2 is the only move, given that little exclamation point, just indicating you had to find it. Queen F3, rook E1, all of white's pieces are defended. The bishop trades for the knight, and after queen takes, here we talked at length about this Queen F5 move, a very human decision, and it caused Ding Liren to slow down. He was within his preparation. Rook B to D8, a half turn ago. That, I think, is the engine's first line. A very difficult find over the board. Gukesh wasn't playing that. Queen F5, we see pawns get traded, and now is where the dancing began. Queen back to E7, Queen D6, come on, trade me, let me go into that rook endgame where white has control of the open file, says Ding Liren. The queen goes to G5, an important precise move, because if the queen went to H4, it has limited scope. Now the queen can swing back around and pose some serious questions, some danger in front of the white king. As the game continued, Queen D5, Queen D6 back, and just when we thought we would see a draw with Queen E7, 3-time repetition, we shake hands, we go into the rest day 3-3. No, we saw Gukesh play ambitiously. Queen H4. Some people will commend the decision, saying that he is showcasing his bravery. Others, like Peter Lecko just said, it's a bit of a question mark. Objectively, it wasn't the best decision, and it could have caused him to even lose this game if things got out of hand. But as the game went on, rook to D1, fully open file, fully under white's control. We saw that the pawn goes up to G6, creating luft for the king. Some variations there may be rook D8. The white queen will sacrifice itself for the two rooks. Then we get an imbalance that will be hard to properly assess. Queen E5 played, rook to E8, protecting and attacking the E5 queen, but protecting the E4 pawn. The queen slides back to G3, and once again, Gukesh says, no, I'm not just going to simplify matters. Queen H5. And as the game continues here, white has the advantage, and this was another critical moment. Queen slides to B5. If not for Queen B5, this rook is going to D7. Black is a bit frozen in place, and so there aren't many active tries that work outside of Queen B5, and that was a great find by Gukesh. Rook to D4, just trying to improve the rook, maybe help the king while being active on the B4 square, but the queen slides into E2. The E4 pawn, not one you can gobble up just yet. After some trades, H2 would be loose at the very least. So as we saw, rook D2, Queen F3, and here I would say is where Ding gave away his last real chance. Queen to G3 or Queen to G5, but putting the queen on one of these squares, it offers a trade on friendly terms for white. These passed pawns, they're going to be harder to run free because the E and G pawns are there. Instead, in the game, what we saw was a queen trade allowed on f4, and then after f5, we see the impressive passer that is backed up by a rook. The game continued with h4 stopping black from sacrificing a pawn. I just want to point out quickly that if you just thought you had all the time in the world, in positions like this, we see e3, we see f4, and 2 passed pawns, 2 rooks behind them. This would have turned the tides in black's favor. So no, Ding was not going to allow that. He plays h4, e3, a shocking move to us, but one that kept the balance. And then as the game continued here, white plays h5, one more big decision made. G takes h5 by Gukesh. It's a brave choice because he shatters his own pawn structure. He's trying to rely on activity. But as we saw in the game, there wasn't much more to it. h4, running forward, rook d7, and then king g7. I'm going to go ahead, give that an exclamation point because I thought other variations saw black in trouble after king to g7. The point is after rook to h5, you play king g6, giving up h4 for king f5, king e4, and king f3. So the extra material is not that meaningful here. It's the activity of the black king. It's about pawn quality, not quantity here in the endgame. So instead of all this, we saw that Ding, he wanted no more of it. Rook g2, and now that the repetition is here, it was made. The game ends as a draw, a 3-time repetition. Risky choices by Gukesh. So many details to explore, but I think that he can breathe a sigh of relief and get some rest and relaxation tomorrow as it is a rest day. The score is 3-3. The match is tied, and we are just about to enter the halfway point of this match between Ding Liren, the world champion, and his challenger, Gukesh Damaraju.
Thank you so much for that, Robert. An extremely entertaining game where, despite things looking like they were going to be quiet, and despite a draw effectively being offered multiple times, we got to see some probing, some fighting chess, and Gukesh in particular asking some serious questions of Ding Liren. I've got no doubt that this press conference is going to be very, very interesting after yesterday's game also ended in a draw. We are going to go to a brief break now, folks, but when we come back from said break, the press conference after Game 6 of the Fide World Championship will begin. See you in a couple of minutes.
Welcome to the post-game press conference for Game 6. Game 6. I will ask the players a couple of questions, and then I will give it to the press. As usual, you can go to the microphone at my left and ask a single question. You will have follow-up questions available after that, but please restrict your questions as we start. This was a fighting draw, a tremendous fighting spirit that both players are showing. And my first question will be for the world champion. You had seemingly an opening that you were comfortable with. How far, actually, there was a moment when you stopped when you played Queen F5, but tell us your feelings just right out the opening.
I'm happy the opening was my preparation until Queen F5. I know the position is slightly better for white, but game I thought for a long time, and maybe I don't know what to do. Maybe Queen C5. That's good. Yeah, after a take, and you have my first intention to play this, but after G6, don't know.
You found the best move, it looked like, at least from analysts and engine, right away with queen takes
rook
c6.
d8. So I decided to repeat moves. And this came totally surprise because I think his queen not so well placed on the king side. Better placed on queen side. Here I might have some advantage. Here maybe rook f1 is better.
There seem to be various options here. Something psychedelic in this position was to bring the king over to b1, but there was nothing that obvious with the white pieces from what looked like outside analysis anyway. Did you feel like you must have had something, or the game proceeded logically for you when you were playing into the traded down queen's endgame?
I feel like I'm slightly better. After queen 3, very hard decision for me. I saw this move, but if I check here, I have to go king c2. And I don't know, rook b8. Maybe the rook very well placed on here, because if queen a1, I have rook b4.
Yeah, there was also absurdly crazy line of like queen e1 and potentially bring your king up to b3 in some positions. It also seemed more computer than human. Did you consider this possibility?
No. Having find a safe place on a2. Yeah, I should keep the queen on the board. I saw this move, but if we go here, I can play rook d7, h6, queen c5. Good variation for white.
So maybe it was better to keep the queens on just to keep the fight going. How did you feel? He played very fast, got this position that he's clearly comfortable with, and you were under pressure pretty much right away, right out of the opening. Did you feel like this was trouble for you at some point?
I mean, I knew the position till I played queen f2, rook b8 in the opening.
Yeah, I'm going back.
Yeah, but knight c4 I wasn't aware of. But I never really felt in danger because I thought, once I take on c4, get queen f5, maybe I'm slightly worse, but should be really hard to convert it with white because you can't really push the queenside pawns that easily, and I always have some play on his king. So, I wasn't really that worried at any point.
Okay. Press, questions?
Leoncho Garcia from El País. My question is for Dean Legend. Today, once again during this match, you had a better position, but you didn't push in the best possible way to try to win once again. Please help us to understand what is going on. Is that a problem of lack of confidence? Do you still have problems to sleep? Any other health problem?
Well, it's mainly because of the position itself. Here I saw something like b3, but he goes here. And queen a5, rook d7, rook d8. I missed the c4. I saw king b2, he had rook c5. I have to push the pawns here. So here, I'm not so comfortable after queen f3. My first intention to play this, but this not so good after f5. Rook is misplayed on f4. So I had to come up with the other ideas. I saw this. Play something like h5. Maybe it's time to push the pawn, but I only saw this, and he take, and I don't think I'm better here. So I've chosen king c2. It's also not such a good move.
Michael Reichel from Fide Media. A question for Gukesh. You just mentioned that you thought you were maybe slightly worse after the end of the opening, but difficult to convert. However, a few moves later, it was you who rejected the three-fold repetition, which you could have claimed by playing queen to e7 instead of queen to h4. Could you show us a bit your reasoning to reject the draw at that point and continue playing? Did you think you could play for a win, or you just wanted to keep the game going? Or did you sense that maybe your opponent was unstable at some point in his view of how the game was going? Talk a bit about that moment, please.
Yeah. So I guess when I played queen h4 instead of queen e7. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I thought I might be slightly worse. I was not even sure fully about if I'm slightly worse, but I thought it's more likely. But even though I thought that, okay, with the files open in front of his king, and yeah, maybe I just thought I always have counterplay, and I saw no reason not to take a repetition right now. I just thought since he is going for a repetition, I thought I'll make a few more moves, and I mean, obviously it's not playing for a win or anything by queen h4, but just I wanted to make a few more moves and see what happens.
Just a small follow-up. Did you decide that before you did the first repetition, or did you repeat twice and then you decided to bring the hammer down and change?
I mean, when he played queen d6, it was already clear that he was going for a repetition. So when I played queen e7 for the second time, I had already decided to go queen h4.
Next question.
Abhidaya from Chessbase India. My question is to Gukesh. On move 36, when you played the move e4 to e3, did you ever consider playing king g7 instead, activating your king?
Yeah, king g7, I thought mainly I was worried about rook d7. I mean, rook f7, actually this was a very interesting moment. I mean, rook f7, take, rook d7. I think the pawn in game is just lost. If I go rook e7. Oh, it's not here. Oh, it is losing. Yeah. So yeah, I thought this was losing. So I can't, I mean, maybe I can give the pawn instead of going rook e7, but I thought that's a bit ugly. And also if I go rook d7, king h6, then he takes on a7, and king h5, he had this funny like rook g2. If I go h6, he has rook h7 threatening rook g5.
Sorry, here, king h5?
Maybe I can go e3 here, yeah? Yeah, I mean, this is what I saw. Like h6, he has rook h7. But I missed that I could start with e3. That might be quite clever.
Funny mate.
But instead of king h5, e3, yeah? Yeah, maybe this was a better try, but yeah, I mean, I just missed e3, otherwise I would have gone for this. But what is the defense after king g7?
What's the difference, what?
What is the defense for white after king g7? I mean, I should just stay passive, probably.
Right, white doesn't have to play rook down.
Yeah, maybe you can go like b4, king d1, king e2. I mean, king g7 was my initial instinct, but I just missed that e3 was possible. But anyways, it was Yeah, anyways, after E3, I had to find this H5 resource, which was, I thought, a bit tough, but yeah, after H5, it was just a draw.
So, I'm Katerina from the German Chess Federation, and I have a more general question. So during this World Chess Championship, there is a lot written online, and for example, right now, I've seen a lot of Ding chilling memes, and so my question for Ding is, if you have seen any of them, and what do you think about them?
I would say, what is the thing that you've seen? You said.
Oh, it just says Ding chilling, which is like comes from a meme from a Chinese ice cream promotion, and it's like adjusted to Ding Liren now, and it just shows that he's like chilling and just like playing good chess. So yeah.
Have you seen this?
What's the meaning of chill?
Well, to chill means to relax.
Or relax after the first game, or the end of the first game when I have a totally winning position.
But she's saying there's a meme out saying that you're chilling, meaning you're kind of just cool, relaxing, and also there's an ice cream connection. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. I certainly haven't.
I didn't have ice cream here.
So you have not seen this meme. Okay, thank you.
Junior Tay from Chess Magazine, England. I have a question for Mr. Ding Liren. Do you think the first move in chess with white is overrated? In the first 3 games you played with black, you pressed for a win even though you weren't the first to move. And you succeeded in game 1, and you also tried to win with your third time playing black. Do you think black is the new white now? Do you think that the advantage with white is overrated today?
Sometimes I play white pieces like black. This time I try to push for an advantage in the opening. And this London was like last time also in game 6 I win a beautiful game in London. So this time I want to repeat a success.
Question for Mr. Gukesh. Now that you've experienced the first few games of a World Championship finals, how do you compare it to other Grandmaster tournaments? The atmosphere, the conditions, the competition itself. Can you elaborate on this?
Yeah, as it's quite well known, the World Championship is one of the probably the toughest event in chess, and yeah, I mean it's obviously there is more at stake, and there are more nerves than what you generally have. But other than that, I think it's just a very interesting and long match against a very strong opponent. So yeah, it's a bit different, but at the end of the day, we are still playing chess.
Same question for Mr. Ding. How have you made adjustments? Did you do anything differently after going through the Astana World Championship finals last year?
That will be your last question, please.
Right. What's the difference from the last time?
Yes. Did you do anything different in preparation during your stay during the tournament?
I have 1 more second and more ideas.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hi, I am Ajit Kumar from the Hindu newspaper. My question is both to Gukesh and Ding. So we are heading to another rest day. So Gukesh, are you happy with the scoreline now, 3-3? And how do you review your own performance so far? Are you happy, or do you think you could have done better? And this is the same question to Ding as well. Thank you.
I think so far it's been good. It can I mean obviously I still can improve my play, and yeah, I mean there are a lot more games to try and do that. But so far it's it's an equal match so far, and we are, I mean, considering that I was also trailing after the first game, I'm happy to be here. But it's too early to think about anything like that. I mean, there's not even like we are not even halfway through the event. So yeah, there's just a lot of excitement ahead.
Well, the results not ideal one. I could improve in many occasions. I'm better in many games, and critical moment I let the advantage slip. Maybe that's what I should improve in the next couple of games.
MikeLang.chess.com. I think I speak for everybody to say, Ding, I'd like you to have some ice cream on your rest day, but my question is for Gukesh, please. I want to follow up on Michael Rahal's question. You said that after you declined the threefold repetition, you didn't particularly think you were better or anything, but you decided to keep playing. And I'm wondering if that was in any way psychological, letting your opponent know that you were going to start pushing in equal positions. And I asked this question because, for example, in games 2 and 5, it looked like Ding took one of the quicker paths to a draw. So was it in any way psychological that you decided to continue playing this position where, even though you weren't better at all?
I just like playing chess. Yeah. I mean, it was more just the position than it was psychological. I just thought there was still a lot of play left in the position. So, and I did not really see too much danger for me. So, yeah, I just thought I'll make few moves, see what happens. And I mean, obviously, draw was still the most likely result. So I just wanted to get a long game, especially since tomorrow is a rest day.
Yeah, we haven't had any games that have made time control other than one where the result was not really in doubt. So did you want to play a game past time control just to get like a little bit of a longer game?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about time control, but yeah, I wanted to play a longer game than just finishing it at that point.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Hello, I am Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and this question is for both of you, but I will address it to Gukesh first. Hypothetically, if you won the World Chess Championships tomorrow, what would be the first thing you do?
I don't know. I guess I'll be happy first. Yeah.
Thank you. And then the same for Ding. If you hypothetically won the World Chess Championships tomorrow, what would be the first thing you do?
Last time I cried after the win title. This time I make smile.
Amazing. Thank you both.
Asking on behalf of Fide social media followers, this one is directed to Gukesh, but we want to know Ding's answer as well. Is the match going the way you expected it to go?
I mean, I was prepared for all kinds of scenarios, so I don't think like any kind of situation would have shocked me or anything. But also you can't really plan everything exactly as it's going to happen. So there is some surprise in some games and some things that I expected. But overall, I think I'm feeling good. I'm able to focus well. I feel energetic, and that's the most important thing. So yeah, glad about everything so far.
I think it's good for spectators that the match is still even. There are a lot of to see in the next couple of rounds. For me, I want to improve my score as much as possible.
From German newspaper Die Zeit, a question for Ding Liren.
Could you go a bit closer to the microphone, please?
Concerning the preparation, you said you were deeply prepared for this opening, and I guess the preparation means that you are prepared then when this comes on the board. But then after the move Queen F5, which was, as I understood, the first move after your preparation, you said you didn't know what to do. How is that possible?
because there are so many lines to prepare, and this is just one of the lines. And the preparation like an iceberg that you saw the positions arose like the part of the iceberg that are higher than the sea. But there are a lot of operations that didn't occur in the board. It's like iceberg in the sea. So, of course, I prepare a lot of position, but this one is a little bit new for me. But there's no execution for just repeating moves after such a good preparation.
Abhinav from US Chess. I have a question for both the world champion and the challenger. One of you has already won the world championship, and one of you is aspiring to do so. Can you give 2 to 3 past world champions that you view as personal inspirations, either stylistically or that has influenced your chess growth as a whole?
Last time I have answered a similar question. I mentioned Topalov and also Carlsen.
For me, it's obviously from the start it has been Vishisa. Other than Vishisa, I think Fischer and Magnus inspire me a lot.
I'm Gu Xiaobing from organization. I have questions for Ding Liren and for both. First of all, 请丁立人谈一下今天的对局。
Hello. So I'm Gu Xiaobing. Could you please describe the game today in Chinese? Thank you.
今天对局比预想中要有趣一点，因为有可能以更无聊的方式结束。对，他让这盘棋富有了一些生机吧。然后，对我的发挥也就仅仅这样吧，然后没有什么特别亮眼的表现。我也错过了一些保持优势的机会，比如说后G5，我就没有往下深入的去计算，还是去没有走就是最有力度的找法吧，然后让优势就溜走了。后来我局面甚至还有一点点被动，但是我还是看到了这个 G2 的和棋的手段。
A super long reply. I shall do my best. So Ding said that the game could have been potentially quite short with the repetition of moves early on, but Mr. Gukesh decided to give some life to the position, and he missed some chances potentially. He mentioned in particular maybe after Queen F3 he could have gone Queen G5, but he felt he didn't. He was a little bit short of time and he didn't quite find all the critical moves to try and press potentially what little advantage there was. He felt towards the very end potentially that's White had to find some accurate moves maybe to extricate himself from a slightly tricky position, including this idea of this rook e2, rook g2 check and back again to rook e2 to secure the draw.
第二个问题是，通常世界冠军赛会在下午3点钟举行，这次是在下午5点钟举行，对二位棋手有一些什么调整吗？
Question to both Mr. Ding and Mr. Gukesh. Traditionally, the World Chess Championship matches tends to start at 3 p.m. rather than 5 p.m. Have either of you had to make any adjustments for this slightly later starting time?
对。上次比赛是在3点举行，然后这意味着有更多的时间去准备，然后中午也能够有更多的时间去休息。对。
So last World Championship we did start 3 p.m. Starting at 5 means I have a little bit more time to prepare and to rest before the round.
For me, it's a bit of a change because usually all kinds of tournaments start at 3 p.m. or even earlier, but it's not much different for me really. Like I remember I played like 1 or 2 tournaments starting at 5 p.m. and some even later. So yeah, over the years I've played in a lot of time settings, so it's nothing too different for me.
最后一个问题，几轮之前你们曾经说互相评价对方还为时尚早，现在可以评价对方了吗？
Final question. You commented a few rounds ago that it was a little bit too early to appraise your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Do you think now you could appraise your opponent's strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah, as I said, I think both of us we are pretty universal. Strengths, I guess. I mean, a lot of things, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how exactly to put it.
也可以看到他应该是慢慢进入状态了。消除了第一盘棋的紧张感之后，他发挥的也是越来越好了嘛。
So you can see Mr. Gukesh was perhaps a little bit nervy in round one, but he's played himself into form by the looks of it. You can probably see from the following games.
Last question, please.
A final question to end on a light note from Fide social media, this time from follower Prem Gujarati for both players. Which book, chess or non-chess, has impacted you the most?
For me, chess book, I probably Game Changer. I really enjoyed this one. So yeah, probably this one.
I would answer the same.
I'd like to thank both players for not just their fighting spirit on the board, but to come to a press conference and sometimes answer some tricky questions with wit, humor, and poise. Tomorrow we all get to chill like Ding and have a rest day, and we'll be back on Tuesday at 5 p.m. local time. Thanks, everyone, and have a good night.
Thank you very much to Maurice, the players, and everyone who submitted questions there. That was a very entertaining press conference. We didn't get to hear their favorite ice cream flavors, unfortunately, but hopefully Ding manages to get some on his day off. Nice one there, Mike. Peter, what did you make of that? Obviously, it was quite lighthearted, but a couple of interesting insights on the chessboard as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm loving that the match is heating up. Yeah, we have for the first time seen White really putting pressure on Black. The opening worked very well for Ding. And I also believe that this will automatically force Gukesh also to try to make the most out of his white pieces. Yeah, so this is now very interesting and nice dynamic for all of us. And we could see that the fighting spirit is there. Gukesh wants to fight, but clearly here, well, I think that if he goes back and Gaevsky will tell him, he will give him a big hug and say that, yes, it's good that this game is over, draw was fantastic, and keep on fighting. But here maybe it would have been more clever. I still think that it would have been more clever to settle for the 3-4 repetition earlier on.
And Robert, your thoughts on the press conference and what we got out of the players today? They seem to be in okay kind of mood.
The press conference is always great fun. I mean, they're peppered with questions ranging from why did you make this decision on the chessboard to did you see the chill meme? Chill guy meme, excuse me. So it is fun to see the players let loose a little bit. I think that for Ding, you see that he seems like more content with the way things are going. He didn't maybe maximize all of his chances in this game, but he complimented his opponent. He was very explicit that, well, my opposition played really well, and that's credit to Gukesh, because Gukesh's initial decision, by his own words, is, I love playing chess. Why not play on? But those are the types of decisions that can really backfire. And I don't want to say it almost did today, but he was on the back foot. He was the one who had to find some accurate choices, and ultimately he did just that. So credit to the youngster for playing brilliant chess. Credit to Ding and his team for the great preparation, and then for the good spirit that once the draw was declined, the repetition, he went forward and did nurse a slight but nagging advantage. So I think both sides can head into the rest day with some confidence. And as Peter said, it was like the first time all match where the player with the white pieces actually was able to secure quite a stable advantage. And then we saw a great defense from Gukesh with black.
I love that a lot of the analysis on YouTube and Twitch off the back of that is talking about the origins of memes. We'll get some John Cena in the private chat later on, folks. Don't you worry about that. We'll take care of that after the broadcast. But now, what you need to know is when the next broadcast is going to be, because like Ding, we are indeed chilling tomorrow. It's going to be a rest day. We're coming back on Tuesday, and then we start same time, same place. So that's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Singapore time, of course. 8 o'clock if you're tuning in from Sydney. If you're all the way in North America, West Coast, that's 1 a.m. East Coast, that's 4 a.m. And you can go ahead and take a look at your closest time zone to what you see here. But we are back on Tuesday with round number 7 of the Fide World Championship. So, a lot to digest today. And a lot of twists and turns, Peter, in today's game. What's fun is that a lot of them were on the chessboard, but if we're being honest, a lot of them were off the chessboard as well. It was a real good mix heading into the second rest day.
Yeah, it was a wonderful day of chess, and also the press conference was really enjoyable. Yes, some of the questions are really tricky. I feel like as a chess player, you might feel like, okay, just I don't want to reveal anything. Ding was also nice in Chinese. He did say that he felt like Gukesh was very nervy in the very first game, but ever since he settled in nicely. Gukesh is trying to get into his absolute rhythm. Yeah, he's improving day by day. This game made me super happy. Yeah, that like Robert described, White was pressing out of the opening, but then the black side, Gukesh showed some tremendous defense. And then at the end, we also heard in the press conference that he was hoping in the rook endgame that he might get even some winning chances. He called that this mysterious move h5 from Ding as a kind of a very important move. One, I'm kind of encouraged that after the broadcast, I'm going to analyze this endgame to find out more in detail, because it was really fascinating stuff. I'm looking forward to more action. It's heating up as a brilliant match.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. Looking forward to the next round as well. And Robert, your closing thoughts, both on and off the chessboard. Today was pretty exciting.
What a day of chess. I mean, to talk about what's going to happen, what has happened, the psychology, there's so many thoughts swirling in my head right now. I think that Ding should be the happier of the two players as we enter nearing the second half. We're going to get round 7 after a rest day. I think that Ding has had the advantage more often than Gukesh has. So how could you not be feeling good about that? He hasn't always maximized. Yesterday, that was an opportunity to press. He didn't take it. Today, Gukesh did put up stubborn defense after deciding to play on. But for Ding, the overall play has been at a very high level. We even heard from Magnus Carlsen saying that he has not been as impressed as he thought he could be from Gukesh's play. And I think that Gukesh, just hearing him in the interviews, he's still confident. He remains humble but hungry, and I think that both players have reason to smile, maybe eat some ice cream, and enter the rest day, plan to relax, and then get ready for much more chess.
Thank you very much for that, Robert, and thank you once again, Peter. It's been a brilliant day of chess. We do now go into the rest day, so we get to chill a little bit ourselves. Stay safe wherever you are, and we look forward to welcoming you back on the stream at 5 o'clock Singaporean time on Tuesday after the rest day. Take care, stay safe, and good night.
We have seen different openings throughout the match. Yesterday, we had a repeat of the first game, at least in terms of the start. He might not even know what first move that Ding is going to play.
It's going to be 1d4.
Will we see a London system? Because that's what Ding trotted out in Game 6 of his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi, a game he won. Well, the jacket's coming off, Peter. We're in for a fight.
And I'm pretty sure that Rapport told him that this is a very dangerous, very promising position. Let's go for it.
Look at the clock. Ding has nearly as the amount of time he started with. And Gukesh, he's spent over 50 minutes and he is still thinking because the position remains sharp. He spent 42 minutes, 42 seconds on the decision to capture on c6 in the first place. That was the longest think of this match so far.
Ding was just enjoying life in his resting room, and all of a sudden, Gukesh is the one who is calmer. And look at this queen d5.
That's where the queen was a turn ago, and a queen to e7. Could we possibly see a repetition of moves? We saw queen e7 just played, and now is the massive decision from Ding Liren.
And now Gukesh, if he plays he plays on. Queen h4, wow, what a surprise. Queen g3 on the board. Okay, it's the more professional move. I feel like this is kind of but queen h5, okay, that was the other alternative. Little bit strange, stepping into rook d5.
I'm very worried for Gukesh right now. I don't see an exact plan for him. 19 minutes left for Gukesh. He finds the best move. I'm giving him a gold star for rook d4. That's a really nice move.
King c2 played by Ding, allowing the trade on f4.
Wait, he played e3. That was a move that we both were suggesting could backfire. He played a pawn push that I wasn't expecting. I was so focused on the queen side. He plays h5 here. Oh, we might just see an immediate draw here. We might get a repetition of moves. One declined repetition, but here it looks like it's being accepted. Ding just looking at his fingers. There we go. The handshake is in. The game is drawn. 6 games officially in the books at the Fide World Championship.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the Fide World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.